Hi, everyone. Good morning. We are here for day 2 of the International Game Summit, TIGS. I am hosting today on behalf of the founder, Mark Chandler. And we're really excited to have this first panel for you. But before we jump in and get started, I want to once again thank the team behind the scenes, Tardia Porca Contori, and the folks who helped us get all of this tech set up on the back end, Jen and Crystal. And we also want to thank our sponsors. So the gold sponsor for TIGS this year is Ubisoft, and our silver sponsors are Telltale Games, Devolver Digital, Hyper Hippo, Iron Galaxy Studios, Razer, and Tripwire Interactive. We're really pleased to have them. And now we're going to move on to our panel. The first panel this morning is a conversation about a code of conduct and an ethics standard in games. And we have a great group of folks here. I'm really excited to have this conversation. And so we'll start, I think, first. And let me say first, I'm Eve Crevichet. I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health advocacy training and research organization that works in the video game industry. And I'm here with Celia Hoden, Copay Hilton, and Carlos Figueiredo. And I'm going to ask you all to pronounce your names correctly and introduce yourselves briefly. Celia, would you like to start?
Sure. My name is Celia Hodens, and I have a PhD in psychology. I've been working in the video game industry for the past 13 years now, I think. I worked at Ubisoft, LucasArts, and Epic Games, where I was director of UX at Epic until 2017. And now I'm a freelance consultant in UX. Hi, everyone.
Wonderful. And Copay?
Okay, hello everybody. It's morning there, but it's 7 o'clock in the evening here in Finland. So my name is Copay Hilton, and I'm the director of the NeoGames, which is the hub of the Finnish games industry. So kind of association for the games industry. including the game developer companies, but also the game education and the game research and service providers, and so that kind of umbrella organization. And I have been working in the games industry like I guess 18 years or something like that, quite a long time now. And we are doing a lot of things inside the games industry. One of them is doing a lot of cooperation between the other associations and the game developer companies, and as the education and research.
Wonderful. Thank you. And Carlos.
Hi, everyone. Carlos Figueiredo here. You did a good job, actually. Thank you.
Thanks.
I know it's a tricky last name. Um, I have been in the gaming industry same amount of time, actually, as Celia, 13 years. I didn't know that. It's cool to see that. First, I started at Disney Online Studios with the now defunct Club Penguin when I was there for 6 years. And I've been working at Two Hat, a Canadian company, for the last 7 years, where we drive health, wellness, and safety for online communities. And with all the puns intended there, I also wear a second hat in the industry where I am a co-founder and also the executive director of the Fair Play Alliance. Good to be
Wonderful.
here.
Yeah, great to be here. And can you just say a word about, or a few words, obviously, about what the Fair Play Alliance is?
100%, yes. So the Fair Play Alliance is a community of practice, a professional community for game developers. We have been running the Alliance since 2017 now, which is wild to think about that. And it's really a community of practice where we are all united to bring together our thinking, our learnings, our challenges, and innovate forward with game design and community design in a way that's more conducive to pro-social behavior in online gaming.
Wonderful. Thank you. So I want to start with some kind of framing questions, and I'm going to direct these at each of you individually, and then we'll use that to generate a broader conversation around these issues. So, Kope, can I start with you? What is a code of conduct? I know you have one at NeoGames, and what can it encompass?
Well, basically, code of conduct is something we created like 3-4 years ago. So when Me Too took place in some other industries, mostly in music and audiovisual industry, we decided that okay, we have to do something for this very issue also in the games industry. Although in Finland we didn't have any kind of accusations or stories back then. And we got together, as I said, we do a lot of cooperation with other associations. We got together with the Finnish Game Developers Association, which is mostly representing studios, and IGDA Finland, which is, well, everybody knows IGDA. And we created this kind of code of conduct, which is basically it's multiple things at the same time.
Mhm.
First of all, it's of course a statement. So it's a statement about the fact that there is zero tolerance for harassment in the games in Finnish games industry. So that was one part of the code of conduct. But on the other hand, it was also an ethical code. So it was a code about how to behave and how not to behave.
Mhm.
And it was basically distressing the fact that in the games industry we have to be professional and we have to be respect each and every one of us. So don't be disrespectful. That was the main point, and don't harass people or do something like that. But also we wanted to give some advice. So in our code of conduct, there is advice for victims of harassment, for people who have been accused about harassment. There is also some advice for the companies, how to handle these situations. And there is actually there is quite a lot of things about harassment mentioned also in the Finnish law or Finnish laws.
Mm.
There is multiple laws about. And we wanted to remind everybody that okay, we actually have laws about harassment, and in that sense it's not only bad behavior, it's also quite often illegal. So please keep in mind that you are not breaking only the code, you are sometimes you are even breaking the law. And of course, in a way, it was a commitment. So it was something. That's the reason why we wanted to take all the industry organizations to the to processing this code of conduct, because we wanted to have this kind of clear commitment for as many industry players as possible, that we really have a zero tolerance about harassment. And later on, a couple of other organizations have joined the code of conduct. One of them is Being Games, and another is Finnish Game Jam. Although Finnish Game Jam have their own code of conduct, they have made it because they are mostly organizing events. So they made it already some years ago. But let's say that this code of conduct is all of these five things. It's a statement, it's an ethical code, it gives advice, it's a reminder about law, and it's a commitment.
Cool. And is it limited to issues around harassment, or is it broader than that?
It's at the moment we have limited it around the harassment, because this, if we noticed quite soon that this area is so vast that if we try to tackle everything, we end up tackling nothing. And that's the reason why we wanted to start from the harassment.
Mm-hmm.
But we actually made a statement already in 2014 along the Gamergate, which was a little bit wider, which was all kind of things, all unethical things were mentioned. And at the moment we are, of course, we are developing this code of conduct all the time, and we are developing practices around the code of conduct. And we actually have this sexual harassment task force, or task force as we call it. We meet quite regularly, and we had a meeting a couple of days ago about what we should be doing next, and what are the next steps for as an industry to take to make sure that everything goes fine.
That's topical to this conversation. That's great. Thank you for that overview. That's great. Carlos, you work on player side behavior, right? And player side needs. Why is somebody in that position concerned with ethics inside the industry? Can you draw that connection for me? I mean, I know it exists, right? But I'd love to have you play that out.
Absolutely. It's a great question. And I think it goes really to the core belief that I have regarding code of conduct, which is really the perspective I bring is of code of conduct in our games, in our platforms, right? Where our community is engaging. And I really see as something that is absolutely connected to the values and principles of said company.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, right? We are setting a community tone when we are creating a space, be it a mobile game, be it a console, a platform where gaming is happening. We are setting a community tone. Whether we are aware of it or not, we are setting a community tone, right? And we make statements by the things that we value and the things that we don't value and that we don't put a priority on. So that's the connection there. I really believe that the very strong code of conducts that we see in the industry, they are intimately connected to the values of the company. They are not just a simple do's and don'ts. They really lead with the principles, with the values. What is this platform for, right? What is this community about? And then you go to what it is not about, right? Like Kopi was saying, what are the things we don't do? And the things that we don't do are the things that are antagonistic to our very value, to our ethos, right? So that's the connection that I see there. I've had the pleasure this year, for example, to consult with customers in the gaming industry who actually brought their executives to the table to talk about, let's craft together those values and principles that are going to trickle down to the communities. And that informed the code of conduct, right? That was a very unique experience because it's a platform that is yet to be released. So they had the opportunity to bring executives to actually define what the code of conduct of the platform is, right? But the really key point there is, if we are asking our community to be in a certain way and setting the tone, I really think it's important that we model that behavior inside of our companies as well.
Thank you. Yeah. And Celia, this is a similar question, but You started in UI and UX work, and you've been talking, and you still talk a lot about that, right? That's a primary area of your work.
Yes.
But you've also you started, ethicalgames.org. You started talking about a code of conduct. How did you get there? And was it a
Yeah.
similar story?
Yeah. So my background is in cognitive psychology and child development more specifically. And in the game industry, I got in UX. So this is still what I do. But a lot of people don't understand what UX is about. So user experience is about when you make a product, whether it is a system, a service, or a video game, you shift from your own perspective to adopt the perspective of your users, suppliers in our case. And the goal is to offer them the best experience possible, making sure people can accomplish our goals. And with a video game, the main goal is to have fun. So that's the idea. And so there's a benevolence, really philosophy attached to UX, which is not understood. UX is not very well understood in the game industry. Yeah. Broadly speaking, it's not well understood, but more specifically in the game industry. And we oftentimes forget about this thing. So it's about providing the best experience possible to players, make sure they have fun so they come back, but also that they're safe, that the game is inclusive, that it's going to be accessible, and it's also raising questions of ethics. Are you making sure that people are coming back because they have fun with your game and they want to play some more? Or are there some pressure in your game to engage people more with, let's say, monetization or peer pressure or whatever it is, which can ultimately lead to an experience that is not necessarily great, and sometimes can raise ethical questions, especially when kids are playing. So the idea was to start to think about these things, because there's a lot of moral panics around games, a lot of them that aren't necessarily evidence-based. And so the idea was just to gather as much as evidence that we have and try to digest it all, to try to build a code of conduct, a code of ethics, more to speak, for the game industry and how it would look like. So with Carlos here, Kate Edwards, and Kat Lowe, we started to think about how it would look like, and we kicked off this initiative, and now we're more in the phase. So there's a draft that's on the website, but we're in the phase where we're gathering, connecting with a lot of researchers to try to get some good evidence-based elements so that we can try to build on that, so that we can have some guidelines for the game industry of what it means to be ethical for your players, but also what it means to be ethical with your employees in the game industry. Because in many cases, you have a lot of game developers who care about ethics, who, yes, they want to make sure that the game is going to be successful and that it's going to make profits, because otherwise it's not going to sustain. But they don't know how, they don't know where's the line. And quite frankly, in many cases, there's no clear line. And so the idea is to make sure they have some guidelines there, but also if they are speaking and standing against unethical practices, or really advocating for accessibility and inclusion, what happens if in their organization they don't have a say, or they risk losing their job? So it's also really important to think about ethics for the employees and make sure that it's inclusive there and ethical there, so that it can be like a healthy space where we can talk about these important things and grow. So that's the idea behind it, and that's why it's connected to UX.
Thank you. Yesterday we had some great conversations about the mental health impacts of trauma and harassment. For example, we had a conversation with Jessica Murray and Deanne Adams about inclusion bias and usability. And there were a couple of other great panels. And what kept coming up, the themes that kept coming up, were about power imbalance and transparency in companies, and how that bleeds over into the experience that people have playing games. And I hear that a little bit here again, right? That when you're really going to be inclusive, when you're really going to make efforts to hear people and to honor their needs and experience, you've got to think about where the power imbalances are in a company and how those play out. And you've got to be as transparent as possible about how decisions are made and what priorities are. And I'd love to hear all of you comment on that and to maybe shape it a little bit more into something more specific around why these standards, why we need to think about these issues in the context of ethical standards or codes of conduct. Or did I just say everything? Did I just tidy it up in too tight a bundle?
I guess that one of the reasons why we have to think about that is that there is the group of players is at the moment quite diverse. And if we can reflect or mirror the same diversity for the game developers or for the game developer companies, I guess that's one of the values we can create, or one of the values we can create through that is that we can basically address better to that diverse group of players. So in that sense, we have to be different kind of people in our team so that we can make games for very different kind of people as players. So that would be my take of this or a kind of pragmatic reason why we should pay attention to these things like accessibility, diversity, and that kind of stuff. Because I honestly believe that you can make better business if you take these things to account.
Yeah. I want to shift gears a little bit now and move over to specifically talking about harassment and abuse in the industry, because this is a moment we're having in the industry. I think we are finally having a Me Too moment in games, and I do hear kind of in the conversation a shift around this being a priority and something that leaders are suddenly like, oh, we really have to figure this out, and this is scary, and we're nervous about doing it right, but we want to do it. And so I think, but what's hard is where do we start? Where do we start the conversation around addressing these issues? And what role does the normalization of harassment inside the industry play in the way that it shows up among people who play games, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I can take a well, very tough subject, right? Like, let's start there. But I really look at this as, if we're looking at what is the root cause of those behaviors, right? I'm going to do a parallel here with online communities, because that's where I jam. I really think that a lot of times in the industry at large, we look at behavioral problems as kind of an individual problem. Oh, we have to get the bad actors out or something like that. That type of mentality, right? Where we fail to see root causes. Root causes as in there is a systemic challenge, right? And it's so easy for us to bring the analogy to the industry. It's so easy to pinpoint a specific company or a specific case and to forget that we have a systemic challenge at hand, right? What are the structures that are in place or the systems that are in place that are leading to that type of behavior? And for me to talk about that as a male is one thing, right? What is my experience actually with that that thing? So I have to empathize and say that there's a lot there that I don't know, and a lot there that I been reflecting over my professional years and really considering as an individual. But I really think that looking at the root causes, how our systems are set up, will bring us to a more productive conversation, I believe, where we can really address root causes instead of trying to patch specific cases or manifestations of that. But I'm sure that others have much better thoughts around this.
I don't know, but better. was pretty good take on it. It's so just basic behavioral psychology. Like, if there's a behavior and it's accepted and it's not punished in any way. And by punish, I mean you can't do that. There's no consequences. It's just gonna thrive, and it's just it's likely to thrive. And so by not setting boundaries and just letting things go, we're just saying that it's okay and there is no consequences. And so now why not do it if sometimes it can just feel like a game. It's interesting for me as a French person who moved to to North America, so first in Canada and then the US. I had to really change my mentality because in France, in like flirting at work is a kind of like part of the culture. And so it took me a while to just take a step back and understand that actually, you know what, this is not okay. But I grew up in this kind of culture, and so it makes it okay, and you just have to play around with it, and you're gonna have to deal with it. And so it's only when people say, you know what, you don't have to put up with that, it's not okay, then you can start to really realize that, yeah, I guess, yeah, it's not okay. But so it takes consequences, and it takes that people say no, and that these are the boundaries.
And one of the things I have noticed is that there is so many, basically there is many root causes. There is many forms of harassment or that people feel that they are harassed, and then there is so many different cultures. I'm a Finn, and jokes aside, during coronavirus pandemic we have this distancing thing. So we are all very relieved in Finland when we can go from 2 meters distance back to the 5 meters distance we usually have. So this is an example of the Finnish culture is basically a culture of long distance. And I personally feel very uncomfortable if somebody comes nearer than half a meter of me. So basically, arm's length is good standard if you come to Finland. Don't get any closer. So that's one of the things which is, of course, affecting to the between the cultures, how we feel things. But I guess that there is many root causes for actual harassment when we talk about the actual harassment. So there is no one cause for it. There definitely is decent asshats in the industry who are doing it regularly and who are doing it because they are that kind of people. But there is some other reasons also behind it.
Yeah, I think this conversation we're having around cultural differences, Carlos just dropped into chat that Brazil is like the opposite of the Finnish culture, right?
Yeah,
Latin American, right? My in-laws are Colombian, and I was born in New England in northeast U.S. And so I'm a little bit more standoffish. And my father-in-law lodged a complaint with my husband early on in our relationship of that I was not being physically affectionate enough. Right? It was very funny. And so I think that the and we're an international industry where there's a lot of movement. People move around a lot, and they leave their home countries, they leave their home cultures to come work in places, and that can cause its own set of challenges. But there are some relatively universal standards around what is actual harassment, right, and what is not. And those can be those conversations can be provided. Those guidelines can be laid out. And I think what's interesting is that in a smaller, more contained industry like Finland, you're able to do that. You're able to come kind of to a set of standards, and that's been much harder outside of smaller countries and in larger contexts, right? Is that, I mean, I think Carlos and Celia, of the work you're doing at ethicalgames.org, right, and that attempt, that's a really broad attempt. Where have there been struggles or pushback from that?
For now, it's really more in the research phase,
Yeah.
and with COVID, and so this is where it's getting a bit complicated because I want it to be evidence based because there's so many moral panics that are running around, and I really don't want it to be that way.
Mm.
And so the first stage is really to get all the information, and right now the researchers are also teachers. There, the best note on there is really complicated with COVID, so I didn't want to add too much on their place. I've been having like more informal conversations with a lot of researchers right now, but the idea is to really explain exactly what you're saying. Like there are moments where we can say this is a problem and this is why, and this is what we're trying to accomplish. And then once we have, all these elements, then we hope to have a code of ethics that can be, like universal enough that everybody's going to be okay with, signing off of that. And once we'll be at the point where we're trying to get people to sign on it, then I think I can answer more specifically. I don't think people are like, yeah, no, we screw ethics, we don't care. I think people are. So when I talk individually with game developers, sometimes people tell me, but yeah, that's great to be ethical, and maybe okay, let's not use loot boxes when you have young kids, and maybe we should not do certain things, like not play with FOMO too much, fear of missing out, to put too much pressure on. Sure, why not? But at the end of the day, if this is making more money and the others are doing it, if we're the good people, we're not doing it to be ethical, and we're not rewarded by society for not being ethical, what can we do? Like we have a business to run, and so that's the thing that I'm really trying. I think that we're trying to accomplish is to lay out there and have like clear guidelines so that the public can see it, and so that ultimately, the good people can be rewarded for being ethical, and so that it's gonna be an easy sell rather than we've seen the same thing with accessibility a lot. You see a lot of people like, why would you like spend so much money on making a game accessible? Just a small percentage of people, and you have to educate the studio saying, well, no, it's actually much bigger than you think, and making your game accessible is going to make it a better experience for most people. And so it takes a shift in mentality, and when things are getting clear and you have guidelines and you understand where to go, and then it's recognized and people are rewarding you for being accessible, and a lot of people are talking about this, then it makes it easier to just jump on board. So I think, I don't know, Carlos, if that aligns with
Absolutely. Yes.
I mean, I think what my question, the follow up to that is, so Finland has all these great laws around harassment, for example, right? That maybe that don't exist in the same way in the US. I don't know about Canada, right? What role does regulatory does regulatory action and the regulatory environment play in being able to walk down these roads that Celia, that you just described? Like how much of an obstacle is not having that at your back?
It's just oh, go ahead, sorry. I was just trying to
No,
have a
Celia,
good answer for
please.
it, but if you have a good one, go for it.
No, I was just going to say that it's kind of a tricky, very, very tricky situation, right? A little bit of what I heard today here through our conversation is how hard it is to find consensus into what something is or not. And we're talking about taxonomy, right? Because of different cultures, even in our conversation here, with just the expectation of physical distance in Finland and Latin American countries, like that is one example of so many, right? So right there, consensus in taxonomy, in understanding, in definitions is so difficult, right? So I'm wary of regulations coming up that are not fully taking all this into consideration. And then if we have mandated regulations that lose a lot of the nuances of the reality of running a community online and running a business, then we're going to be, in a really challenging situation. But at the same time, it's hard for me to stand here and say that it hasn't been difficult not having guidelines out there, right?
Mm.
Because by large, especially when we're talking about online conduct and online behavior, we don't have a lot of law around that in many countries, or a lot of those social consequences that Celia was talking about, right? There's perhaps not a lot of definition in that as much as we have in offline law, for a lack of better wording. So I think even on that alignment of taxonomies, of an understanding of what hate speech or dangerous speech is and is not, is already such a challenge that I feel very divided by that topic. If I don't know yet where is the point there to go.
Mm.
Yeah.
I would say my take would be that the setting rules and setting guidelines, it's a start.
Right.
It's not something we are aiming to. We just don't want to be ones who are setting guidelines or setting rules. The reason for to set those is to actually to set the tone, as Carlos said in the very beginning, which I really liked. Setting the tone is the essential thing. It's the same story inside the industry as it is inside the gamer communities, as it is inside society overall. And I guess that one of the revelations we haven't had so far yet, that although we are different, we are still the same in a way, and we should be able to respect our each others as different persons, but we all kind of require, or we all have the same respect of things. And that's something we are aiming to do, basically to the idea of respect. And I don't think that idea is too complicated, but we too often get lost to that kind of things of like taxonomy, or for instance, if you think about internet trolls, they know where the lines are and they can tiptoe on the lines. They don't go to the dark side of the lines, and basically then, for instance, if you are a moderator, you can't do anything to them because they are not against any laws or rules. So basically that's where we are aiming to, this kind of feeling of mutual respect with everybody in the games industry.
What I find really interesting, and I'm just now making this connection while listening to the three of you, is that there's a real difference between what happens inside a game company in a professional environment. That feels like something that's much easier to develop a taxonomy around, to develop a set of standards around, than what happens in game communities that are international and very varied, et cetera, and subject to different regulatory environments and different cultural norms. And actually, it's probably but we also know that what happens inside the company will flow out, right? Will affect the way. So it seems to me like maybe we are being too we are depending too much on cultural difference as a challenge, when really, if we talk about professional conduct, if we talk about work environments, there's a lot of clarity around what should and shouldn't happen in those environments. Would you disagree?
Yeah, but I don't know. I would argue that even inside communities, that's why code of conducts are so great, because yeah, even though they're cultural differences, like each platform is going to set their rules, and so as long as you do it with the communities and different communities, and you take the time to listen and to understand the cultural differences, yes, it's challenging, but it's as long as there's a will, there's always a way to define things, and we can do it. I think the problem is that oftentimes there's this idea that, oh no, it's too difficult, there's no go there. There's, you know, when someone is banned, they can complain about it. Sometimes it goes like a big thing, like being canceled. They have like all sorts of heated arguments. I think this is the tricky part. I don't think the tricky part is to establish a code of conduct. The tricky part is to get everyone to understand why are we doing this, and why it's such an important thing.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
That kind of leads into a question coming in from Twitch. What is the future of these discussions about ethics in games? And do you see standards like the ones that you're creating becoming kind of the center of the of studio and development culture eventually?
I would hope so, but I would hope that these standards are, again, evidence-based and not just put together very quickly just to answer to the moral panics and say, like, preventing, I don't know, a group of people not to play because they're too young, or just saying where let's ban all loot boxes. Like, okay, but in some context, maybe it could be okay. So yeah, the devil's in the details, and I am hoping that we will really look at that more specifically rather than just react super quickly just because we have to do something.
Right.
And in regulatory side, I totally hear you, Celia, because in regulatory side there is quite often this political or moral panic which launches these kind of developments, which can lead to the very, very bad decisions from regulators, from the industry point of view. And the reason for that is that the regulator doesn't actually understand the industry and the dynamics of the industry. But I totally agree that we shouldn't be doing this in haste. So we should take our time developing these things, and considering when we are making those from many different point of views, because there is always many different point of views in things.
Yeah, I mean, the regulatory environment around trust and safety work around online safety is very complicated, and bad regulation can do a lot of harm, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The I feel like we're talking very generally, and I'm curious if the question, if we can tease out a little bit. There's Celia, I know a lot of the evidence-based stuff that you're looking for is around standards of game mechanics and game design and content. There's separately, I think we know quite a lot about what's good and bad about harassment, and and how what good work culture and work environments are and are not, right? So where do you think the biggest gaps in knowledge are, and where do you think the most established standards really exist?
That's a great question. Yeah, I think, like you said, harassment, I think everybody agrees that we should protect people from harassment. They should be able to game without being insulted, or worse, being doxxed. It's just like there are some basic elements, like you should be able to have your privacy. So these are pretty common rules that Carlos is tackling in trust and safety. Where it's a bit completely blurry, it's more about mechanics and design. Like I was saying, like loot boxes, we can consider that as gambling in some situations, but what it is just random, like a variable reward, and you have variable rewards in nearly all games. It's making games fun. I mean, unless you're playing chess, which is also fun. there's no variable rewards in chess, but it's extremely rare to not have any variable reward in any game. Any game that's throwing dice, or you have a draw of cards, you have randomness here, and that makes it a bit more exciting. So it's not the random, variable rewards, because this is what you would hear. Like people will say, oh, like all these like game developers are just scheduling dopamine shots, and you hear like things that are crazy. I mean, like this, and like, oh my God. I mean, we're going far now. So are we saying that we should never have randomness in any game? Because we're not going to play a lot of games anymore. And so there's more like in these sort of details. So I like to try to look at, okay, yes, we have pressure in games, that we have challenges. We make people have to work to get something, to get a reward. Yes, there are rewards in games. But is this the problem? Or is the problem is when we kind of force people to come back, because if they come back, they're never going to get this reward. It's never going to be there again. So we were just like playing more on the fear of missing out. And so this is more really like about the levels we're talking about, and what is the context and what is the population. It's not going to be the same if it's adults playing the game than if it's kids, because the kids, they don't have a fully grown prefrontal cortex. It's just harder for kids to manage their impulses. And so, yeah, if you want to take advantage of that to sell stuff, it could be a problem. But it was already a problem with the card packs, the Panini card packs that we had when we were kids.
Right.
So it's just trying to figure this stuff out. And this is where it's blurry. But harassment, privacy, make sure that people are secure, it's much clearer.
Yeah, and demonizing game mechanics, for instance, is not the way to go, if you ask me, because there is a lot of other things in games.
One thing that I would say that it's blurry, if I may add here, Eve, is in relation to a question we got from on Twitch as well. There was a question there about what is my take on what are some of the root causes and how we can eliminate them. I think one of the areas we need more evidence to see this point is, how is our game design or platform design, to not be exclusionary to other types of interactions, how is our platform design leading to antisocial behavior? That's a question that I don't think we ask enough in the industry. And with my limited knowledge of this, and definitely learning from my better peers in the Fair Play Alliance and in the industry, that's what I hear from folks who have been doing this for many years, is the way we design the game can lead to all sorts of great things and also challenging things and bad things, right? And by the very merit of our game design, we might be reinforcing and modeling the wrong behavior, and we don't even realize it, right? So for example, competitive games, we know that it's challenging because you have, heated competition, you have all sorts of opinions of who is dragging the team down or not, and why did you lose? And then there's so much bias, right? Celia, of like, we lost because of all the other people on the team, not because of me, right? And so easy to fall prey to those things. But then, is our game design adding even more problems to that? For example, the way our queuing system works, our matchmaking, the communication systems in games, right? If we use here the opposite of like what is actually helping the interactions, ping systems in the industry. There's some brilliant ping systems that have been done by games like Journey, like Apex Legends, right? Those pinging systems eliminate a little bit of the need to have to communicate in text or audio or otherwise, right? So are we actually being creative with our game design to remove the possibility of those negative interactions as well? I don't know if we have a lot of evidence in that area, but that's a root cause of a lot of bad behavior. I think it's a safe bet for a lot of cases, and we are not really understanding that deeply.
And I think that competitive online games are the best way to learn how to swear with several languages. So
yeah.
That's a great point, and as neutral design doesn't exist. It's always going to influence people in one way or another. So there's a great this is the reason why it ties back to UX, because we try to understand, how to fix an environment so we can offer the best experience possible to people. We don't try to fix people. We know that people are flawed and biased. We fix the design and we fix the architecture.
Yeah, you reduce the friction, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And there's a great talk by Genova Chen at the Game York Summit in 2019. Like back then we had like real events offline, like in person. And he was explaining how, he changed the elements. Like, for example, if you have a resource that can only be had by one person, then people are going to compete for that resource. But now, if you get the resource and everybody gets it and you can gift it, then you don't have the same behavior and people are more happy to collaborate. It's a game, like people min-max. They try to get the resources and be better. And if it means like, trolling someone, if it's permitted by the design, then they're going to do it. And it's just fair. It's permitted by the game. So yeah, that sort of design considerations are really, really important for sure. Thanks,
So I
Carla, for
see,
bringing it up.
go on. Did somebody say something? Okay, what I see is I hear a lot of proprietary research in this area, right? I know that companies are doing their own work in this area. It's not public, it's not shared. There's not an industry-wide conversation about it, and that's a challenge. I think that's just and I think that's part of the open question of how do we get to a place where we have a shared code of ethics. But I also I wonder also, is there a dawning understanding about the assumptions we make coming into game, or that are made coming into game design because of who's making those choices, right? Is that a significant element in this conversation? Who's at the table?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with my limited knowledge of that, I think just having the right folks at the table, the right representation, diversity of thoughts, and to Celia's point, like the very player focused mentality of how is this actually going to affect community members and players. What is the impact on them? What's the impact on all folks of all identities, all representations, right? If we might be inadvertently designing the game for a certain portion of gamers and not even understand that. So yeah, with my limited knowledge, I think there's a huge impact there. The diversity of our teams will translate hugely into the diversity of our experiences and products, right?
Yeah. We have another question from.
Which is a big one, really big
yeah,
one. I don't know.
This is a big one. So I'll read it out so everyone can hear it. Understanding the chance mechanics, that chance mechanics are part of most games. Where do you see the line between integral chance mechanics and predatory gambling mechanics? What's the difference between something like a collectible card game like Magic the Gathering and games that require microtransactions to win?
I can tackle this. That's the sort of question that I love to discuss about. Yeah. So I would, and again, this is just my own perspective right now, and this is the sort of answers that we like to get, like guidelines, also from research. But where I'm at right now is like, first of all, is this to engage with the gameplay? Like, let's say you play Mario Kart and you're gonna have like a bonus. You don't know what you're gonna get. It's maybe gonna be something shitty, or maybe it's gonna be something awesome that you get to pass in front of everybody. That's exactly like a loot box, except that here is to engage you with the gameplay. Or is it something that is designed more to engage you with the monetization? Is it something that you can get through currency, like in-game currency, which you can gain either by playing a long time or by paying real money? In this case, I would add another line. So if it's engaging with the monetization instead of just engaging with the gameplay, this is already a line. And then there's another line: is what you're getting is really desirable, and is it pay to win? I mean, is it something important for gameplay, or is it more cosmetics? But then if it's only cosmetics, last layer, if it's for young teenagers, we know that it could create some pressure, just like I had when I was a teenager. Like if you didn't have the sneakers of the correct brand, then you were not cool. So same thing, if you are default, so you have a default skin, then you're not cool. And so that's putting some pressure on the kids to engage with the game or pay to get the skin that is cool so that they can be part of the team. So these are examples of layers depending on the context. And this is how I like to talk about it. So depending on who we're talking about, is it to engage with the gameplay, or partly or entirely with the monetization system? And what is the sort of pressure is put on what sort of population and what level?
It's really context dependent.
Yeah.
I would say so, but
yeah,
that's where I'm at.
And that's further complicated by the fact that we know that people play games, like kids play games that were not designed for them, right? Kids are engaging in games that are rated beyond their age, or in communities where they're not supposed to be, or lying. Like this happens all the time, right? And so that makes it even more complex to understand how to
Mm.
address these kinds of interactions.
Yeah, but I would in those cases I would like to remind that it's not only for game developers. There is a couple of other players on the field. One of these
Mhm.
is the distribution channel or that kind of who is basically distributing the game or game service like Apple or somebody else. And then there is of course parents. And this is the triangle where we have to share the responsibility. So there is only certain things we as game developers can do, and there is some other things that what the service providers can do, and then there is actually, I'm sorry about that, but there is a lot of pressure for the parents, and it's not only in the games, it's all the areas of the life. So they still they still want to have the certain sneakers, they still want to have the certain jeans, they still need to have those certain things, which was basically the case in our teens already. And in that sense, what we can do in that triangle is that we can provide information to the parents, so that they can make decisions. Are they going to make decisions? That's something we there is nothing we can do for that, but we have to be able to provide them info to make the decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there is quite a lot of pressure on parents. And, anecdotally, because I have a 10-year-old, I get parents of my kids' friends all the time asking me, well, how do I do this? What's right? I don't understand. It's a little overwhelming. And especially if you are not engaged as a gamer, as a player with the technology or the content, then it's really overwhelming to know where to start, even if you
So
want
no,
to do it right.
no pressure, Carlos, no pressure at all.
Yeah, that's the thing I was gonna say. As not a parent yet, right? Pretty soon, I have to empathize with parents when I have, written, contributed blog posts. For example, I wrote one recently for the Family Online Safety Institute, and I have to empathize with parents and say, I don't know those struggles yet firsthand, but here is some information, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
This
said
is
will be like, what are some of the information from the industry that you can take into consideration?
And that's one of the things with the games industry ethics. In that sense, we have to be very transparent. We have to be very open. You know, in these things, and of course, when the games are changing or the games are developing, there is new things we have to be more transparent. So we the transparency we have at the moment of the games we have at the moment, it's not enough in 5 or 10 years. Then we have to know that we have to find out what more we will have to be telling to the, for instance, to the parents, so that they can make educated decisions about their kids play if they want, because most of the, I don't say most, but many parents don't do that, even though.
But it's also the moral panic are not helping because the parents are honestly they're freaked out and they're like, okay, like games are not good. They have this vision like video games is just melting kids' brains, and it's just like and so it feels like they're letting their kids do something that's gonna be bad for them, and that makes it even more complicated to talk about these things, and that's also creating some conflict. Then I have kids sometimes that ask me, why is my mom letting me play like whatever game, let's say Fortnite, and I'm like, well, you have to talk to your mom. It's not for me to say, but there's so much conflict now, and some of it is just created by the fact that we put so much pressure on parents, and we the fear mongering is really intense. I would say.
We have to wrap up soon because we have blown through nearly an hour about this conversation. So are there any closing comments that any of you would like to offer up before we move on?
Yeah, I would like to add to exactly, really wrapping up what we were just discussing. I think it's a full circle with what we were discussing before, which is it's a shared responsibility model in my mind, something that I've discussed with a lot of folks in the industry over the last few years. But I really believe in that shared responsibility, because we all have different roles to play, right? We're talking here about the role of parents, the role of game developers, right? We talked a little bit about the role of regulation. We're talking about the role of industry or industry associations. Of course, we have different roles to play and the understanding of what we can do, and especially on a solutions oriented way, would be really helpful at this point. I think we are very past just pointing the problems and challenges. It's time to really look at those root causes. It's time to take the accountability that we can take depending on those roles that we have, and then move forward with solutions.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Well-
I completely agree that I think from the game industry, because I'm from the game industry, what's going to be important is to be okay to talk about this. There's a little bit of fear to start engaging with this discussion, because like we'll also feel on the spot, and like we should start to address this thing and discuss about this, and we should be able to do that openly. And we can only do that if the discussion is nuanced, and then we can just like have the information that we need and sit down and look at the evidence.
Well, I guess that's
Simple.
some kind of loose motto for the Finnish games industry, is that we don't even claim that we don't have problems at all, because everybody has problems. All the industries have problems, but we are definitely doing our best to fix them together. That's kind of value proposition, promise we have made.
Great. Thank you all very much for this conversation. I feel like this is we're still very early in this conversation about ethics and in games, and we are mushing our way along, but it's very exciting to know that there are folks who are really thinking about it carefully. And so I appreciate engaging in this conversation, and I look forward to further conversations with all of you about this. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It was nice to be here. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back for our second panel today for the TIGS Summit. I'd like, before we jump in, to thank our sponsors once again. Our gold sponsor for TIGS 2021 is Ubisoft. Our silver sponsors are Telltale Games, Devolver Digital, Hyper Hippo, Iron Galaxy Studios, Razer, and Tripwire Interactive. And now I would like to bring in our moderator, Amiad Fredman, and his panelists for a conversation about games as medicine. So I'm going to bring those folks in and take myself out. And I think I've got everybody there. Wonderful, almost. And thank you all. Enjoy.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eve, and thank you to TIGS. I've been an audience member so far and just absolutely enjoying the conference and all the insight being shared, and appreciate you in the audience who's here listening, giving us someone to talk to and a reason to share our stories here. So guys, welcome to the Games as Medicine panel here at TIGS. This past year and a half has been a whirlwind for both the games and the healthcare industries, as they had to join the rest of the world in adapting to a new remote reality. People need to find new ways to be entertained, to socialize, and to connect. And the gaming industry has, as most of us know, flourished as a result. On the healthcare side, something similar has been happening. Doctors and patients alike have turned to new and existing technologies to change or enhance the way they engage with health, which as a result propels the digital health industry 5 years into the future in terms of growth. Today, I'm joined by 3 exceptional people, Dr. Ilan Schneider, Sarah Tico, and Dr. Payal Gatnikar, all of whom are introducing gaming into the healthcare setting, creating new experiences that see video games as not just entertainment tools, but as an essential tool for health engagement, distraction, and even treatment. Before I introduce our panelists, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Dr. Amiad Fredman. I'm a medical doctor specializing in digital health and games for health. I'm the co-founder and chief medical officer of Aegis Digital Health, where I help build and partner with digital health startups. I'm also the founder and host of Digital Games, the Games for Health YouTube channel and podcast that allows me to regularly engage in these types of conversations with experts in the gaming, tech, and health worlds about how games are used to make a difference. Let's see here. I have to make sure I'm in the right order here. So to my right is Ilan Schneider, a physical therapist specializing in neurorehabilitation of chronic pain. Ilan is the co-founder and CEO of Train Pain, an early-stage neurotechnology company developing novel digital health solutions for the treatment of neuropathic pain. And let's see, right under Ilan, we have Sarah Tico. Sarah is an entrepreneur working at the intersection of XR, healthcare, and the arts. She's the founder of Hatsumi, producer at Explore Deep, co-founder of Lemonade. She's also the co-founder of the XR Health Alliance, which recently released the Growing Value of XR in Healthcare report, supporting the strategic adoption of VR in the healthcare across the UK. And last but not least, we have Dr. Payal Gatnikar, technology research lead at the Torbay and South Devon NHS Foundation Trust in the UK. Payal has a PhD in persuasive technology for behavior change and years of experience evaluating extended realities in healthcare education and training. So guys, thank you again for being here. I'd like to open up the panel by asking you each a bit more about yourself and the projects you're working on. I find the Games for Health entrepreneur, scientist, or researcher very interesting because it's sort of a niche, and there's usually a story behind why that person got into working in the intersection of games and health. So starting with Payal, what first kind of tipped you on to the idea of bringing immersive technology into the hospital?
Right. So my background, as you just mentioned, is in persuasive technology, and I was always interested in understanding how technology can be used to change people's behaviors. I mean, not for anything naughty, just like ethically change people's behaviors. And I just had this luck of randomly ending up in medical school. I didn't think that would be my goal when I was doing my PhD, but it just came out of nowhere. And when I saw the job application for a postdoctoral post, I was like, wow, this is something that just seems like it's something that represents who I am, because I really love technology. And growing up, like playing Nintendo and all those things, like I remember being so addicted to games, and just I think that's where my love for technology began. And then I also enjoyed people, like I enjoyed observing people, how they interact. And I think this sort of became the amalgamation of both things I like. And that has led me to find my new role, which is at Torbay. So I've been working with the Torbay Hospital about for 2 years. Their VR lab and their program began before I joined them. But over the past 2 years, we've had so much opportunity to use VR, XR in areas of COVID. I mean, with the pandemic, we had this opportunity to use immersive technology to actually tackle real life problems. And yeah, it's just growing like this. We're just excited about the future and seeing where we can go.
Yeah, I absolutely relate to your story. I mean, for me, VR also, when I started medical schools in 2016, and that was right around the time that virtual reality was sort of becoming popular, becoming big. And I remember just thinking, I mean, always being a gamer, right, myself, always knowing there's some power to video games, right? And when VR sort of was showing its true colors, that was sort of the perfect realization of that. Like, wow, like the power to transport someone anywhere, right? The ultimate distraction tool. And we'll talk a little bit about how you're using it, VR as a distraction in a little bit, but I absolutely relate to that and sort of those two passions, conjoining. So thank you for sharing. And Sarah, what about you? You're involved with a few different virtual reality endeavors. We were joking on before that you have an addiction to starting new companies. They're all awesome. What got you interested in VR?
So I remember trying VR probably about 10 years ago now and hating it and being like, I don't get the point. This is stupid. I have a background in anthropology, so that's what I studied at university. I especially loved biological anthropology, but sort of how it intersects with the whole sort of cultural landscape as well. I had my little early life crisis as I was graduating and ended up working in the arts for a while, especially like contemporary art and film. And it was around that time that I had what was later diagnosed as a psychotic episode. And so I was fairly unwell for a little bit. And it was sort of that process of going through the sort of healthcare system here in the UK and feeling like I was telling my story but not being heard the way that I wanted to, and meeting somebody for the first time and within half an hour being offered lithium and just thinking, I don't think this is what I need right now. I think I need somebody to talk to about all the things that are sort of happening. And I just felt very like silenced in that process and became really interested in using the arts and storytelling as a way of kind of providing a bit of insight into my own experience, but also wanting to think about how other people could as well. So jump forward like a year later and I ended up moving to Australia, and I saw someone giving a talk about virtual reality and became really interested in VR as a way of creating insight into people's lived experience. So I started researching more and more about it and sort of discovered that it was so much more than just a storytelling tool, that it was used to improve mental health, that it could be used to manage pain, that it could be used in physiotherapy and all sorts. And I ended up becoming a curator at a place called the Big Anxiety Festival. And that's where I first showed Deep, which is a company that I've now been working with for a few years now, which is a breath-controlled virtual reality experience to help manage anxiety. But that was also the development of where I first discovered an arts and health method called body mapping, where people draw the embodiment of pain and emotion. And I became really inspired into how you could translate that into a virtual reality experience, and much like Tilt Brush, where you can float through space and paint with electricity. I was like, imagine if you could translate that embodiment of experience and kind of use those awesome characteristics of VR, where it is really embodied and expressive, and turn that into a new experience. So that's what I've been working on the last few years.
There's a story behind every Games for Health entrepreneur. I mean, that's amazing to hear, sort of your experience with your own, mental health battles and what that meant to you, and your experience going through the healthcare system, the mental health system, and how that sort of put a fire, under your belly to go and start this and research these technologies. It's really inspiring. So thank you, Sarah, and thank you for being here. And then Ilan, what about you? As a physical therapist, you're already sort of in the industry a little bit. What hit first for you? Is it the clinical need or the impact of the game?
Yeah, so the game kind of came last. That was the last piece of it. The first piece was really being puzzled by chronic pain and working in the clinic with people with really profound pain, pain after a nerve injury or mysterious pain, pain that should have gone away. Like we don't really understand why it's still there. Um, and I did a lot of searching to try to find ways to help people, try to understand better the science of what's going on in pain. And one of the things I got really excited about was learning neuroscience and learning that there are these circuits, in our spinal cord and in our brain that control the volume of pain sensations, and that for certain people, for certain reasons, those circuits don't work properly after an injury. They can have dysfunctions, and it can lead to this persistent state where sensations from a certain body part are amplified. It's like the volume is turned up, and the new thinking is, okay, well, we need to turn the volume down. And how do we, kind of like target those circuits? So that's the question everyone's trying to figure out. How do we get those circuits to function, in a better way? And I saw some really interesting research that these circuits could actually be trained. They could actually be exercised, but there was no real practical way to do it. It was kind of just like, there was a few ways it could be done experimentally, but how could this actually be done at scale for people? So that was where I was kind of coming from, which was, what kind of intervention could we create? And it would have to be something that involved these kind of sensory perception exercises, certain sensory tasks that we know engage these circuits. But in order to create change, you need to do things thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And so what would be a way to get that done? So we built our system actually without any game, the basic kind of concept of it, but it was very boring and very difficult. And it was unlikely that anyone was going to really engage in that. And we started to think about, okay, how could we make this really meaningful with games, and not in the sense of like just giving people points like, okay, you're doing a great job, here's 10 points, but how could we turn these tasks actually into core game mechanics and actually build strategy games around these new game mechanics that would actually be based on sensory perception tasks. And then I realized that we needed to really build a team of people who were experts, not just in the pain science, but also in gaming. And we brought in really, world experts in game design. I dived, deep. Was not really a game player much, but I really dived deep into starting to play games, to really understand them better, to study game design, and to work together to develop some solutions.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, definitely something that is common to sort of all of your stories of what kind of got you into this is, well, certainly from one end of the spectrum or another, finding the problem that was interesting to you, but then that I really love that uniting of the two interests and the passions, whether you knew about it at first or not, the technology and the science, and figuring out the perfect way for that to come together. And Payal, for you, that was a little bit more, you knew going into it, maybe a little bit more like me as well. Hey, this is the tech I want to look at here for the meaning, for the impact. But Elon and Sarah, that took a little bit of research until you sort of landed in the gaming realm as a good solution. And Elon, I want to stick with you for a second, because your company and game, Train Pain, is really, really interesting. And you touched on a little bit about the theory behind what you're working on here, and sort of toning down the volume of these pain pathways. Could you paint the picture a little bit more as far as what is the game look like? What is the player or patient or user? What are they doing? And how is that leading to ultimately retrain these pain pathways and tone down this volume?
Yeah, sure. So I'll share first kind of like the big idea, and then I'll explain how we actually implement it and do it. So the basic idea is, we've all had the experience of being in a crowded room or in a cafe, and there's like all this noise and all these conversations, and we're trying to talk to one person and hear what they're trying to say. And so our brain has this amazing ability to filter out extraneous, noise, and to say, okay, this is the information that's most important. This is the other information that's not important. And the brain is able to actually kind of turn down the processing of those signals on irrelevant streams of sensory information and focus just on what's important. And we have the same thing in our body. Like right now, we're all getting tons of signals from our body, from our feet. We're sitting on our butt, maybe we're resting on our arms. Our brain's getting all this information. And something in our brain needs to figure out which of this information is important, which is not important, and which should come to our conscious awareness, and what should get filtered out. And things that are threatening or dangerous or signs of reward, they get priority, right? So certain things will always kind of jump into consciousness. And pain is kind of like that. So when there's an injury to the brain wants to prioritize that kind of more important than anything else. And in chronic pain, the brain can kind of get stuck prioritizing just one type of sensory signal at the expense of everything else. And so we wanted to create an experience, an interactive experience where people would have multiple streams of sensory information coming up, and where they would have to practice flexibly shifting in which of these information streams are important and which are not, and practice kind of filtering out different streams of information. So the way that we implemented this is with haptic video games. So we have these small haptic stimulators. It's very similar to what's in your phone that's vibrating when you get a phone call, and the patient is wearing them on multiple body parts. And they play a game. We're doing like bubble games, casual mobile games. But instead of like seeing the colors that you have to play with, the clues are actually coming through these sensations that you feel in your body. And you're getting, one body part will be giving you the signal, which has like the answer to the puzzle. And another body part will be giving you a distractor, something you need to ignore. And so the patient needs to kind of focus on one body part, do these tasks while at the same time filtering out noise from this, other body part. And then the game will switch, and all of a sudden the area that you needed to filter out is now the area you need to pay attention to. That's now the important signal. And the area that was the signal now needs to be filtered out. And this is switched back and forth thousands and thousands of times. And the patient is actually training their ability of their brain to select between different streams of information. And we can actually measure this because we're looking at how they're performing on these tasks. Every single task, the game examines how well they did and adjusts all these different stimulation patterns. And so we can actually create a map of saying, okay, well, this person's brain is not able to filter out, information from their left leg as well as they are from their, right arm. And we can quantify that. And that's something that's never been done before. So we have this kind of quantification aspect of how the brain is processing information. And then we have the training, which is really just for the patient improvement in pain.
Wow. That sounds amazing. And Sarah and Payal, I want to give you guys an opportunity to reflect on that a little bit or respond. I mean, you both are involved. Payal, you do a little bit on the pain side as well. You both are involved more in the mental health side. In addition, what Ilan just said, does that encapsulate your feelings of, Sarah, when you're designing deep VR, doing your paced breathing and you're actually more focused up here on the mental health side, on the mindfulness side? Does that sort of transfer over as a similar design thinking of how we use these games to make an impact?
Absolutely. Like, this is the area that I'm so excited about with the future of games and health, is that, what Ilan's doing is like bringing the body into the experience in such a creative way. Because for such a long time, we just grew up with, just the standard controllers, and if you're lucky, like a tiny little bit of haptics. But thinking about like new ways that you're creating this whole awareness of your body, and rethinking how we have that relationship with how we experience our bodies is really exciting. And the more that we are integrating things like biofeedback and haptics is completely changing how we're interacting with those experiences. But I think what's really exciting about this is that it's not just that experience that you're doing in the game, but just your experience afterwards when you're walking along the road and thinking, how am I experiencing my body right now? And creating those sort of new forms of sensory awareness that sort of last much longer. But Payal is also super knowledgeable about this stuff, so I'm sure we'll have lots of exciting things to do.
I have never researched sensory input, but I have looked into user presence and immersion. And if you look at it, most of these XR experiences given to patients or health and care staff and students, they usually don't last beyond 20 minutes. So even in that little time, you're able to transport the person from their actual physical reality into some other reality where they get to be something else, somebody else, and they're experiencing this completely different environment. And especially with something like XR, now I can talk about XR because I've seen it happen. Once you shut a person's physical reality, their presence instantly just shifts into this other well, because you just don't have the option of looking at things around you. And then, it happens if you're in pain and you can look at things around you, especially if you're in a doctor's office, you're having a procedure done, you're likely to look at things that are happening. And with the XR experience, you're completely shut out. And that's obviously like having an effect on, how it transports you from here to there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that up, because one interesting difference, Pyle, between you and what Ilan and Sarah are working on is in the in the hospital, if I understand correctly, you're pulling in more, for lack of a better term, off the shelf VR, XR, experiences versus creating them your own for a specific goal. But I think that's really interesting, especially for the audience here at TIGS, who is probably aware of the fact, just by being gamers or whoever they are, that there's something to just the average game, even if it's not designed specifically for an effect. There's some mental health or health benefit there. How do you, this is really a question for anybody, what does the balance there look like to you in the field of games for health? Where's the role for the specifically designed games for therapy versus the general game in terms of, just gaming for a health benefit?
I'll jump in with that. Why not? So I think there's, so many games available that can be used sort of day to day for improving well-being. But I think there's some really interesting opportunities for thinking about how we can really support people's recovery in creative ways, especially during COVID. There's so many therapies that have been completely unavailable to people because we can't go to hospitals and see each other in person. But in the UK, the only COPD therapy, so pulmonary rehab, the only stuff that continued really was singing online together. But aside from that, all the sort of physical therapy that used to happen in a hospital and people would come in twice a week was no longer available. And so there's a really fantastic GP up in Cumbria, in more northern England. To me, everything is the north because I'm very south. But he's created a virtual reality experience for pulmonary rehab where they would send those headsets to patients at home within a week of diagnosis. So instead of having those 3-month waits, instead of not being able to have it at all, then they can actually experience these therapies at home. And not just that, you can monitor that improvement remotely as well. And I think that opportunity for diagnostics to be able to pick up on things that perhaps you just can't do within a 10-minute consultation. That's also a thing that I've been really enjoying with Hatsumi, is thinking about, if we ask people to draw how they're experiencing their pain in their bodies, you don't have that sort of panic moment of just like, this is my moment and I'm actually having a good day today, but last week it was terrible and I'm really struggling to articulate that. So it's sort of bending time and access and space in really exciting ways that will hopefully reduce health inequalities and get people access to therapies sooner and make them more fun as well.
Well, I have something to add here from a different point of view completely, because you asked about off-the-shelf games and then designing something for a specific purpose. And I can tell you, like, working in NHS, where we are always short on funding and it's really hard to get money to buy things. And I've noticed that in pain or anxiety management, off-the-shelf games are great, or any experiences that are available online. They're perfect. You could just download them. They're quite cheap and use them with patients. But then if you want them to self-manage their conditions, which is what the NHS is now interested in, especially with COVID, as Sarah mentioned, it's really important to make patients feel more empowered about their health outcomes. And I think this is where game design would come into play, if we could get designers to work alongside health workers to figure out how to improve patient experiences and outcomes. I think that is the area that needs more focus. So there is a place for designed games as well as something that's already available.
I'll also add something on that. I think that I've had this experience of trying to design novel games with these teams of healthcare professionals and game designers, and it's a very slow process. From design to actually bringing something to market. Most of these products never make it to the market for a whole variety of reasons. And if we wait for these perfectly designed products, whatever that means, we're going to be waiting a long time, and also a lot of people won't have access to these. So whatever we can do to see what's working well with the stuff that's already in the market and easily accessible, I think is really important. I think that a lot of people are not aware that there's been a lot of research on different games. And not a lot, I'm sorry, that's an overstatement. That's an exaggeration. But there's a meaningful amount of research that's been done with commercial games and the impact on mental health. One of my favorites is, Plants vs. Zombies, which was compared against antidepressant medication and found to be have really, really significant impact in a specific clinical scenario. I think that in order for these games to be used in this way, they need to be given more credibility. And so if we can explain more about how a specific game can work, maybe if we can come up with ways of like prescribing it with a protocol. So it's not okay, just go play a game, but you're going to play this game for this amount of time, for this many days. That kind of wrapping around it makes it potentially actually more effective and more something that the patients will actually engage in. And the other thing is to think beyond the game, which is just like the tool or the tech, and think about the experience we're trying to actually create for the patient. So, if we're trying to create an experience of relaxation, or we're trying to, break rumination, or we're trying to empower someone or give them some self-efficacy or feel like they're successful, it's not like which is the right game, it's which is the experience for this person and what kind of game for them is going to create that kind of experience. So thinking less about which game is effective and more about what kind of experience, and then what are the options and what's going to work for this particular person.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you guys. And, I just want to say, I see there's a lot of activity happening in the chat, which is wonderful. And I'm going to ask Dr. B here, if you're able to just hold on to the questions, just make note of them. And at the end, we'll try to leave some time for questions at the end. And yeah, I wanted to just, kind of follow up with that and just really nod my head in a big way. That's really what I'm happy to work on, sort of on the day-to-day with the different companies, whether they're games for health companies or digital health companies. It's really just, I think that comes down to smart product design and understanding all your users and all the stakeholders, whether they are the doctors, the payers, the healthcare system, the patients, kind of having that broad and very intimate understanding of how everything kind of works for them. And that's actually one of the really interesting ways that I see the video game industry and the healthcare industry, a beautiful collaboration that can happen, because often I find that the healthcare industry in general can be very bad at understanding that patient experience, kind of, Elon, that you were just touching on, and what happens with the patient when they go home, when they forget to pick up their prescription at the local pharmacy, whatever it is. But the game developer, that's inherent to their training, is to understand the user, to build a solution that is designed to keep someone engaged, to keep someone playing. So there's a beautiful harmony that can happen there to keep someone really engaging with their health. That's what I think digital health is all about. I wanted to follow up with that thought. Let's talk about the idea of transferability. So Sarah, you had mentioned it, I believe it was you, Sarah, and you were saying most of the created solutions out there are 20-minute, solutions or something like that. And Elon, you're also saying, these prescribing a methodology around these games to have someone be playing them for longer term. So we understand that games in general, and now these digital therapeutics, these more specific design games, have a benefit for your health, whether that's your physical health, your mental health, whatever the target is. But this is a young industry. Games is a young industry, and what we're doing here with games as health is very young. What can you say, and again, this is for anyone to jump in here, about the long-term benefits that we may know about, may not know about already? I mean, what is the transfer when you're playing the game to 6 months down the line? Are you still, for example, experiencing improved mental health or experiencing reduced pain? That's the question, I know, and there's probably no answer yet, but I'm asking it anyway.
I'd be happy to share. So, I mean, obviously there's some, interesting kind of like data points to share about that, but I think more interesting is kind of like something more fundamental, which is that, is it a fair question? Is it a fair ask? So would we say to someone, if you exercise today, is it going to help you in 6 months from now? No, we would never say that doing a physical exercise today would help you 6 months from now. Would we say to someone who took most, let's say, pain medications, or I'm more familiar with pain medication, less with medication for depression or anxiety, but with medication, would you say to someone with chronic pain, you're going to take this pain medication, which is for pain, it's not, and you're going to take it today, and is it going to help you in 6 months from now? No, it's not going to help you in 6 months from now. It's going to help you today. Maybe it's going to, you're going to take it for a month. It's going to help you for now. Maybe there'll be 2 weeks, a month of, benefit after you take it or something, but it's not going to help you in 6 months. So is it fair to ask that from digital health products as well? And is that really what we're looking for? Are we looking for these kind of like cures, or are we looking for certain health habits or health behaviors that are snackable, that are easy to fit into your lifestyle, and which become a behavior that you engage in on a regular basis of, part of taking care of your condition. And, hopefully it helps you beyond the time that you're actually doing it, right? In my product, we're not looking for distraction. We're looking for actual change in pain perception that's, throughout the day, not just when you're using our product. But I don't think it's fair to ask a year after you use it if you're still better. I think it's okay. Can we make something that's so easy and so fun to use that a person doesn't mind doing it for 10 minutes a day, a few times a week, or something like that?
I think to add on to that as well, I think there are some quite exciting long-term changes as well. There's obviously the immediate reward of it, but I think that one of the kind of greatest affordances of games is learning that sense of self-efficacy. The idea that even just playing like a standard game, and just, I remember like growing up on Zelda, the idea that you would like die and then be like, all right, let's like give this another go. And the idea that like not everything that you fail at is impossible to overcome. Is such an important life lesson that has taken me a very long time to get my head around. And even in the last few years of working on Deep, I felt like such a hypocrite that I still felt like such extreme anxiety all of the time, and was like, but I'm meant to be like creating this thing that's about like meditation and well-being, and actually like spending more time in that experience and just reminding myself that I don't actually have to do Deep all the time to remember what it's like to breathe slowly and deeply, and how effective that is in calming down. Like even before this, I was like, oh God, I've got to send all these emails, but I'm going to be on this panel in 5 minutes. And then I was just like, just stop and breathe. And like, as I was doing that, just thinking about like what it was like being in Deep, where it's sort of mirroring that and reminding yourself that you don't actually need these games, but they're such a great training space to prepare you for the real world, where you can like look back on those decisions that you made, and how to sort of self-soothe. But I think also games are doing a lot of really great work as well around like helping to support the development of emotional intelligence, and thinking about how we empathize with people, how we communicate our feelings. The idea that there are other characters in the story that we need to work with as well, and the opportunity for multiplayer games and the way that they I think are making long-term change as well. The fact that you can just like hang out with your friends and play whatever you want to play, do Animal Crossing, all sorts of things, and that there's incredible research evidence to show that Animal Crossing is very good for your emotional well-being and just feeling like a part of a community. So yeah, there is more evidence to come, but I'm excited about those elements too.
Yeah, okay, my turn.
Waiting so patiently.
From a research point of view, obviously longitudinal studies are lacking. Like you rarely come across any longitudinal study. All the XR intervention. So I come from an evaluation background where I like to evaluate experiences and technology, and I've noticed that all these interventions are always one-off in research literature, which is important. Like you need clinical evidence if you want hospitals, if you want healthcare workers to use games or XR, you need evidence. And everything that I often come across is always a one-off study. And I think there is so much room right now to conduct longitudinal studies using one intervention rather than trying a variety of interventions. And some of the experiences that we have had at Torbe is we had a mental well-being room during COVID where we set up VR headset, and staff went during their break, they could come down and experience VR. So they were taken, there were a variety of VR experiences. There was an experience narrated by Sir David Attenborough, which was a nature experience. There were some other local seascape nature experiences as well. And what we noticed is that just it wasn't that we were reminding stuff, but they were still coming around and experiencing those experiences. And it wasn't like we had to remind them. It was something I guess they enjoyed. And we never ran a study, but if there was a study, I think it would sort of show that in the long term, people will continue using something if it is making them feel good. If it's even like a short 15-minute break from their hectic work. So yeah, there's lots of room for long-term studies.
Yeah. I love that. And I think between all three of you, I mean, I think we got the answer to the question. I mean, it sounds like there is the benefits. There's some of the ones that, us as gamers maybe have that inkling about. The folks that take this are doing the research on. And we're understanding that benefit more and more. But Elon, like you said, it's about having it there when you need it and being able to come back to it and be able to do these mindfulness or pain reducing exercises on the train on your way to work. And that's something that we can't really do, or at least if we can, we could maybe even do it in a better way by putting a game or an XR experience behind it. I just want to share one story that you all made me think of. Is so in medical school, one of the first research projects that I was involved with was a virtual reality project that was doing paced breathing, so deep breathing, similar to what's being done, Sarah, with Deep VR. We were nowhere near as impressive as what you put together, don't worry. We had some participants we were looking at, so Pyle, similar to what you said, we were looking at emergency medicine staff as well as medical students rotating in the emergency medicine ward. And we were measuring burnout, so really measuring stress. And we had half of the participants using a mobile app where they would be participating in paced breathing exercises, basically see this big circle that's expanding for 6 seconds or so, and then shrinking in for 6 seconds. It's guiding your breathing, and it's this rate that's been shown actually to have these health benefits. And then we had the other group doing it in virtual reality in a more immersive environment. And I remember, some of my classmates were in this, and I remember taking one of our exams. I think it was our cardio exam in medical school. And I was about halfway through the test, kind of we took them all on the iPad. So I put down my iPad for a second, and I kind of just needed a little bit of a break. And I thought, you know what, maybe I'm going to try a little paced breathing here. And I do it, and I look around, and I see at least 3 other of my classmates, if not more, are all sitting there going, so there you go. You have the effect from the game, but there is a leaking happening to the real life, if nothing else, to inspire people to be able to do these things on their daily. So it's a funny story I like to share that, is my kind of example for that. So I wanted to navigate a little bit, focusing in on the mental health aspect a little bit more. Sarah, I'd like to start by getting your input on this, because you're someone who's really knowledgeable in the value of XR in healthcare, and you co-founded and wrote the Growing Value of XR in Healthcare report, which I have to say is the most entertaining report I've ever read, right? I mean, usually when you hear like report, you think something overly technical and dull, but this has pictures, it reads easy, it has fun graphics. So I really, really love it. And it's a great resource to, get your crash course in all the ways VR and XR is being used in healthcare and the research behind it. What do you think right now, in your opinion, is the most interesting solution or area of focus that you see in the realm of VR and mental health?
Oh, that's such a big question. That's a tough one.
I come with the big ones today.
All right, the big ones. I mean, I think it's important to distinguish between like clinical mental health and well-being. as two applications at the moment. And I kind of feel like well-being has been important to humanity for quite a while, but I think like no more than at the moment when we are still dealing with the fallout of COVID. We are still working from home, trying to work out how to deal with that. So I think just the opportunity to have, you know, relaxing well-being experiences where you can just like hang out on a beach or throw a surprise birthday party for your friends in VR has so much value, and often that can be really overlooked. But there's been some really great research done by, I can see her name in my head, but I can't say the words, but a really fantastic researcher that looked at the well-being impact of multiplayer VR experiences like Altspace during COVID, and having that as opportunities for people to gather together. And then on the total opposite side of the spectrum, I think first of all, the idea of having biofeedback integrated VR headsets is really exciting to create experiences that are responsive to people's physiology in real time. How that can be integrated into things like exposure therapy, so that experiences can actually adapt based on how you're responding to it. But I think, yeah, the work in PTSD has been really important and is especially important at the moment as well.
Yeah, that's always one PTSD that jumps out, and a lot of people are quick to kind of go to VR for in theory. And I'm surprised because it sort of is sort of the obvious choice, right? The ability to transport someone. Could you do I can't remember the name of the therapy, the whatever it is, but when you're actually, you know, you go back and you know, you're actually exposure therapy. That's what it is, exposure therapy. I got there. So, you know, in that, but it still hasn't taken off, right? I mean, you're not seeing it used, at least to my knowledge, certainly not as a standard by any means, in the therapy room. I mean, if it is, it's got to be very therapist and patient, you know, specific, if that's something they would choose to work on together. What's the holdup there? What's the lack of progress? And why do you think it's not going as fast as maybe we'd like it to?
I think that the holdup from a UK perspective is that there hasn't been mass adoption in healthcare, because I think for a long time there's been a lack of understanding, like this is very new technology. And especially with, you know, huge organizations like the National Health System, then it takes time to even get people doing telemedicine and doing, you know, Zoom calls for diagnosis, let alone saying, hey, would you like to buy a virtual reality headset with biofeedback in it and things. So I think there's a real need for that education around it. But it's really exciting to see that there has been uptake across the world. I think especially here, we've been really excited of thinking about how we can create some sort of strategy so that it's not just happening in these pockets and these few like innovative centers that are doing things, but actually creating this as another sort of tool in the kit for mental health support as well. But I think, you know, we need to see more evidence, but also creating a whole sort of infrastructure that supports it as well. And I think that PTSD and agoraphobia is such a huge problem, and that, you know, so many people's lives are interrupted because there are certain things that make it impossible for them to go about their daily lives. And I just think it's such a really interesting use of the technology, that if people can't go to certain places, can't do certain things, that you can bring it to them and create that safe environment, and that leads them to be able to do that. And there's been some really fantastic evidence here in the UK. Oxford VR, who are behind Game Change, have done some really great work using exposure therapy specifically for people with psychosis. I think their whole process around how they co-designed the work with patients with lived experience has been super phenomenal. And have started rolling it out within healthcare environments as well. So I think it is the classic go-to when people go, oh, how can VR and mental health be used? But I think just seeing the impact that it's had on people's lives, and even the work that has been happening in Torbay Hospital, where Payal is around, I mean, it's probably better if you explain, but the stuff that they've been doing around social prescribing and bringing different VR experiences to people that are housebound, and how sort of incredible that has been in actually helping some of them leave the house for the first time and improve their quality of life is, yeah, very exciting.
I would like to add to that. One of the things from the NHS perspective is obviously the process of approval. If you want to use these therapies with patients, often like we have all these different hospitals and everyone will have their own ways of dealing with it. So because our hospital is more used to dealing with VR technology, we know what the problems would be. We know how patients would react to it. But as Sarah mentioned, like it's only happening in small pockets. So that means even if you have clinicians who are interested in using this therapy, they may still have to deal with the ethics department and how to get those headsets out to patients. And unlike in the US, where I've come across with Stanford VR Psychiatry, where some of their patients already went and purchased the headsets. Now in the UK, the hospital would be responsible for loaning those headsets out. So it's again based on how much funding the hospital has. Do they have enough headsets to hand out to patients? And
Sure.
yeah, it becomes more complex.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I like to think, I mean, here, so we're at TIGS here, you know, in the audience, we have the ears of gamers, streamers, developers, diversity and inclusion advocates, you know, researchers. What is something that we can do to help forward this progress, forward the progress of games as medicine, if that's something that we're interested in? I mean, can we help tell our doctors, our policymakers, our healthcare leaders that this something is interested in? And what's the power of the player in this?
So I was thinking about this earlier. I was wondering, inclusivity, as you mentioned, that becomes an issue because when we talk about prescribing games, now this is a completely different point of view, and I'm wondering, we are assuming that the games may work for all the patients. There may be patients who may be resistant to games, so we need to consider that. There may be games that don't apply to everybody, that may only be developed for a certain particular segment of the society, so we need to consider those things. But what can gamers or people interested in games do is that if they are truly interested in designing games for more serious outcomes, we need to have more evidence base around how it can be linked to learning outcomes, how it can be linked to patient experiences, because all healthcare workers are interested in is figuring out how can this help me solve a problem that currently available resources are not helping me solve. So I think it's more about introducing, as you mentioned, you can go and talk to your health workers, you can encourage them, because that's again another thing. Like something I came across a few months ago was game literacy. Like there may be people who may be interested in games, but they may not be used to playing games. So I think it's introducing people in positions, you know, where they can make decisions, teach them how to use games. I think it needs to be made more accessible for everybody. Because I do come across people who have not used XR before, and sometimes even if they're clinicians, they tend to have this fear: am I going to break the headset, am I going to do something? So I think it's more about normalizing technology and saying it's okay, like you're not going to break anything, this is just fun. I think it's about creating this fun learning environment, but more importantly, creating some kind of evidence. I think as academics or people involved in any game-based research, we need to have more evidence.
Definitely. And I think part of that is finding ways of being able to bring people together. Like at the moment, it's so siloed. And, you know, all of the best things have happened when we've had a, you know, video game designer in the same room as a neuroscientist, and everyone goes, like, that's so great. But I think it's finding ways of dissolving those boundaries and thinking about how we meaningfully co-create these things, rather than having a researcher that says, I want to make this game and I've decided everything, and then the game designer is just going to come in and do what I say. Because I think it's really about that process of being like, well, if you do that, this isn't going to work from a design perspective, and then if you do that, that doesn't work from a science perspective. And that's what I've really loved learning the last few years, is how you create these things together. and being able to enable those opportunities where you can bring them together, and a real diversity of people, because this is not a particularly diverse industry. And I think if we want to be able to create for a global population, we need to think about how they're involved in the process as well.
Absolutely.
And then lastly, I think it's also about like kind of being a bit of an outlaw. Like there's nothing better than like rocking up to like a fairly dry mental health conference and being like, hi, I'm going to talk to you about virtual reality. And people listen. And I think the same for the games world as well. I so love going to games events and being like, did you know that you can make games that could improve people's mental health? And people are like, sorry, what? That's so cool. And like people love that. I think like generally we all like to do things that are fun and creative, but also help people. And it's like this amazing moment where you get to kind of say, look, there's a whole, community out here of people doing it. And so I think there's a kind of a little bit of like spreading the good word that is needed and outside of our usual places that we go.
Yeah, well, I want to make sure we have a few minutes for questions here, but before we get to maybe one or two, Elon, just want to give you an opportunity. Any thoughts or closing thoughts, kind of to wrapping up the conversation we've had today? Put you on the spot there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think well, I really agree with the points that were just shared, and in particular, the one about needing to get these different stakeholders together. There's like a real divide, and it's not just between like the gamers and the healthcare professionals, but there's also between like all these academic research projects and what actually happens in clinical practice, which is like two completely different worlds. So I think that anything that can be done to try to get people together, and like practically what would that mean? So if someone's a game designer working in the entertainment industry, how could they actually get connected to a Games for Health project, to a researcher who's doing research in this area? And what kind of, I think like thinking about you, I do like the first person that comes to mind is someone who's like this hub who like knows a lot about these health projects, connecting to people in the gaming industry. But if there's any opportunities to create some sort of centralized hubs where game designers and people in the entertainment space and people on the research side and clinicians who are interested can kind of start like connect and explore and make these connections, because otherwise it's really, I don't see how it's going to just like all these things are just going to come together. It's not like naturally crossing paths,
right?
Except in very, very small specific areas and in a really small way. So I don't know, just something to think about.
Absolutely. Dr. B, before we close here, probably have time for maybe one question. I don't know if there was anything in the chat that you had saw. Okay, here we go. So we have one question from the chat here. Given how quickly technology changes, how practical are longitudinal studies on health effects, considering an individual game or piece of hardware is unlikely to be used consistently after, let's say, 5 years? And I think that kind of goes back to our point about the longitude and the impacts that we can take after playing a game. But any other thoughts about that, kind of the hardware that becomes obsolete after 5 years and how that is a challenge?
Yeah, gosh, I brought up the topic for longitudinal studies. So 5 years is a long time for research. Like there's no way they would run a 5-year long research study looking at impact of one game. When I talked about longitudinal study, I was just talking about like, say, a 1-year study, because those would also be beneficial. Currently, anything that's out there is a one-off intervention. And as I said, that doesn't really give us a picture about what has happened to that person. I mean, okay, they used this distraction, then what happened in the future? So when we talk about longitude, I completely understand technology keeps changing. So I would reduce the duration of longitudinal studies to about 1 or 2 years. There's no way we can conduct a 5-year long study.
Right. Awesome. Yeah, interesting to hear about the challenges specifically in this industry. Elon, I want to give you a chance to respond, but we're being told to wrap it up here, guys. It's such a fascinating conversation, and it's whenever I feel like these, when I do these talks in my podcast, I could go on and on and on. But the show must go on. Next up, we have aging and ageism in the game industry, which sounds really, really interesting. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for listening, and thank you for taking part in TIGS. And thank you to our panelists, Sarah, Ilan, and Payal. It's been a pleasure. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks so much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to TIGS Day 2. I'm here with Kate Edwards and Ken Hall. We're going to talk about aging and ageism in the game industry. But first, I'm Eve Crevichet. I'm the executive director of Take This, and I'm hosting TIGS this year, and I'm very pleased to be here. We would like to thank the sponsors for TIGS. This year, our gold sponsor is Ubisoft, and our silver sponsors are Telltale Games, Devolver Digital, Hyper Hippo, Iron Galaxy Studios, Razer, and Tripwire Interactive. Thank you very much to our sponsors. And now I'm going to turn this conversation over to Kate and Ken.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having us for this great event, as well as this important topic. So I know we have a lot to say about this particular issue. I guess we should. Why don't you, Ken, start by introducing yourself and your background, and I'll follow through.
Perfect. So yeah, my name is Ken Hall. I'm the founder and CEO of Two Dogs Games. And yeah, I've been in the industry for about 25 years. Started in the early 90s, when the industry was, fairly in its infancy, and seen a lot of changes over, the years. So little gray in the tooth. I am over 50, so I am in that, silver category. But as you can see on the graying fur. But yeah, no, that's pretty much most of my career was in the UK, so all my experience was across the pond. So it'd be an interesting, sort of overlap with you handling North America.
Awesome. Well, and I'm Kate Edwards. I've been around the game industry for, I believe, almost over 27 years. It'll be 28 next year. I'm 56. So yeah, I'm also over 50. Been around in this industry, well, half my life about. And I'm a geographer who does culturalization work on a lot of games, helping them adapt their content for international markets. And I've also been doing a lot of advocacy work as the head of the International Game Developers Association for 5 years, currently executive director of Global Game GM, and also serving on the board of TakeThis.org. So busy on a couple of different fronts. So I thought that just to start out, I would provide people with a little bit of context, just, a little bit of statistics, just to kind of help people understand like where we sit with this issue. Because there was a great report done just a couple of years ago or so, the DICE Inclusion and Diversity Report. And they saw in the responses to, and it was mainly in the tech sector, that 76% of the respondents believe strongly that there's an ageism issue in the tech industry. Now, I think anecdotally, a lot of us are just like, well, yeah, but I'm glad, we've got a lot of good studies out there to gather opinions and to gather not just, quantitative data, but also the qualitative experiential data. There was part of the study, they said that people between 36 and 39, 43% of those people felt that their age would be an issue if they had to look for a job. So 43% of those people were concerned about that. But then you go up just a little bit more to the 46 to 49-year-old group. And for them, that's more like 86% believe it's going to be an issue to find another job. It was also interesting that the company pay scale was looking into median ages for a lot of companies across the tech sector. So they were looking at Amazon, Apple, Facebook, SpaceX, Google, LinkedIn, all of these other companies. And what they found, interestingly, is that at all the tech companies, the median age was 29 years old. And there was only like a small handful of companies, like which kind of the older tech companies, HP, Oracle, and IBM, where the median age was up to 35. But by comparison, when this is US data, if you look at the US data for the median age across all different labor forces in different industries, it's actually 42. So that's quite a stark difference, 29 years old for the tech sector and 42-year-old. So yeah, it's quite a contrast. But I was thinking, one of the things I think we should talk about, and I know, Ken, you've got a lot of thoughts on this, about what does ageism look like? How do we recognize it? What does it even look like, even from your own personal experience?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I guess, I should start off by saying I'm incredibly optimistic, because I do think that now, and we'll get to this sort of later on, but now more than ever, I think the actual barriers to that age, has on, career and capability are smaller than they've ever been, if not non-existent. So I think what we're really fighting against is a stigma from that has some legitimate background in the early days, but also, is just a natural, fear of the unknown and things like that. And so I think that's really what we have to do is address that stigma and try to understand where it's coming from and try to educate people so that hopefully we can get rid of it. But I think that's really what it's looking at. It's we're seeing people, in the industry who, whether you feel like older employees bring baggage with them, that sort of thing, or whether they have difficulty adapting to new technologies and things like that. And like I say, I think I mean, maybe I'll go back, anecdotally, when I started in the industry, it was, really Wild West, right? It was back bedroom stuff. It was 4 people on a team. It was, you were working for a couple months and that was the end of a project kind of thing. And it really had some really fast and loose kind of policies. So oftentimes we'd go down to the pub on a Friday afternoon for lunch, and of course guys would have a pint with their lunch and sometimes not come back, and that was a fertile breeding ground for creativity, and maybe why we got some really weird games back then. But but there really was a time as the industry really started to become more professional, as money came into it, and things like that. We really did see a time where there was a bit of a resistance from the original crowd. They didn't want to leave that intimate back bedroom feel and join the corporate world. And so I think there was a bit of a clash at that point, and that's one of the reasons I think we saw the start of this sort of stigmatization of the older generation, because oh, they're not willing to try to figure out how to do things differently or to take a different approach, or certainly from the money side, management side, they're not as hardworking as the kids are, and stuff like that, even though that's more of a perception thing.
Yeah, I think those are great points. And especially, and I was thinking as you were speaking, I mean, you think back about the beginning of the tech industry as we know it today, and especially games, it grew out during a period which was basically, the end of as the 60s moved into the 70s, and was a very liberal era and a very tumultuous era for a lot of places in the world. But I mean, in terms of the cultural and social change that was going on at the time, and the kind of just colloquialisms like don't trust anyone over 30, and things like that. Don't trust the man. That kind of maverick attitude, like you kind of mentioned, with those early kind of scrappy teams coming together and like just kind of getting into it. And it was very fraternal, I think. And we see that in a lot of smaller startups today, not necessarily being fraternal per se in a literal sense, but just people come together and they just do what has to be done. But I think in those early days, there was kind of that built-in sentiment that, the older generation, because that was such one of the major themes that was happening during that time in the 60s and 70s, about how the older generation can't be trusted, for various reasons. And so I think, especially when you see that some of our major tech pioneers back in those era, they came from that generation. They were part of that revolutionary generation. And I think some of that, in my feeling, got baked into our tech sector a little bit at the start, where it's just like the innovation and creativity is going to be found always in the youth and not as much with the older folks who are still around. At least that's my impression.
Yeah, and I think that also has to do with the sort of the technology gap, and I think that's another of the things that's really evolved. It's really for a good in a good sense in terms of inclusivity, is that obviously when we started out, the rapid pace of development of evolution of the technology was so big. Like, of course, you started out and coding was done in assembly, and then you got the compiled languages, basic, and then on to C and stuff like that. So same thing in the art world. We went big huge shift from 2D to 3D. Every sort of piece of the artwork was painted pixel by pixel originally, and and then suddenly you jump from like DPaint to Photoshop, and you painted pictures instead of pixels, and you jump from 2D to 3D in the artwork. And of course, that those gaps of knowledge were massive, and they did create massive barriers to sort of shifting in terms of being able to take a skill set you'd been the best there. I saw some incredible animators at the beginning, and it's such a shame that art has really been lost. That they could paint amazing pictures in DPaint without any, like nowadays you just put it in Photoshop, run a filter, and there's your pixel artwork. I mean, these people could anti-alias by hand in seconds. You just watch them on the fly. It was beautiful to watch, like magic, seeing these like you see on the Bob Ross paintings. It looks so easy, but you could never do that stuff. And so that was, just a really unique skill set that didn't transfer once you moved across to a new sort of technology. So, that left a huge gap in learning for older people to try to come and join on to new technologies and things like that. Whereas nowadays the technologies, I mean, even you look at things like that have say recent evolution, it's sort of halfway through my career that we started doing things like baking normal maps to get all the extra detail onto things and stuff. It's all within the same packages. It's all using the same kind of properties and the same kind of technologies and methodologies that we've been doing all the way along. So it wasn't a big leap. It was a huge leap in terms of the way things could actually be represented and the kind of quality we could get out of stuff. But we didn't have that. There wasn't a barrier to learning. It was just, okay, we have to learn a few new tools and a few new sort of methods to get this stuff through. And even things like, what we're actually seeing is a simplification as a lot of the processes become more and more automated. So a lot of the technical challenges we had to worry about because, the game wouldn't do it for you, or you had to worry about memory limitations or things like that. And some of these kids, what's polygon efficiency nowadays? I can put, 30,000 polygons into a character and not even care about it. I don't have to worry about, where my, edges are being used to maximum effect and things like that. And so, I think in some ways it's actually easier than ever for people to get in and, as long as they have either the creative or the technical skills needed, they can certainly start to apply those very quickly. And especially with the advent of YouTube, I mean, gosh, there's so many tutorials and things like that picking up new information, learning new skills, it's easier than it's ever been. So in that sense, I think it's really easy for the older generation to continue to be very effective and stay at the top of the game and at that cutting edge.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, I think especially on the technical side, I mean, it has evolved tremendously. The thing that's so contrasting with that, though, is that I know we both hear, and many people hear anecdotes like all the time about people who are in their 30s or 40s looking for a job in the game industry or the tech sector, but we'll focus on games. And they have a tremendous amount of difficulty. They've got a lot of experience, even with some current tools, and yet they are still often don't get callbacks. They've had senior level positions. They've been working for 10, 15 years. They have some major titles under their belt, and they still don't get callbacks, and they still get basically overlooked. And of course we can speculate all we want about all the different factors that goes into a hiring decision, but but what I tend to hear, and I guess this is partially qualitative or anecdotally, I hear a lot of colleagues, in fact more than 50% I would say, who struggle with finding another position when they are especially getting into their 40s, which it does sort of corroborate the data from that study that showed that people in those higher age groups, they see their age as a potential barrier. And there's just so many stories I've heard of people where it's just like, this job is basically, I'm way overqualified for this job, and yet I need a job, and I'm more than happy to do this. And in the interview process, I told them, yeah, I could do this, happy to do it. I bring my expertise from this project and this project, and they still get overlooked. And I think sometimes then it's a matter of, we often then lean back on the argument that we often hear. It's like, well, older people are too expensive. That's, they demand more salary, which is generally probably going to be true. They're probably, for older people, they're going to be at a different stage of their life. They probably have a family or partner or kids or something is going on in their life where they probably have more responsibilities financially. And so they probably do have, larger financial needs. But then again, it's like, you talk to a lot of people who are in that position. They're like, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not seeking an entry level salary, but at the same time, I'm not asking for what I think I should be worth based on my experience. So
and that's the thing, they bring in that experience with them, right? Like it's an offset. It's they've been through a lot of the challenges they're going to face during that time, and already have good solutions and coping strategies and things. So there's a lot of value there to be had for sure.
Yeah, well, and I think that's where, to me, part of the real breakdown is still happening in our industry. Because I 100% agree with you that on the technical side, I think it's gotten a lot easier to maintain your skills. And basically, I think to a certain level, we've sort of plateaued a bit to where we've got a lot of tools and methodologies that have become pretty standard. I mean, there'll always be new things coming up, but it's not like it used to be, like you mentioned, where it's just like light year leaps in understanding. We're not really in that stage anymore. but then that whole qualitative aspect of what is the value we place on someone who's been in a workplace for 10 or 15, 20 years, understands how to work with other teams, understands how to manage people, has that perspective that comes with having worked on several projects and troubleshooting across many different scenarios. And we don't seem to value that very much, in my view.
And that's where we really find that juxtaposition between, the reality and the stigma. I mean, like I say, some of that stigma has legitimate, starting points in the past, but honestly, nowadays, it really, as you say, there's almost more value in some of these senior people that have these, extra abilities, like the ability to manage and handle, different situations and communicate between different teams. And even I think some of the fundamental knowledge from the days when we did have to, rebuild or retarget data during animation and motion capture and stuff, or, all these different things that were kind of aren't done anymore. I think there's still an advantage to having been through that process, because you understand, the basic principles of what you're working with in a way that the people that are kind of relying on output of a processing, application, maybe don't have that same perspective. So yeah, I think it really feels like nowadays it's just a stigma thing. It's just a hangover. And I think it's just a case of figuring out, okay, how do we start eliminating this? How do we teach people what the positive value of, experienced staff is? And that maybe the salary isn't everything, but I agree with you. I think in a lot of cases, it's not even necessarily a salary issue. And the salaries, depending on the position and stuff like that, tend to be sort of, on the smaller scale, the difference is there in terms of, than the difference in value, I think, that they can bring for sure.
Yeah. Well, the thing that I've pondered a lot on this issue that is, it just kind of blows my mind a little bit, is that, we in games, I think a lot of us are self-avowed geeks. I mean, certainly, I know I am. We consume a lot of sci-fi and fantasy content on television and, film and everything else, and in our games, of course. And the thing that I find fascinating is that in so many of this fictional content and these worlds that we love and the worlds that we really embrace and have a lot of passion for, in so many of these worlds, older characters provide that guideline. They are the mentors. They are the
wisdom, sure.
They provide that. I mean, you think across to even some of the more well-known franchise. When you think about Yoda and Obi-Wan, you think about Dumbledore, you think about and Tybee, and I mean all these other characters, even Mr. Miyagi. I mean, it's just like we see this in so much content that we view on a regular basis, that the older person is experienced and they are highly valued. They are seen as highly valued in the hero's journey, so to speak.
Sure.
And I always wondered, with as much as we consume this kind of content, even in the game industry, as game creators, why is that concept not carried over so easily into our workplace? Because it's the exact same thing, and now there is a certain degree of that. I mean, certainly we have some well-known people in our industry who've been around a while, who are known for certain franchises that they started, and I think they are revered. But I think that's different. To me, that's more like celebrity versus just mentor, looking to someone who's older and wiser as a mentor versus just, hey, a celebrity who was famous for a certain franchise. And I just find it fascinating to me, because when I bring this up, oftentimes the reaction I get from people in the game industry is like, I never thought of that, but that's a good point. Because why don't we we have so many people around us who have a tremendous amount of experience. Why are they not valued in that way?
Exactly. And we see that in sports is a great field for that, where, often they'll keep a player around who's maybe not at the peak of their performance, but has such a massive impact in the dressing room, in the locker room, on the younger players, guiding them through and not even necessarily the performance related aspects of the sport, but the life related aspects. How do you handle? And that was something when I worked in Scotland on our last project at Real Time Worlds there, we were hiring from all all over the world. And we were bringing, 18-year-old kids from, foreign countries and sticking them in Dundee in Scotland, middle of nowhere. And these people had never been out of their house before. And so, you were as much a den mother as you were a manager, trying to make sure that they got out, that they interacted with people, that they had some activities to do and stuff, so that they didn't just go stir crazy, working and then going home and sitting alone in their rooms. So, I think there's such an important side of that in the industry to the mentorship and the guidance, and not even necessarily on the projects themselves, but just navigating some of the challenges of being in the gaming industry, because as we all know, it's a complex environment to work in for sure.
Yeah.
Especially on bigger projects. So yeah, I totally agree there. And we've seen it in other professional environments. Like I say, sports a great example of it. So why that hasn't permeated into games, it doesn't seem to be something that's always in prevalent in, say, business or anything too. So I think it's something that a lot of those professional environments could do well to recognize the value of, and start bringing those people in.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think to your point, I think part of the problem that we have faced in this industry is that we are not structured for it. And maybe that goes back to those early days of tech roots. And I really feel that there's a very long tail to our history that affects our current state in terms of people having that stigma. And it's been really hard to shake. And for many different reasons. But I think one of the things we've never really been structured for a mentorship type role, or a mentor role being valuable as part of the regular process of game creation, even though there are mentors all around us. And I'm not saying even, we don't even have to have people who are vastly different in age from you, but we are talking about people who probably have been around longer than you, so they probably will be older and more experienced. But we see a lot of industries where apprenticeship and mentorship are actually completely built into the structure. That's how you become part of that industry, is that you work your way up and you are taught by people who have the experience, and you're kind of brought into this mode. And I've often felt that the game industry and the craft of game creation, because it is creative as well as a technical side to it, I've often likened it to be something like Leonardo's workshop, or back in the Renaissance, if you were going to work for Michelangelo, and if you wandered by his shop, I mean, it's like, hey, I would love to learn how to sculpt like that. Well, it's an art and it's a very technical skill. It's like, well, yeah, you can start by just watching me do my work and ask questions of what I'm doing, and so it's kind of that relationship where the person wants to learn and is willing to learn and be open-minded to receptive to learning, and then the person in that role is also receptive to teaching, and but there has to be a structure for that to happen. And I think that's something that we're kind of lacking. And so I feel like that the lack of something like that, where it kind of opens up that relationship between experience levels in a very open way, helps kind of maintain that stigma. It's like it's us versus them. It's like, I'm the new person coming into the company. I want that senior creative director job someday. So I got to figure out, how do I get their job? Where it's more like, how about you talk to them and they can kind of help you get into their job. It's not, and so I guess it's more collaborative than competitive, is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, that's how it should be. That's the most effective and efficient way. It's unfortunately not always the way that things happen, but definitely the way that it would be best if it went, for sure.
Yeah. So I think one thing too we have to think about is, I mean, well, there's obviously the mental health impact of ageism on people who are in the more veteran. And I just wanted to mention, there was a great study done by this Dr. Becca Levy, who she's an expert on aging and ageism in the workplace. And she did this study recently where she found that people who are over the age of 50, when they have positive self-perceptions of aging, like they feel good about aging, they feel about whether, and a lot of that is rooted in their workplace, says they tend to live 7.5 years longer on average than those who have negative self-perception. that's a
Sure.
lot more life. That's a
Yeah,
lot more,
it's true.
they found that they had also better memory and balance. They performed better on cognitive tests. Then she found that people who were exposed to negative age stereotypes, especially those who are aging, so they had that negative feeling about, like, I don't want to get old, I don't want to, age out, or so whatever. Says they have higher anxiety, higher depression, higher blood pressure, poor performance on cognitive tests, all of these things. And that's just basically how they view the process of aging. And I think a lot of that comes from that stigma. It's like, and I think in the game industry and tech sector, it's especially reinforced because people who are in that older age bracket, it's almost like it's a haunting thing. And that's something I've talked to a lot of my colleagues who are in those older age brackets, where they feel like it's almost like a specter chasing them.
Sure.
Like, I know it's going to catch up with me. And the older I get, the more I have to prove myself in this kind of environment, where usually that wouldn't be the case. It's like, well, you did prove yourself. You shipped all these products, you managed this successfully, you did all this stuff. And yet a lot of the sense I get from people who, as they get older in the game industry, their fear grows more that at any moment they're going to get the axe, because they basically reached a point where they're either too expensive to keep around, and their experience is just not valued. So I guess one of the things we have to, I think, is worth addressing is, if you are more veteran like we are, it's like, how do you deal with this? Like, how do you, for example, cope with any feelings like this?
I mean, I'm kind of lucky. I've always had a sort of strong sense of self, and not really worried too much what other people think about me. Both from a positive sense, and also to my detriment at times. But that's the nature of that. But so I mean, in that sense, I don't sort of tend to struggle as much with that side of things. But in terms of maintaining a sense of validity and stuff, for me, it's just constantly challenging myself so that I can see that I can still do these things, whatever that is, whether it's, solving technical issues, or whether it's designing new systems, or whether it's, just staying abreast of the latest technology by reading the latest articles, and following the latest kind of, trends in the industry, that kind of thing. So I think all of those things help me personally to feel like I'm still at the top of my game. But I'm lucky in that, I'm running my own company at the moment, so I have a lot of opportunity to do those things. I'm not fighting, trying to get in somewhere. And I do understand. I mean, in this case, I'm trying to get my game in somewhere, and I can imagine that the fight to get a job is very similar to that, in that it's never ending and very soul crushing at times. And so I can certainly relate to the people who are struggling to get in the door, of a career, just to get into the next job or whatever, because they feel that age is the barrier, and it's something that obviously they can't change, as you say. You know what I mean? It's like any kind of discrimination, where there's just no way. How do you overcome that, right? Because you can demonstrate all the skills you want, but if in the the employer's mind, they're not going to hire somebody over 40 or 45 or whatever, then how do you kind of bridge that? How do you break down that barrier? It's very difficult. So it must be incredibly have a huge impact on their mental health, because, as we know, from studying for our own game, it's those consequences that you have a feeling of lack of any control or input into. Those are the ones that have the biggest effect on mental health. That feeling of helplessness and inability to do anything about it. And I don't know. I mean, is there even an ability to do anything about it? If somebody's made up their mind, I don't think there is a way to kind of, get around that, as we're finding talking with publishers and things, so I think it really is incumbent on the industry to support everybody in this case, to come together and break that stigma down, however it is. I see there's a question in there about what is the most effective, tactic to break that stigma down. And that's something I don't have an answer for. That's a great question. That I think the real answer, though, is it has to be in collective action of some sort. It's going to take all of us to break that down.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I would say, my experience has been similar to yours, where my sense of self is pretty solidified maybe too much in some
I hear ya.
cases. But it's also different for me because I'm in a unique role where I'm a consultant who's in a very niche position doing this culturalization work, and that I've been doing for a very long time. And as a geographer working in the game industry, I'm already an anomaly. I already, in some ways, it's like, why, how am I even here? I don't even know. But my kind of work is what I find interesting, because my kind of work is a non-game industry, or typically non-game industry function, in which experience always is valued. Because you think about a professor of geography, if I was teaching in an academic environment, my skill level and the body of knowledge that I've acquired over years would be highly valued in that context, in an academic context. But basically what I'm doing is taking that same body of knowledge, but I like to teach, I like to lecture, but I don't want to do it in a university setting. So I do it in the game industry through this work. And so I'm trying to show that there's value with this kind of knowledge in actual game creation, game distribution, all of that. So that's been my approach to it. But I kind of sit on this fence where I do get people every once in a while. Oh wow, you've been around a long time. Wow, how'd you manage that? And that's the kind of response I'll get. Like, well, what do you mean? How'd I manage that? It's like, wow, well, it's like, I don't know many people who are able to stick around that long. I said, well, I think part of it is because I do have a very niche specialization. And I think people who have worked with me realize that the longer I'm around doing this work, I actually get better and better at it. But that's true of everybody, though.
Yeah,
it's just like, if you I think one of the things we have to do to help break this stigma is there's a couple of things. One, in my view, is we have to be thinking about our skill sets in the game industry and compare those to how our skills expand and grow as we work in this industry over the years. And if you look at some jobs outside the industry, let's take a lawyer, let's take an accountant, a doctor. When you're seeking help for accounting or legal issues or medical issues, you're usually wanting the more experienced person. In fact, the more experienced, the better. You want someone who really knows their stuff. Now, why is that any different in the game industry? Especially given what you mentioned earlier, that the technical playing field is more or less level at this point, and it has been for a little while. So I think I think that's one thing we have to do, is kind of help people understand that there is no difference in terms of the need for experience in those fields. And that's because it's true pretty much everywhere outside the tech sector and games, is that more experience is highly valued. The other part I think that we have to do, my view, kind of back to your other point about this is a blatant form of discrimination. Yeah. And while we as a game industry have spent a lot of time over the last few years focusing about gender discrimination initially, and now we're talking about racial discrimination in our industry over the past year and a half or so. All conversations these have been relevant issues in our industry since the industry's inception decades ago. But for various cultural and social reasons, they've become to the forefront over the last few years, which is great. I'm really excited and happy to see that. So at the same token, it's just like discrimination is discrimination. Regardless if it is gender, age, racial, whatever it is, it's still discrimination. And so I think that's another thing where we have to get people thinking about that age. Looking at people's age as a blocking issue for hiring is no different. It's no different intellectually than blocking someone for their gender or ethnic background.
And I think there's some really interesting crossovers there. Like, I mean, we look at, women who are labeled as difficult, and it's because they actually have the guts to stand up to injustice. And I think that there's an element of that too. There is a dark side in our industry where, it does have a history of exploitation in times, whether it's overwork or underpay or things like that. And I think that is an area where I think the older employees can be labeled as difficult because they've been there and seen it all and done it all. And so they go, no, you know what, we're not going to work, whatever it is, 80 hours a week just for pizza. we should get something more than that. Whereas a lot of times the younger employees are too naive to fight that. They just say, "Oh, pizza, that's great. Well, sure, we'll do anything for pizza." There's a time when pizza doesn't pay the bills, and you need to do something about that. And so I think you're right. I think in that ways there's parallels with all the other forms of discrimination too. And a lot of it is not even related to actual age and their performance. It's related to some of the wisdom that they have maybe not being so good for some of the employers who don't want people to see through their shady practices or challenge them on that. And that's just something that has to be eliminated anyway. There shouldn't be those shady practices, period. And but thank goodness we have such a plethora of fantastic companies run by great leaders now that I think that is, at least now in days, there's a choice, right? If you don't like the way you're being sort of treated at a certain institution, we can go to other places and find better working environments that are more inclusive and more diverse, and that's fantastic. And that's where we as a an industry collective, as employees, have to sort of vote with our feet, right? We have to not just go somewhere because they're making the next big title and we want our name on a box and stuff. If they're not treating their employees well, we should be going somewhere else and saying, no, we're not going to work for you. And they pretty soon have to change their practices.
Yeah, I agree. And I mentor a lot of younger people coming into this industry. And that's often what I tell them. Like, you have the power to say no. And I know how excited they are to get their first job offer in this industry. But if all of your research and talking to people who work there tells you that this is not the greatest work environment, as much as you may be excited about working there, it's in your best long-term interest to say no and go elsewhere. And because that does send a message to HR. I know for a fact that it does. I talk to a lot of HR people about this issue, and it's like, if they get feedback from new talent who's interested in coming into this industry, and if that new talent is telling them, I'm not going to work somewhere that has those working conditions or that has those kind of discriminatory practices, and even they can even ask, like, well, what does your demographic breakdown look like? How many people over 40 are working here? Out of curiosity, and if you don't have that many people, or any in some companies, it's like, why? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you have people who are more experienced working here? Because that too can actually be a confidence factor for people on some projects. It's like, and I'm not saying younger people can't have a plethora of experience. Of course they can. But I'm saying, it just, naturally speaking, people who are more veteran are going to have that experience and are likely ready and well positioned to deal with all the kinds of uncertainties that come up on a project. But I think, so the one other thing I think that we should talk about just briefly, because you brought it up about, like, what's it like to be someone in an older age bracket, if you're dealing in an environment that does have crunch, or it does have a lot of work pressure, like, it's easier to get burned out, I think, at least I don't know. Sometimes it's easier to get burned out when you're older, and sometimes it's harder because you're just like, you learn how to roll with it.
You know, shell, exactly.
Yeah, you kind of get that exterior defense mechanism going. But I don't know. How have you dealt with burned out when it comes up?
I think that's a wide topic, because of course, there's burnout from, sort of negative conditions in the workplace, whether it's a bad manager over top of you, whether it's extreme working conditions, hours, or wage, or something like that. And then there's burnout that's just natural burnout. I mean, the reality of these projects is they're so expensive and so big. I mean, it's always amazes me when I tell people outside the industry, oh, you make a game in like 6 months, don't you? It's like, no. It's like 6 years if you're lucky. And so to work 6 years on one project, I mean, that's something that most industries don't do. They're working on things in much shorter cycles, and so they get a sense of completion and renewal and all those sorts of things that help avoid burnout. Whereas we tend to get mired in a project for a long time in this industry. So I think there's a couple of different challenges, and depending on those, obviously the solutions are different for sure. But it's definitely a factor, and I agree with you. I think some older people are able to sort of navigate that better because they've been through it, and then other people, it's like, oh, here it comes again, and it can weigh extra heavily on them it typically would do. So
Yeah.
for myself, it's making sure that you do have that sense of closure. Hopefully you're not on the everlasting project, that goes on for 10 years or something like that. Hopefully you get a sense that you can work on different cycles of a project. If you've been through the tail end of one, you get to work on the beginning of another one, and get that sense of renewal.
Yeah.
And then of course the other side is just staying active, having some outlet, whatever that is for people. Whether some people it's playing a musical instrument. For me, it's going out and doing sports and
Mhm.
getting active and getting my stress out that way, kind of thing. But yeah, some kind of outlet outside of work is obviously fantastic for dealing with
Yeah.
that. But yeah, I think that's something that can affect everybody, whether you're young or old. And I think the biggest key there is, just as we've talked a bit before here, is making sure the work environment is the right fit, and hopefully the company is positioned in a way that they want to support their employees. So communicating with your company and letting them know how things are affecting you, so they can hopefully address those. And then hopefully
Mhm.
we get to a place in the industry, hopefully we're there now, but hopefully we certainly get there in the future, if we're not, where people do feel comfortable and safe going to their employer and saying, look, this is the challenge I'm facing right now, how can we navigate this together? And that's where having those older people in the team, I
Mhm.
think, would only increase the empathy and the awareness and the skills needed to help manage that process. So I think as we move towards that more positive, more empathic working culture, I think that's where we're going to see more value coming into the older employees as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, really, you said it right there. Having a empathic culture,
Mhm.
which I think we're slowly evolving towards in more companies. There's obviously a geographic difference to this. I mean, you look at a lot of companies across Europe, which frankly were reinforced with stronger labor laws across the EU. So basically, some of that empathy is baked in from the legal standpoint, but then
Sure.
some of it's just cultural.
Mhm.
It's the fact that they just, it's not in their values as a culture to work 12 16-hour days. It's like they're going to work 8 or 9 hours and go home because they want to see their families, they want to do things outside of work, and they want to have that balance. um I know, kind of similar to you, I mean, I've gone through a few burnout periods where it's, I mean, because I'm self-employed, I technically can control my hours, but not
Mhm.
really, because I've got clients. And so if a client's
Yes.
stack up deadlines and demands, I
Sure.
I can get in a really strong time pinch just as much as anybody else if they were working inside a company. But I often find what I have to do, and I've been through, I would say in my 20 something years in this industry, I've probably been through at least 3 or 4 times where I had a pretty intense period where I'm just like, you know what, I think I'm done with games.
Yeah.
It's not because I don't like games. It's just I'm
Mhm.
just tired of dealing with some of the issues um, for production, all kinds of stuff. But it
Sure.
often brings me back. I mean, I often root myself and what brought me to this in the first place. Why did I even choose to go in that direction and want to
Mhm.
work in the game industry in the first place? So I think a lot of people, it helps to have that rooting, like what was that original inspiration, what was that
Yeah.
joy, and that's really the way I see it. What's the joy that I originally saw in doing this kind of activity? And more than
Sure.
anything that often brings me back and snaps me out of that, all I have to do is go to like an event like PAX
Yeah.
or E3 or one of those events, Gamescom, and I see people playing games, often like
Mhm.
games that I've worked on. And when
Yep.
you watch people have that moment of joy in what you're
Mhm.
doing, or that you're a part of that whole process, that's often what snaps me out of it. I'm like, that's it. They just reminded
Yeah.
me. They just reminded me why I love doing this. So
For sure.
so I think having that, being rooted somehow, I think really helps us. And I think also, one point that we've kind of touched upon a little bit, but I think it's important to bring up the point about people who do have family responsibilities, because talk about being rooted, and
Yeah.
talk about having grounding somewhere. I mean, I think for a lot of people who do choose to have a family, that makes the situation complicated. um, it
For
shouldn't
sure.
be.
No, I no, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the issues I had, sort of in the middle of my career were family related. Interestingly, on the flip side, here I am at 50 plus, and my kids are done school and back, onto real life on their own now. So I'm actually back to the stage where I have that extra energy and time to give because I no longer have the family commitments. But and I'm sure I've been married long enough that my wife might be glad I'm out of the house a little longer. but yeah, no, it's definitely a challenge. I mean, I know when I had my young son, I was a single parent at the time too, so it was actually really difficult to navigate that period. And I was actually very lucky. I was, at the company I was with at Real Time Worlds at the time, they did allow me to adjust my schedule, even as I was the art director on the project, so like high level management, and but they allowed me to adjust my schedule so I could pick my son up after school, which was I was incredibly grateful to them because it made it manageable. But yeah, certainly there are definitely challenges to family life. But I think that especially we're such a spread of ages where people have families that can happen in your early 20s as much as it can happen in your 30s and 40s. So I don't know that's I guess it's more likely to be an age thing in the sense that as you get older, you're more likely to have kids in the 30s and stuff than in the 20s. But there's certainly still families in the younger brackets.
Well, I think I think what you touch upon again is it really comes down again. I'm just going to repeat it because I think it's an important point. Is the idea of having an empathetic culture at our workplaces, and where we as the game industry, we have the ability to do this just as much as any other industry. In fact, I think because of the nature of our work, the flexibility of our work, I mean, we're one of those few industries that were able to survive during the pandemic because of the nature of our work. And I think some people, may have taken that for granted, like, woohoo, now I get to work from home and I can just keep using my laptop. It's like, well, yeah, more than 50% of the population have jobs where they actually had to go to work because they can't do it from home. So, we should consider ourselves very fortunate in that respect. But I think, having that empathetic culture is so critical for that, because it's like we should value people who want to have families. We should value people who don't want to have families. We should value people who are working 60 plus, 50 plus, whatever in this industry. People who are right out of high school who might be incredibly ridiculously talented who want to work in this industry. That should not be a factor, and unfortunately it tends to be. But I've seen, for example, back in my days at Microsoft when my daughter was young, because I started at Microsoft in '92 and was there until 2005. And I can tell you, back in the early to mid '90s, when I would I would go into work around 6 in the morning, and because I wanted to get a good start. And then my ex took our daughter to school, and then I would leave Microsoft around 2 or 3 in the afternoon to go pick her up. And then of course I'd work from home later. But when I tell you, back in those days, when I would leave the office around 2 or 3, that was not a cool thing to do.
Yeah.
I was getting the looks. I was getting, people like, what's going on here? Because that is just not something that you did. And telecommuting was absolutely not a thing back then. And so what I found fascinating, though, to speak to the point of empathy, is around the time when Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer had kids, all of a sudden policies started to change at Microsoft, because they the highest leadership in the company suddenly realized it's not easy being a parent and having a job in this industry, or of course in their case being the C-level. But it was just interesting that it took that experience of them having kids to suddenly realize, like, wow, maybe this is an issue, despite thousands of employees having complained about the policies being basically not very parent friendly. And of course today the company is just radically different. I mean, it's a whole completely different company that is incredibly accommodating to all kinds of lifestyle situations, which is fantastic, which is the way it should be. But I think that's one of those things again where we as a culture in the game industry, it really, I think so much is rooted back to that original stigma that we've allowed, and I say that we have allowed it to continue. And there are so many ways that we could just stop it dead in its tracks. We've done a good job at trying to address the gender discrimination. We've done a good job at trying to address racial discrimination. We can do just as good a job addressing age discrimination, but it has to be an act of will. It's something that leadership has to decide to do, and HR as well needs to make that decision too. Because I think, like, if they're budgeting for certain roles and they say, well, we're only going to go up to a certain level. It's like, well, why not add a little wiggle room for if you can get that person who's a veteran, who's more experienced? It's like, you should value the experience.
Yeah.
You know, why are you always going low?
And I think I'm becoming, I'm certainly really optimistic about that, because I do think that a lot of the work that we've done to break down barriers in the other forms of discrimination is transferable. I think that that empathy that we're starting to build is something that will snowball and is applicable to all aspects of the workforce. And so I really do think that things are moving in the right direction, but I agree, we have to keep behind that boulder and keep rolling it up the hill, and eventually we're going to get to the top and it'll take itself down the other side. But for now, I think you're right, we have to all kind of get behind it and make it that positive act where we actually intentionally say, you know what, we're going to make sure that we keep reminding people to be inclusive and of the value of being inclusive, because there's no doubt that diverse teams, whether it's gender, racial, age, they're stronger and they're better, they're more cohesive, and it's just, that's where we need to be. And it's kind of a no-brainer, and it's kind of frustrating that we keep having to fight against these old stigmas that aren't even real. And I think that's, as long as we are able to illustrate that those are just sort of false barriers, that they don't really exist, they're just perceptions that we hold over from incorrect ideas that we created long ago. Hopefully we can get this on the right track.
Yeah, I agree. Well, one thing so I guess the final word that I'll leave as we're closing this out here is like, if you want to put it back to my earlier statement about the geek related content, it's like, would you want your company? Will your company be better off having Yoda or Gandalf on board or not? I think the answer is pretty obvious, but
you think a company full of Anakins is going to get themselves into trouble?
I've seen plenty of those companies in this industry. Yeah. So
I think they're going to get themselves in a real dark place. So I'm with you. I think we need, positive leadership and mentorship there.
Yeah. So, well, great. Well, thank you very much. It's been a really interesting conversation, I felt. And yeah, it was great talking with you. I think we could probably just go on for a long time, but we'll close it out here, and hope people give this a thought in their workplace, and give this a thought in your situation. How can you cope with this if you're dealing with issues of ageism, age discrimination against you, and how, if we're on the other side of that, on the side of companies, like, what can you do to better accommodate people who are veterans working for your company?
Perfect. Thanks, Kate. It's always so great, getting a chance to catch up and chat. Likewise. I wish we were doing these things in person. That time will come again, I'm sure.
Soon enough.
But yeah, no, that's all I can say too, is just encourage people to, believe in yourself, keep trusting in your skills and your experience, and don't be afraid to reach out and talk to other people, especially if you're struggling, and if it's not an environment where you can talk to your employers, then find somebody else that you can talk to about it, because that's huge, not feeling like you're alone, and feeling like you can discuss these issues with somebody and find a way to find the strength to take the actions you need to better your situation.
Absolutely. Great. Well, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the next panel for TIGS 2021. We're here to talk about accountability and repair with this fabulous panel. Before we get started, I just want to once again thank our sponsors today. Our gold sponsor for TIGS 2021 is Ubisoft, and our silver sponsors are Telltale Games, Devolver Digital, Hyper Hippo, Iron Galaxy Studios, Razer, and Tripwire Interactive. Thank you very much to those folks. And now I would like to jump into this conversation. I am Eve Crevichet. I'm the Executive Director of Take This, mental health advocacy, research, and training nonprofit in the video game space. And my pronouns are she, her, and I would like to, Cassie, do you want to go next?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Cassie Walker. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in Illinois, and my pronouns are they, them.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jay. My pronouns are they and them, and I am the programs manager at Feminist Frequency.
Awesome. And the Games and Online Harassment Hotline.
Yes, which also runs the Games and Online Harassment Hotline.
Yeah, it's an amazing resource. Awesome. So we want to talk about accountability and repair, but like, what is that? So we wanted to start with some definitions. So I think I'm not the expert here, really. Cassie and Jay, you both have much more experience here. So I want to defer to you in, especially with these definitions. Should we start with accountability and what that means?
Yeah, I think the reason we kind of wanted to pull all of these kind of definitions up front is because sometimes having conversations about justice or about accountability or about what to do can kind of be confusing if we're not kind of all talking about the same thing on the same page, even when we use the same words, right? So kind of just setting some definitions really kind of basically up front. The difference between accountability, punishment, and repair. When we say punishment, we mean something that I could do to you, right? Punishment is something that I can inflict on someone else, and I do it with the intention of punishing or hurting or causing suffering for the other person, right? So if I feel wronged by someone, I could punish them by smacking them in the head or sending them to jail, for example. Jail would be punishment, or giving them the silent treatment, right? Cutting them off from access to me or other social spaces. Those are things that are like punishments. Especially if I'm doing them because I want this other person to experience suffering for what they did. Accountability, on the other hand, is not really something that I can do to someone. Accountability is something that we have to engage in. If I have done something wrong and I want to engage in accountability, that might look like making an apology and taking responsibility for something that I've done to hurt another person. So accountability is something that I am really choosing to move into in response to harm that I want to acknowledge and potentially make repair for. And so then repair, on the other hand, is really trying to heal or make things right after what happened, right? So if I stole your watch, I give that watch back. If I, if whatever harm that I've caused is really significantly deteriorating someone's mental health or peace or way of life, maybe I am doing something to help and heal and restore that peace and way of life. And so a lot of the different examples can actually fit in different ways. Some of the examples I gave for punishment, on the surface, it might actually look kind of similar to some things that might happen during accountability, right? If maybe the reason that I hurt someone was because I have just a lot of anger around something, and there isn't a way for me to engage with that person or a certain group of people for a while in this moment, maybe part of accountability is pausing communication with that person, right? But that's again different than cutting someone off and giving them the silent treatment with the intention of causing suffering. So accountability, punishment, and repair, they're not necessarily a defined set of actions, but kind of some frameworks for intentions on how we want to treat each other in a space where harm has happened.
I think it's also worth noting where the agency and consent of these terms are. So, punishment only requires one party. You can inflict, you can do to someone else regardless of what they think and what they consent to. We throw people in jail whether or not they agree to go to jail, right? Repair and accountability are require everyone involved to consent and collaborate in order to be effective, which is going to become really important as we continue to talk today.
Yes, it will. Thank you for that. There are a couple of other terms that I think that we are going to be using a lot in this conversation that we want to identify and define really clearly. The first is a survivor-centered perspective. What does that mean? And how do we clarify it? And in this case, we're talking specifically about gender-based harm in games, because of course that is the thing that's really top of mind right now across the industry. So who wants to jump in around something like that?
Yeah. So survivor-centered is essentially meaning the person who has been harmed is the person who is at the forefront of any processes that are happening. When we're talking about shifting into a survivor-centered space or in survivor-centered process, that means that we are taking into account and as best we can, depending on the limitations in what infrastructure we have, allowing that person's desires and needs to really guide and initiate processes.
Yeah. And Jay, I know you and I have spoken in the past about how that can be challenging because survivors can't always articulate what they need in the moment. Do you want to say anything about that now, or do you want to hold that thought?
I think we'll get into it a little bit more, but I did want to add on top of Cassie's definition that sometimes we also think about survivor-centered in a more general sense as well. Sometimes it is a community that has been harmed, and we can think about kind of survivor-centered in a more in a less individual sense as well too. To kind of and also sometimes survivors may not actually want to be involved in an accountability process, or they may not want to be very present for whatever reason or whatever parts of the process, but we can still keep those spaces survivor-centered by really grounding ourselves and reminding ourselves at every turn that they're like the survivor is the person who experienced this harm, and how their needs and the circumstances that cause for that survivorship inform all of the things that we're talking about.
Great. Thank you, both. And the last term is one we've already started using, which is people who cause harm. And why do we use that as opposed to like perpetrator or asshole? Right? Like, what is the difference? What is the intention behind using that very specific wording?
Yeah, it is a bit of a mouthful, person who caused harm. Um, but the goal of that is to really shift away from labeling folks as abusers or perpetrators, because, and we'll get into this a little bit later, part of what makes accountability possible is believing that people can change. And what we've found is that when you label folks as abusers, monsters, garbage, like assholes, it that kind of can create an obstacle to that person feeling like they can change and that it would matter. Because it can, I don't know, I can understand feeling really hopeless if everyone labels me as an abuser and doesn't, and I think that's what I'm going to be forever. Why would I bother trying to change or to better myself?
Mhm.
Yeah, which not to get too far ahead, but psychologically speaking, right? Like y- using these terms that denote a static state of being, abuser, perpetrator, like that in our brains tells us, oh, that will always be that way. And we can see it on the positive side with the fact that, like, praise even follows this exact same pattern, wherein if you tell someone as a child that they are smart, you run into this double edged sword of that communicates to both children and adults that, oh, I will always be this way. And if I'm not, then something has gone wrong. And if that is the kind of mindset that we're instilling in people as we're trying to change these processes, we're shooting ourselves in the foot, because we want people to remember that they are people. We want people to remember that we are fluid and changing and can grow. We don't want people to think that they are a monster and have to change their entire worldview just to not harm people. We don't want that to be part of people's identities.
Yeah.
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 I want to say, as a little survivor centered bubble, as a part of this too, this I don't, we're saying this in the way that we talk about these situations generally, but I still think this isn't to say that it isn't okay for a survivor themselves to refer to someone who's hurt them as their rapist or their abuser. And I don't know, that is okay for every survivor to kind of determine on their own. But for our purposes and the ways that we're talking about these circumstances, we will be using this language to speak generally about different people in the circumstances.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. So we're talking about these terms, as I said, in the context of what I think is finally a Me Too moment in games, a moment where we are really not allowing a culture of gender-based harm and other types of harm to be perpetuated on an ongoing basis as a kind of cultural assumption in games. We are trying to disrupt this actively across the industry, and that shift is happening, but we don't have a lot of tools for it. We don't really know how to do this in a constructive way, and there's a lot of really legalistic and carceral based processes right now of adjudication and blame, and those don't work. And so I want to talk a little bit more about what we have as tools right now and why those aren't working, so that we can think that will kind of lead us towards what we think actually will work. And so there's a set of issues that we're going to cycle through. The first one is shame. And Cassie, do you want to kind of frame that conversation for us?
Yeah. So when we talk about shame, like there are multiple conversations here, and I'm going to get a little bit into psychology in order to explain why I'm saying we need to move away from shame because I'm talking about a certain type of shame. So originally, like in the way back when humans were first developing, shame was massively important. Um, that's pro-social shame. That shame that tells you not to steal candy from a baby, like don't knock over a kid's ice cream cone. That that is pro-social shame. That's the good shame. That's the kind of thing that says, "Oh man, I messed up. That feels bad. I want to fix it," and actually propels action, actually propels that innate human desire to repair relationship. That's pro-social shame. Most of the shame that we deal with nowadays is excess or toxic shame, depending on what you're reading. And that is the shame that shuts us down. That's the kind of shame that says, oh God, I don't want to be perceived as bad. I'm a good person. Like, I didn't do that. That's got to be wrong. I'm not that kind of person. No. And that shame is completely counterproductive. And in these conversations and in our systems, we are not accounting for how these processes take place mentally. And the fact that we have now instilled so much toxic shame in people, it completely overrides the pro-social shame. That little tiny nugget of, ooh, I need to do better, gets shouted down internally over calling ourselves names, saying, oh my God, you hit that, you ran into that kid, their ice cream fell, you're a piece of shit now. You're a monster. You're terrible. How could you do this? This is your fault. You're always messing stuff up. And people, our brains, when we get activated past a certain point, our brains, they kind of look like this. You got the brainstem, you got the whole thing, you got the frontal lobes and cortices, right? This front part is our decision making pieces. This is what gives us our higher cognitive functions by and large. And that stuff flips off at a certain point, and we go into survival mode. Our current systems send people into survival mode. They cue all of the defensiveness, all of the fear,
Yeah.
all of those things that prevent us from actually being in relationship because we feel like our lives, our person is being threatened. And so we want to decrease shame, not decrease responsibility, not decrease accountability, but in order to actually increase those things, people need to be able to experience the pro-social shame. They need to be able to receive critique.
Which
That is,
really, yeah, it goes right into truth telling. But Jay, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that is, I love the way that you put that. That's so fascinating because I think part of, part of when you do tell someone like you should be ashamed of what you did, I think is like kind of grappling with that this like balance of like, who do you think you are? And I think, and I've heard from people who have harmed others, and also experiences where I've caused, various types of harm in my life and encountered conflict in my life where there is that moment of like, ooh, I think of myself as a good person, or I think of myself as a person who like doesn't necessarily hurt people or do terrible things like that. But this thing has happened and it's not lining up, and there is some shame in that of like, this is not me. This is not feeling right. It's and there's some shame, and I think that's kind of that pro-social shame that you're talking about. But then I love this illustration of that like tipping over into like we're actually losing the usefulness of that kind of smaller like moment of shame to drive like, oh, that's not who I want to be. how do I change that? But when you overflow it and it's like, oh no, everyone thinks I'm a monster and scum of the earth and I should just like fly into space, that feels like it just totally shuts that down, and also so dehumanizing, and really taking away this very human feeling of, I want to be a good person and something is not aligning right now, into this like, oh, my selfhood is totally gone, and I am now being, I think, like called and accused and bunched with this vision of like monstrosity and dehumanized awfulness, that I no longer feel a real connection to myself or the things that I've done or the way that I'm feeling. And I think I'm not going to get too deep into it, but I think that is really, really key to reframing the way that we approach these things. Because if we continue only thinking about people who rape other people or abuse other people or violent towards other people as these dehumanized monsters who are just scum of the earth, we forget that they are also our friends, our idols, our family members, and these real human people that, I don't know, it just, when there's no bridge there, how can we possibly look at what is really happening in our friendships, in our relationships, in our workplaces, and in our families?
Yeah, and that too, right, is this piece of, if we want to be able to talk about the truth of the things that are happening, we need to be able to hold the both and. We need
Yes.
to allow the complexity and the gray area, because it's not your good or your bad. Everyone has the propensity to do good and bad and in between, right? And I think that too is part of it, as the like, right? The, but I'm a good person. Well, yeah, and a lot of good people have done a lot of horrific things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that doesn't preclude you from messing up. That doesn't preclude you from violating somebody's autonomy, safety, what have you. And that goes with this idea of growth and fluidity, right? And the ability to move into that space of, oh, not the defensiveness of I couldn't, I'm a good person, but the like, in that moment, I was not the person I want to be. And so I want to do what I can to heal and repair that. I need to work on myself and I need to figure out what that person needs.
That's really powerful, and I want to tie it. I know we have a lot to get through, so I don't want to stick too much on our schedule because we got a lot of stuff. But I there's some evidence. There's some evidence. There's a lot of evidence, actually, increasingly, about how online interactions and social media amplify outrage and amplify shame, right? Amplify shaming as a behavior and as an experience. And this kind of goes into ideas like things about like calling out, et cetera. But I wonder, there's some research that social media can change our behavior and change our thinking, right? And I wonder how much this shaming culture of shaming online and this culture of outrage that is fostered, that's created in spaces like that, contributes and amplifies this. And Cassie, it looks like you have something to say.
I do, because this research is really important and it's really fascinating, because going back to the way back, right? We're social creatures, so we are built to feed off of each other's energy. Our bodily interact, like our body language, the tone and timbre and things of and flow of our voice, and all of these things are built to foster relationship. And guess what we lose when we are online, when we're communicating via text, when there's delays, when we can't see people? um that's part of why, if you, especially some of the newer studies, as you read them, they're starting to tie these two things together. It's no longer just the research of, oh, the internet's bad, like messages and things are bad. We didn't used to have these problems. No, 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 no. The problem isn't the internet. The problem isn't necessarily that. The problem is that we are losing the stuff that tells us to stop berating people. We're losing the context in that moment that says that that person got the point. I can stop now. And so that process no longer takes place. And so instead, we're actually going to the dark side of dehumanizing and things because we actually are not accurately able to tell when our job is done. And so that is amplifying all of these things. It's amplifying the feeling of not being heard. It's amplifying the defensiveness so that people are honestly not being heard. And it's amplifying the violence from both sides, both the initial violence and the retributive violence, because we are going to more and more drastic lengths because we are not getting the communication that they hurt us. They know.
Mm. I mean that.
And
Yeah, go on, Jay.
I mean, I think this ties to like another thing we wanted to talk about, and we've already kind of brought up, which is like on one hand, it's like I kind of get it. I get that impulse to want to just like really like go in, you know, especially when the people being hurt, all the survivors are feeling so disempowered. And so like there are no other options. No one wants to listen to me. No one will do anything. No one cares. Everyone is dismissive. When it feels that way, like I understand this escalation, to want to really resort to feeling like, well, this is all I have. All I can do is really hit back. So really fully validating like where this comes from and what like drives folks to do that, and I want people to have a space for that anger, for empowerment, for gathering as a community, as a collective, and feeling like we're all yelling together, that we're all like, you know, bonding around this, and that we are amplifying our own voices. But the thing with this shaming stuff is that it doesn't work. It doesn't actually help us get some of the results and the justice and the accountability that we want. And of course, all of those other myriad negative side effects that Cassie listed as well. And so kind of rewinding from that, right? Like, what is this kind of behavior, the escalation from, right? It's the fact that just all the systems we have in place right now don't work. There just isn't really room to honor truth telling. There is, so the way that different HR policies are, the way that whisper networks work, the way that people have to rely on whisper networks, and all of it, it's all shrouded in this secrecy, this false promise of confidentiality, this um, just a really lack of air or space for folks to just say what happened to them, and for that to be heard before it's interrogated and buried, and all of that.
And before the person who caused harm is persecuted in some
right.
Yeah. And that gets into the emotions, right, on the survivor side as well, because anger isn't like, there are no negative emotions. It, it's a false dichotomy. Just gonna put that out there right here. Anger is not bad. Behaviors that are spurred from anger may be bad, but the root of anger is protest. It's that little, once again, it's that little nugget that says, I don't deserve to be treated like this. This is, something's wrong. This is wrong. This shouldn't be happening. that indignation, that little nugget of something needs to change here, this isn't right, that is the root. When we don't notice or are not able to adequately address that protest, that's when we get anger. When the anger is not able to be adequately processed, addressed, and remedied, that's when we get rage. And that is the progression. We are at rage because systemically, the protest was denied, the anger was demonized. And so now we're at rage, and people are like, well, you shouldn't be calling people out. Like, cancel culture is a problem. And no, it's really not. Also, stop stealing Black verbiage. But that piece is, if we're talking about, for instance, like the quote, riots are the language of the unheard, right? Calling out is the language of the unheard, because calling in didn't work, and the processes that have been set out didn't work. And so, yeah, no, I'm gonna blow your stuff up online, and then I'm gonna sue you, and that's what we're gonna do, because there's nothing for me here. Burn it down.
Yeah. So that gets a little bit to the assumptions and the ecosystem in which this occurs, right? Which is, we've kind of I'm jumping ahead a little bit because I feel like this is topical, that all of this happens inside a system and a culture and an environment which reinforces that, does not really have good systems or tools for saying, hey, that behavior, we can't normalize that behavior. We can't normalize this kind of aggression or this kind of microaggression, because it is going to lead to X, Y, and Z, or it could lead to X, Y, and Z down the line. It could create the space for, right, that the normalization of so much behavior has created a situation in which we often end up in a place of anger and rage.
Agreed. I mean, this is like this is the thing, is that when things are black and white, they feel easy. And that is a dirty easy. Resma Manikim makes the delineation of clean pain and dirty pain. And we are choosing dirty pain constantly right now in gaming. We're constantly choosing no, it's fine. This is fine. Like it's the one bad person. It's the one lone wolf. When in really, we have a systemic issue here. The defaulting to the fear, the defaulting to protecting the company, and what that even means is an issue here, because it's not allowing for being proactive. It's not allowing for the assumption that people can change, and if they choose to change, that should mean something. It doesn't give the option for the people who are being harmed to feel supported, and in a way where they would be open to seeing someone who has harmed them change. Like, we're making everything binary, and it's hurting everyone.
Right, and including the survivors as well, having a black and white view of what type of people do certain things, because what we know is that violence is most likely to happen between people who know each other, and in fact, the closer you are, the more vulnerabilities can be exploited, or more opportunities for violence to happen. Like, stranger danger stuff is actually on a very small percentage of the violence that actually happens, and so, especially when it comes to interpersonal and sexual and gender-based violence. And so what that means is in most cases, the person who has sexually assaulted or is sexually harassing or has abused you is someone maybe that you love, is someone who maybe you really look up to, is someone that you might still want the best for and think really highly of, and think as and consider as a really kind and wonderful person. And they have also done this thing that is incredibly violent and painful and not okay. And when we don't allow for room for that, that actually further silences survivors too. Of, well, if the only like path that this goes down is that this person will get fired or be shamed out of community or whatever, um, then and I love this person, or I really care about this person, um, I'm not gonna say anything, you know. So for multiple reasons and many people involved, like the more room we have for nuance, actually the more survivors are lifted up too.
Yeah, because that's the thing is without the nuance, we can't have effective policy. The reason that our current structures and our current policies don't work is because they're still working under this false binary of good, bad, evidence, none, or like
Yes.
enough evidence
Yeah.
or not. And so I think that also um, really curtails people being able to speak to their truth because situations are almost never strictly black and white. That stranger danger, that random person like sneaking into your house at night is incredibly low. And so not like our systems right now can't hold that complexity, and that is harmful to the survivor. That's harmful to the people being hurt because when we as survivors show any wavering, we're told we're lying. And so that makes it so that one, people don't even know what harm means or look like. We have to go to the extreme before people agree. When in all actuality, yeah, there are different levels of harm, but we can't do that because we are so busy worrying about the fear, the liability, the demonizing, the blaming, the shaming, the being called liars, the the re-traumatization of trying to report. And that does not broker trust. That doesn't broker any kind of positive feelings or benefit of doubt that we need to work with to change our structures.
So I want to get to that place where we have some time to talk about those structures themselves and like what the next thing might be. But there's a couple more points I think we all want to touch on, which is that the point that this whole experience of going to black and white, this whole experience, it harms everybody. Like it doesn't just harm the survivor. People who cause harm are also and people who witness this harm. Everyone is, and people who go through these very punitive black or white processes or experience them, who are part of these weird sort of confidential weird whisper network situations. Everyone is experiencing some level of harm there, right? Yeah. And I guess to be explicit about that, what is the harm? Is it the very kind of trying to force our brains into these black and white categories and these binaries?
It's also just that like that trauma isn't picky about who it kind of clings to, you know. People who are like, when a violent situation happens, it can really traumatize a bunch of folks involved, bystanders, the person who caused harm, the person who experience the harm, this is, I think, when violence happens, when trauma happens, it affects folks, whether they acknowledge it or not, and that is again both from the survivor and the person who caused harm side of it. It is just something that you carry, and then of course also going through experiences of interrogation or punitive kind of measures, and also shaming can also create a lot of pain too. So as much as we center the survivor experience and the pain that the survivor is feeling, we also care about and don't want to forget that the person who caused harm is likely also experiencing pain, um, and hurt as well. And so I think as we're approaching as we are trying to humanize all the parts of this, making space for that pain, I think, is actually really, really crucial for the healing of all of it.
Amen. Yeah. And then lastly, before we get to the possibilities of accountability, what we also, I want to point out, we want to talk about the fact that that people who cause harm often don't understand that they have caused harm. They don't understand what it looks like, right? Because we don't have good models or frameworks for that. Overall, we have normalized, I think I said this earlier, we have normalized a lot of behavior that's very harmful, right? Especially in this industry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, and that's the thing. It goes back to like, there's not enough discernment. Like, there are different kinds of harm. People are going to be hit different way. Trauma is very personal. What is traumatic to one person may not give the same trauma response to another person, and that's fine. But we also need to account and teach around not just this is bad. If it's bad, it'll look this way. And if it doesn't look this way, it's not this. Well, no, because trauma responses and survival styles range the gambit. It looks like shutting down. It looks like exploding. It looks like hyperactivity. It looks like depression. It look like the whole spectrum. Underworking, overworking, calling off, never leaving. Like, it all can count. It depends on the person. And if we're not having those conversations, if that's not what is happening in trainings when we're talking to people about harm and abuse and the fact that anybody can harm somebody, then we're failing, and we're really not setting ourselves up to be able to have community, because community requires relationship and trust, and people don't want to build in spaces where they are not seen, not heard, don't feel like they can be safe. They may know what to expect, but right now the expectation is one of trauma with no recourse except for shouting into the void or trying to build enough outrage that somebody is forced to do something, and usually that something is very unsatisfactory to everyone involved, because once again, nobody is getting what they actually need. There's not healing in this situation. There may be retribution, there may be revenge, but like, revenge may be sweet, but too much sweetness causes cavities.
And and I know I'm going to be really quick. I know we're running out of time. We have a lot to cover, but just to even rewind a little bit out of that, as we're thinking of like, well, what do we do with these like people who have caused harm? The thing that I also want to keep in mind is that oftentimes there are people who causes harm, who rape other people, who sexually assault or harass other people, or do other forms of gender-based violence, and genuinely do not understand that what they are doing is violent. There are people who, again, have this black and white thinking of, well, rape is if I'm a stranger in a trench coat hiding in a bush and I jump out at someone and then rape them, that's rape. But if my coworker is a little drunk and I'm groping on them, and then later we go somewhere else and have sex, even though she's like blacked out drunk, maybe not even understanding that as rape. Or even like on a smaller scale, like just like really friendly touching or kind of jokes and flirting. Like maybe I genuinely really like have such a huge crush on this person, and I'm just kind of being flirty or awkward, and I'm kind of embarrassed, and oh, what a silly experience for me. But that person is actually experiencing that as like very threatening and very uncomfortable and unwanted type of attention. And so I think yeah, the thing to keep in mind is when we're addressing this harm, to remember that there often are sometimes just like really big gaps of awareness and education and understanding around things like consent and boundaries and those types of power dynamics.
Giant ones.
Yeah.
I want to go on to talking now about the possibilities of accountability. Like what's generative? What's the hope that we can offer? And Jay, do you want to kind of frame that conversation, and then we can dive into it a little bit more around practicalities?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start with my heads up in the cloud, and Cassie and Eve, y'all can like bring us down to reality. So I think what makes me feel so so hopeful and excited about this kind of framework of accountability that is, you know, transformative or reparative or restorative is that it can, I don't know, it can really unlock our imagination. And so where my imagination goes, I think, is that if so a harm or a conflict happens, right? And the person who experienced that harm is able to freely share what they experience. And when that person does, we as a community listen. We hear them. We don't judge them on whether this harm is bad enough to pay attention to, or whether it is real without any proof. We just listen to what they're expressing, right? And so that's step one. And then once that truth has room to be told, we come together as again as a community and think about what are the circumstances that allowed this to happen and what are their survivors' needs. So maybe this is when we pull into the person who has caused the harm, if that person wasn't involved already, and from there, that person who caused the harm is excited, but maybe also a little scared to engage in accountability. And that person is given the support that they need to understand the harm that they've done, to form a meaningful apology, to really acknowledge what happened and that it was wrong, and to potentially offer or build room in the future for repair and just making it up. While that is happening, right, we're doing education, we're doing support, we're talking, there's this person is surrounded by support. We also have the survivor surrounded by support of what has been lost. Is it your sense of peace? Is it your mental health? Is it your bodily autonomy? How can we restore that? And so that person is getting the care that they need. That person is, just really, again, surrounded and not isolated and supported in having their needs met and getting what they want in order to heal, right? And even if we're not even talking about healing, just to be okay in this moment is a great bar. And then being able after that to come together, maybe these two people are able to make repair. Maybe the apology is accepted, or maybe it is just stated. And those people choose how to move forward. But the work still as a community has a few more steps in looking at, okay, this just happened. What were the circumstances that allowed it to happen, right? Did we see this coming? were there a series of smaller interventions that we could have done that would have prevented this escalation? How do we prevent this harm from happening again? Right? Maybe we've also worked on this with the person who caused the harm to really understand what they've done, why it was wrong, and how to help shift that behavior so that it doesn't happen again. And also we need to look at our community and our cultural norms and what the behaviors that we have and model to each other and how that is done. And so that by the end of this, right, we have a stronger community with more connections that has really come together and been able to transform both individuals and as a group from this incident. So that's my very vague kind of head in the clouds dream of what some of the possibilities that I think accountability can bring, especially in comparison to all the punishing and shame-based stuff that we were talking about.
So this is a beautiful way of describing it, Jay. I really like it.
Yeah.
I think one of the challenges is how do you bring that kind of really community-centered process into a corporate environment? Because that's really what we're talking about in the industry. And Cassie, I know you have some specific experience in this, and I'd love to hear your perspective.
Yeah. So the first thing I'm going to say is if people want to do more research on this is called restorative and transformative justice.
Yeah.
It is a like Black and brown radical tradition that has tons of information and things. We're not talking about things that can't happen. In fact, in a lot of ways, we're talking about a restoration of things that used to happen before the world was colonized. This used to be the reality in many, many cultures across the world. So I think it's worth noting, like there's a lot of skepticism around, well, we can't do that. Well then how are we going to get them? Well, the point's not to get them. The point is for it to not happen. Like I will take not being raped ever again over throwing people in jail. And so I think it's that circumstance of like if when we're talking about bringing it into corporate environment, we need to stop acting like corporate environments don't include people. Because we will never get here if we continue to dehumanize employees and corporate environments. It's not that special. People are still running these things. People are still involved and there are human needs. And I think that that is what's required. The idea that productivity first, needs of the company first, is incredibly detrimental to productivity and the needs of the company because you're not running a company of robots by and large. There may be a few, that's chill, and also that's not our society right now. And so when we're talking about how to implement these things, it really is going to take being brave, being willing to make some radical change and work with some radical folks and like admit on that communal level, on that higher level as a company that maybe the way you're doing things right now isn't the best. And that doesn't mean that you have to admit fault legally. That doesn't mean that, you're admitting liability and things like that. No. What that means is that you're being proactive, and the proactive approach is how we're going to get to these liberatory ideals, right? Because that is when we're actually going to have the ability to have these things in place. You're not admitting liability, you're admitting that you're working with people and that you want a culture shift within your organization. And part of that culture shift is going to be proactive about linking people to resources. It's going to be proactive about having somebody on call who is actually impartial, because I'm going to tell you right now, people don't trust HR departments because HR departments are there for the company, and people know that nowadays. We moved away from human relations to human resources, and people know it. And so bringing that back, working with different organizations, with different people, contractors, nonprofits, unions, informal communities of various sorts, is where it's at, because you're going to need to, one, prove to people that you're serious, two, build the infrastructure within your environment, whatever that is that you can commit to. Don't go the full pie in the sky if you can't actually resource it. You're gonna have to do a needs assessment and a capacity assessment, right? To say, okay, we can bring in this much resources for this much thing. This is going to have to just be, kind of piecemeal for now. And you're going to have to develop a real plan so that both sides really do have support, because supporting one side without supporting the other, coercing one side to engage in this process, that's not actually practicing this. And you're going to have to also have training that actually works with people. So, and not just works with people in the binary, not just, we were talking about it yesterday, the like, okay, the training's right before lunch, you literally get a cookie if you listen. No, no. It's got to be dynamic. It's got to be engaging. We can't have a pedagogy of domination in the classroom for teaching. That just doesn't work, and we know that. So you've really got to be on point in order to make these things happen, but they can happen. And you have to also acknowledge that there are going to be circumstances where the harm has been so embedded that this may not happen without some very serious changes, potentially at high levels, whether that's people stepping back, whether that's people agreeing to actually implement the changes that are requested of them, even if they are painful at first. And I know we're about out of time, so I'm going to stop there, but that's kind of the beginnings of how these things work and happen.
Thank you. Thank you. I love the juxtaposition of Jay's hope, because I think that's where the excitement and that's where the real change comes, because it feels real. It feels like possible. And then we get into the brass tacks of actually bringing that to the table. And so thank you both so much for this conversation. This is only the beginning of bringing this conversation into the industry in a really comprehensive way. You both rock. Tiggs will be back in 1 hour for a conversation, or half hour at 1:30 for a conversation about burnout. But in the meantime, everybody should take a mental health break, should take some lunch. Take care, everyone. We will see you at 1:30 Pacific.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Hopefully you got up, you stood up, you stretched, you did all the things you need to do. Those of you who were here yesterday, we can actually see me for this panel instead of me being the disembodied voice narrator interviewer like we did yesterday. Worked out some of our technical stuff. But we are here with this fantastic panel all about burnout in games, what it is, what we can do about it, what contributes to it. But before we get into that, we want to say thank you to all of our fantastic sponsors here at TIGS this year. Our gold sponsor, Ubisoft, and our silver level sponsors, Telltale Games, Devolver Digital, Hyper Hippo, Iron Galaxy Studios, Razer, Tripwire Interactive. Thank you all. You help make this possible. But let's get into the meat of things with our fantastic panelists. And, I'm going to first kick it off to my right here. Eka, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks for having me. I'm Eka. I'm the co-founder and creative director at Outer Loop Games in Seattle. We're a studio that's about 15 of us worldwide, from West Coast Seattle to Australia to the UK, and sometimes India, depending on where our people are at the time of the year. So yeah, that's us.
That's awesome. I forget you're local to me. Connie, you are not local to me.
Not quite. So hi, I'm Connie, or Cornelia Geppert, to make it really complicated. And I have my own indie studio in Berlin, Germany, now for 12 years already. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, I don't know. And so I have co-founded the studio with my best friend, Boris. And I'm the creative director, art director, game design, level design. I draw, I write also, and I do all the stuff. What indie studios do, like we are like doing all the things at the same time. And with our latest game, Sea of Solitude, we finally got a little bit of being known worldwide a tiny bit. Beforehand, it never worked out, but with our latest game, it worked out.
Sea of Solitude. I remember something about that. That was a mental health themed game, wasn't it?
Something like that. It's so great that you remember it at least a little bit.
It was such a touching game. We actually played it on stream with Dr. Kelly Dunlap at some various points in time, and we've debated going through the whole thing at Take This Plays. But we are here. Hi. I'm Rafael Bocamatzo, Dr. B, the clinical director at Take This. Everybody calls me Dr. B for long Italian name reasons, but we are here to talk about burnout. And I want to take an opportunity to set the stage and define it, because there is a big separation in the way that researchers and clinicians use terms and the way the rest of the world uses terms, even if it's the same term. And we hear burnout talked about all the time. Like, you go into like Clubhouse, there's probably some room on burnout. You go into a major convention, there's a talk on burnout, but very rarely do I hear it defined beyond the concept of just being exhausted from work. So want to take an opportunity to say that the most commonly utilized model of burnout, which was created in 1981, burnout itself was first defined in the 70s as occupational burnout. The model that was created and has persisted since 1981 has three components to it. Exhaustion is important. That's part of it. A loss of efficacy in one's job is another thing. And as well as this sort of detachment or depersonalization. Basically, you don't care about your work anymore. Nothing is important. You don't care about your coworkers. And I want to throw it over to you two, because you're both industry veterans. How have you seen this manifest in various studios?
Do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I've been in games for almost 25 years now. Started it fairly young, like 19 or 18 at Bethesda. So I've had the opportunity to work on sort of smaller teams, bigger teams and over the years, and certainly it's manifested lots of different ways. I mean, the reason for me to start my own studio was also, like, I think heavily due to burnout. Just seeing just the grind of just going through deadline to deadline and crunching on things, on games that here's I guess the thing for me is also, like, you're working hard on a thing, whether it's end up being a good game or a bad game, and it's hard to tell what that is like. And by the end of it, there's like this whole, I don't know, a lull of depression that happens when you finish something, because you're just so used to, at least when I first started, we were so used to just going nonstop with work, and there was really no work-life balance at all. That was not even a consideration. And then, you know, as sort of over the last, I don't know, at least 10 years, 5 years, it's gotten a lot more, a little more balance. And part of the reason for starting the studio was also so that, you know, a lot of us are older now and there's families, and I wanted to really have that more of a balance and flexibility. And it's one of the reasons we went remote, is to be able to work with different people in different regions, and also have the flexibility so that there is life outside of just the work stuff. And I've really found, as someone that does a lot of the creative design and artwork, having that balance will make the creative work, the time that you spend on work, more meaningful and easy to scale over longer periods of time.
Well, we actually heard Kate Edwards 2 panels ago talking about something similar, how the shift in culture in the game industry, especially at major corporations, as their founders and CEOs have grown up and started having family obligations, that a lot of the talk that many of their employees, especially the women in their company, have been saying, you know, we need family balance and so forth. Suddenly, oh yeah, I guess we need family balance, and you created a studio specifically with that in mind.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, that's and, you know, I think it's also just, you know, whether you have kids or not kids, like, just having that sort of time to recuperate, and to, especially if you're doing a lot of, I mean, games is a lot of creative work, and by the time you ship, it's like, it's just fixing things and trying to get it all working, but it takes a lot out of you mentally, and just be able to have that time. You know, like, we certainly, like, I've started doing this recently a number of years, where we started doing smaller vacations and just, like, really just be away from the work as for a while. And because I know a trend I used to do in the past was, like, just like, oh, I'll take a vacation when I'm done with this thing, or when I'm done with this, and then it never happens, because there's always something to fix, or something else comes up, or some other hair on fire situation. It's ongoing, and that's really, you know, what could we do to make sure to schedule things properly, but also knowing that when things do sort of go off the rails, you know, make sure that you are taking care of yourself. It's a big focus.
And also, so it sounds like creating systemic supports around people as well.
Yeah. And we're very flexible with our hours. And again, because we're spread across multiple time zones, people work at different hours anyway. So there's a lot of asynchronous work.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, people have different needs, different life situations, and different home life things going on. So we try to sort of, from a big picture, what, you know, make sure they know what they need to work on, and that's scheduled in a proper way. And then, you know, let them be adults, let them take care of when, you know, work around whatever they need to work around, or work around their family needs.
That's awesome. Connie, how have you seen this? And you've got a very different situation that, and even in your introduction, you were like, hey, I do this job, and I do this job, and I do this job, and oh yeah, I also do this one. How have you seen these things manifest, not only with the sense of exhaustion, but that sense of inefficacy and just not caring anymore?
So I can maybe I can go a little bit broader, but you can interrupt me anytime. I had my burnout. I had a burnout when I was 21. And I was not in the games industry at this time. I was in the animation industry. So I would say I was in a comic industry beforehand, a comic artist, then animation industry, then games industry. And all these industries are creative industries. And so I've seen all the people, be it the bosses or the employees or whoever, usually put all their heart into the work. And I think this is already where the issue is lying. So I was burning out. Okay, there were many other factors also. And I try to be I need to be careful about the topic, of course. So I wanted to put all my heart into the work. I was not thinking about having free time, or I just started a few years ago, like thinking about this work-life balance thing for myself, because it became a topic. But I remember that I was always driven, also in the first games company, I was a big one. I nearly burned out because I wanted to do all the things. I wanted to learn all the things. I wanted to contribute. And I was not thinking at all about free time. That it wasn't important. It was all my life. So this is one of the points why I burned out. Also private stuff. There's always other stuffs going on that contribute. But as I mentioned, I'm now for 12 years a boss of my company, and I have employees to take care of. And especially in the last years, we saw a few people burning out. It was really interesting to especially at one. So we always tried, and we always were proud of not crunching. Of course, we had overtime, but of course, well, we had overtime, but we were always saying, if you want to do that, but you get the same amount of time, you can choose wherever you want. And if you work on a weekend, you get double the time. So if you work one day on the weekend, you get 2 days off, however you choose. So we had like this one half of the employees that were totally happy, and after the project, everything was fine. The best time of their life and everything fine. And a few others seemed okay, but in the free time after the project, in the downtime, they started to get these burnout symptoms. And one like really heavily burned out during the time where there was not much to do. But I think you know about why these dynamics are taking place, that often after the project is finished, the people like going down. And I ask myself all the time, what could I have done? Because I was all the time asking, don't work so much. Stop being so late here. Go home. We had free yoga classes. And all the stuff. I really thought I did everything right. And I still ask myself, and this is questions to you guys, what I could have done, because this person was so close to what I was when I was younger, just totally embracing the art and wanting to contribute, and no matter what I said, and it is I was lost, and I'm still thinking about what I could have done to contribute. I could talk on forever. We had one more other a burnout person, which was really interesting, because the person came from a big project, from a big AAA company, and thought that on a tiny studio there would be, they could relax, but they brought over all the stress, and so it didn't work out. Like it was this downtime again after the big project, but out in our company then. So this are the two things that I always think about, because for a small company it's quite heavy when someone is.
Well, I mean, you certainly notice more. They can't just kind of blend into the background in a smaller company where everybody, everybody's name, people's birthdays. But one of the things that we know about burnout is, one, there's no simple solution to it. Okay, there's no one size fits all. The research that I've looked at is that vacations have a short-term effect. They can help for like 4 weeks. But it's the system that creates the burnout, and it's a mismatch between a person and their environment. And a really effective example I like to give is that if you've got a manager who, once an hour, every day, at the top of the hour tells all of their team members to line up, and they slap every team member. It's an evocative example. This doesn't happen, but I'm being deliberately dramatic. I'm being deliberately dramatic. But
right.
I have a point to this.
Yeah, we're waiting.
But if you that's a systemic issue, and it doesn't matter how much vacation time you give somebody, they're coming back to a problem environment. And there is no one size fits all solution. And it sounds like for you, Connie, you're dealing with people who have different needs than maybe you expected and the company expected. And there was a mismatch somewhere along the line.
Yeah, that clearly must have been. I still, because I look at all the employees, and it was so different how they perceived the whole job or the whole situation, like this best time and then burn out, and then I tried to and this person of course was similar to mine, so how can I bring a person to stop wanting to be creative when they are so young, fresh from university?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Connie, I think you and I were very similar in our careers, because I'm still figuring this stuff out. It's not like I know how to make this work, but I pushed myself way too much early on because I was so focused on the work. And I think systemically, no one told me I had to crunch, right? It was more like, oh, hey, we're getting dinner, who's sticking around? Oh, we need to get this done, or we're not going to be able to pay people because this milestone, right? There's always these things that are sort of part of the structure of a company that are, it's not explicit, you must work 80 hours or whatever. It's just well, we have to get this done, or we're just not going to, it's going to, the project's going to die, or it's going to do this. And you just feel all this pressure put on you, and no one, and sort of the people responsible for running the company aren't saying otherwise. They're just yeah, this is what we got to do, and that's what we expect. And so I think that is ingrained over time, at least for me, over the multiple studios. It's just I go to a new studio, I just expect to just do whatever it needs to get done and put my personal life or family stuff aside for a long time, right? That was, and that has terrible effects on your home life and family life.
Well, and you bring up a really good point that a lot of this is really tacit. If we're talking about simply the workload aspect of this mismatch, a lot of it is tacit, and that's when we talk about crunch at Take This, that's the major difference. Crunch is a culture versus overtime is going to happen in any industry. Okay, emergencies happen. But when you have a pervasive, tacit, or even overt culture of an expectation of overwork, and nobody from the top stops it, that's a very different thing. And on top of that, this is something that I've been talking about a lot in the last year, is pushing back on this idea of it's just one extra hour. I don't want to discourage somebody from one extra hour, because I forget who put this on Twitter, but it was such a brilliant illustration of this, that if you've got a 50-person team and everybody it's just one extra hour, everybody's putting in just one extra hour, you got 50 hours of unaccounted for dev time each week, which adds up to 2,500 extra hours over the course of the year that you didn't account for. And then you raise the bar because now you know what your team can do with the time limit you gave them, not factoring in that 2,500 extra hours. And it ends up being progressive creep, and it's insidious.
Yeah.
So what do you two do to fight some of this stuff now that you're in charge?
So maybe I start? Or so we are now thinking about having a 4-day week. That is one thing, of course. We're testing it out for quite a while to slow down. I look at my life, like I said, I'm highly energetic, and and I made a lot of stuff, and and it's all cool. But now we try for quite a longer time already, to have I say now 4 days a week, but we also made that 4 hours a day for a while. and my private life, wow. Now and finally I know what private life means, and it's so odd. I didn't have it all my life, it seems. It's really cool, and I am much more creative again, and much more energetic, and we get more done. But I don't think if it's like going really into the harder part of production time. I don't know how to call it, but that is this is sustainable or something. But the 4-day week, I heard like Spain or UK or who is it? Like one of the countries now have like this 4-day week. Did you heard about that?
Yeah.
Officially, and let's see how that goes. So this is one thing. This is one thing to and somehow to schedule looking for people that are this highly creative, and somehow to tone down the amount of work. I'm not sure, really not sure how to tone down that they have not so much to do all in all, and that they can put creativity in smaller things. I think the one person that it was too much pressure to do too much, or I don't, yeah, smaller.
Well, I mean, you're bringing up a really interesting point, because we also know from research that, I mean, folks like me, I'm autistic. I'm very public about being autistic. But when we look at folks like me who are autistic, you look at folks who are diagnosed with ADHD, we can't. Our brains don't work at a steady pace. Our productivity levels oscillate. Like I think Eve, the executive director at Take This, would would echo this, that I there are weeks where I will do like 3 weeks of work in one go, and then there are other times where I'm just kind of chugging along, because that's the way my brain works. And you bring up a really good point, Connie, in how do you account for that sort of oscillating pattern in people's even cognitive abilities?
Yeah. I mean, I can speak to how we structure our studio, because we started a fully remote, so people are all over the place in different times. And our Slack channel is like we have one channel that is like status stuff. So I'm like, hey, I need to go take a walk. I have a therapy session. Like we put stuff just like, hey, I'm gone for 2 hours. I coach sports, so I'm like, hey, in the afternoon I am gone for 2 hours. I'm coaching my kids with whether it's flag football or whatever, and so we make it flexible and open it up so people are comfortable talking about, hey, I just need a mental health day, or I just need to go for a walk, and that we established that in the beginning, and people are comfortable as we bring more people on, because we started with like 7 people, now we're up to 15. People realize that is just that's okay. You can talk about you're just not having a good day, post it, go take a break, normalize that stuff, and that's how we deal with it. And we, for the last 3 months, we've done half-day Fridays, and then we just switched to a 4-day work week, because that went really well, because Fridays for us were slow days anyway, and it just, so we just tried it. Everyone was like, yeah, this is great, and switching to 4 days, Monday through Thursday, for most of us. Sometimes I'll do shorter days, because right now my kid's playing football, so I want to go see his games at 3 o'clock, whatever, right? So we'll do that. As someone who runs a business, Connie, I'm sure you can identify, it's really hard to turn off my brain. I have to be the example of making sure that people are not overworking. And I still struggle with that a lot. So, and for me to be able to just take an afternoon off and just, I'll come back and make up the work another time. That flexibility is helping us, at least. So.
Just to mention, we had the same already during Sea of Solitude production and stuff, that the people had totally flexible times. If they felt down, they could go. It was we just want from you that you get your work done. But maybe that was also bringing pressure to some, that you have the total freedom. You can come just for 6 hours, or just go when you don't feel well. But get your work done. That is all we ask for. And maybe this little last part of the sentence. So like I said, some said it was the most relaxing time, and others said oh my God, I was dying. So I have to be honest. I still try to. it has to be individualistic. There are some who are more vulnerable to this somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you do too. We do a lot of one-on-ones monthly with, because people like, we have the sort of like short-term goals for people and long-term things they want to do. So we, try to work through and accommodate, especially in the last year and a half of the pandemic stuff. It's just made things more difficult,
well,
for a lot of us. So
in the chat, I mentioned Eve a couple of moments ago, but she just brought up a comment, and I feel like she's calling me out personally. That if you say to some, oh, you felt attacked by this too? I should say it's not just you. For some people, when you say get their work done, what they hear is you get all your work done.
Yeah.
As long as you get all of it done, everything is the most important thing.
That I now see. We need to. Fuck.
Swear jar.
No, I mean, there's difficult. There's a business side of this too, right? Which is like, well, how do we run a business and fund this thing and pay for this and also work in some schedule, right? And there's also like design and production constraints that really needs to come into it, right? And we're figuring that out. We're a year and a half into a 2.5-year project, right? So like, that's the other thing. It's like, how do we not burn out on this one project? How do we make sure we space it out? And so that's that's ongoing thing.
You're all touching on something that is also important, and it's not something that I hear talked about very often in conversations around burnout. That burnout's more than about workload. I mean, that's certainly one factor in it. In fact, there's 6 factors that are commonly associated with burnout in terms of a mismatch between environment or the work and the person. And one is workload, but the others are like autonomy and control. How much control do you have over the goals that are being set by the company? Are they dictated to you and you just have to march in line and do them, or do you have some say in how you do things, when you do things, etc.? Another one is rewards, both not just in terms of pay, but do you feel rewarded internally by the work that you're doing? And Eka, you brought this up in terms of when you get into these milestones, especially on the tail end of projects, and you're just doing them. The others, and I would love to hear your thoughts on all of these, are do the company's values align with what they say, and do they align with yours? Do they walk the walk, and does that walk match what you want? Do you feel a sense of inclusion and community? And it's just like the seven dwarves, I can name 6. Let's see: inclusion, community, values. Oh, for the love of God, this is why I write things down. Hold on, let's see here. Fairness. Are the rules applied to everybody? Is there a mismatch in who gets promoted, who doesn't, who gets punished, who doesn't, who gets rewarded, who doesn't, all of those things. So, I mean, pick one. I don't care, but how can you, well, maybe I do. How can you align your values to match what your employees need? Because that's a huge one.
Okay, sure. I can talk to this because I mean,
so it's an easy question.
Yeah.
Part of starting the studio was also for work-life balance, but also was out of spite of 20 years of spite of not like seeing certain types of games, certain representation in the types of games that are coming out, and that was like a big thing. So our first game was called Falcon Age. It's a game about fighting colonizers and raising a falcon, South Asian sort of representation, which I wanted to see more of. I grew up in Sri Lanka.
It's such a good game.
Moved to the US and I worked on mostly 99% white male teams, and wanted to have more diversity in terms of the subject matter and the games and the stories we tell, and that was a big part of starting the studio. So that also extends to who we hire, and one of the big reasons to go remote is to be able to work from someone from South Africa, work from someone from India, and they don't have to completely. And that's the other thing, like I went through in my career, is like every time I got a job, I had to really move my life to LA, to Seattle, or to wherever the offices, and that's a big life change. Every time you move, you're losing your community, right? And you have to find a whole new community. That's a lot to ask for people. So especially if they have kids and they have they have school systems and everything is is comfortable. So big part of who we hire is also that sort of the representation and the type of games we make. The new game is very much about sort of family dynamics and relationships and things like that. And I can't talk too much about it because they haven't announced it, but it's so the way we design games is we use the superpowers of the team, and we whether it's a feature or type of character representation or the thing people like, so make sure that the team is emotionally invested into the project so that they feel rewarded and they feel like they're part of it. And that's I think that's the beauty of a smaller team. When you're 15 people or 10 people, you can see yourself in the game, hopefully, right? Like you can see I contributed it to this big part of this, and that's the reason to be on a smaller team. I hopefully, right, like to have that creative input and to see that thing come through. Yeah.
So that speaks to both the autonomy and the reward aspect. Not only do you have a piece that you can visibly contribute to, but you get that sense, you get that reinforcement from it.
Right.
Can I say something?
Please.
Okay. Before we developed Sea of Solitude, we developed free-to-play games. Yay! And a lot of them. And in these 5 first years or something before we started with SOS, I can honestly say we never had an issue with these kind of burnout or stressed people or something, and it is really interesting. I still try to figure things out. This is live on air side, trying to figure things out. So there was never a game that was really like for employees to highly invest emotionally or something. It was always like, hey, games industry, have fun, look here, space monkeys, and we develop it.
Wait, did you say space monkeys? I'm emotionally invested now.
It was actually one of the
I'm hooked. I want to make games now.
But it was like, and then we started to develop Sea of Solitude, and it got into public, and almost all employees we got for Sea of Solitude came to us because of SOS, because of the announcements and and they all came to us and immediately said, oh, we can relate to that. We love this, and talking about depression and family issues and loneliness. And so it was interesting that with this is why I just say it. I like I said, I tried to figure things out because you have been so highly emotionally invested. Maybe this was also because they so wanted to contribute all the time. I'm confused. This is the best employees you want to have, like people that are emotionally invested, but you have to be careful to calm them down, to not overdo it.
To essentially encourage without stifling.
Yeah. I think it's also make sure that they have other outlets for that too, like whether they're personal projects or something else that they do. I think that's been a help in our team. Some people that like you said might want to just keep pushing on it, like having sort of that time off so they can focus on or do other sort of side projects or something that they can pour that creativity into, so they feel fulfilled without
side project in your company or side project like planting a tree somewhere,
or they're like some of the folks on the team, they have their own little game project they're working on or something and things like that. But it's still like it's really hard, like I talk about balance now, but I was terrible at it most of my career.
I tried that too in between. Like I said, like, okay, guys, what do you want to do? Somebody wants to be the voice actor, or somebody wants to try writing, or help me. Like, come to me if you feel like your energy wants to go somewhere in the project, somewhere else from what you usually do.
Well, even that you're offering that autonomy and that investment in the project right there. that instead of dictating what people should be doing, you're saying, hey, if you've got an idea, come forward with it. And it's interesting to hear you talk about side projects, Eka, because we've of course heard about, big companies, and I'm not going to call one out because it's not just one, who will in some cases put it into their contracts that you don't have side projects while you work for us because that's become the property of the company. And so it sounds like both of you are trying to, focus on your employees while retaining their humanity, their autonomy.
Right. Several of our employees had side companies. We encourage them. This is the usual way. Like you are in a company, you find friends, and then you start your own company. So this is I think it's everywhere. Like right. Like you find your people in a bigger company, and then you start your own little thing. And so we encourage them to have that too. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, even that is a very different mindset than a lot of I think managers would come into. I mean, you're thinking about it in terms of personal and career evolution of the person. It sounds like, Connie, that the expectation is you're not going to keep that person at your company forever because, of course, they're going to want to grow.
No, it's like it's always this thing like evolution and then the next, and I love that when of our small company other companies start, and it's
yeah. I mean that's how we started, right? We were someone else's company, and we branched on our own, and that's something I encourage the people on our team too. It's like I would love for us to stay together as a team across multiple projects because there's like a real great I don't know, like games get better over time if with the same team working on it. It's just there's like shorthand and lived experiences and things like that. But I like as we do one-on-ones with the teammates, are like if your ambition is to start your own thing, I will help you with it. Like whether it's like the business side of things or getting in contact or things you want to pitch to, and like I have no intention of like because that's the way I started my own thing because I just had an ambition to do it, right? Like why would I stop somebody else from doing that, right? Like would be happy to work on multiple projects together, but if that's not their ambition or drive, then happy to help them in their career too. Yeah.
Well, it just the way you two are talking about this, it's so counterintuitive to the way I think a lot of us think about a corporate or a business environment where people are reduced to productivity numbers, people are reduced to employee numbers. Cassie Walker said on the last panel quite insightfully that we've seen a shift over the years from the HR department being the human relations department to the human resources department, and here you are both talking about your employees like they're actual human beings.
They're almost like real human beings. Yeah.
What?
Almost.
No, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, and I've never will call our company a family because I feel like that has a real bad.
That's a weaponized term.
Yeah, and like it's still a job, right? Like at the end of the day, it's still a job. So you should have your own separate stuff from this job. Like it's like you don't have to hang out with us all the time, and when we're not making games and stuff. So,
God, if it's a family, you're gonna pay off my student loans.
Exactly.
Come on, Dad.
But this is shifted weirdly in my career too. Like I remember back in the days, but it maybe was coincidence in my case that we were hanging out and drinking a lot with the bosses too. Like it was normal to go out with the bosses afterwards. We were just all creative people. But nowadays it starts to, I hear that often now from other companies, smaller companies, that they don't do that anymore, that they separate because you can't call it like family or community anymore. And it's interesting, the change. I have no real opinion on it. I just see it, that it's changed.
Well, I mean, so my observations of things at different companies, consulting with different companies, has been that there's a real difference between a cohesiveness that's organic, people who just get along together and they choose to go hang out afterwards, versus a sort of forced, weaponized term like we're all a family, we're all in this together unless you get a bad review and then you're out the door.
Yeah.
there's a big difference between people who legitimately choose to spend time together. Like I know there's certain people at Take This who, I mean, we hang out. And I adore spending time with them. And then there have been other people at other companies that I've worked for that I'm like, But
yeah, and that's what I meant by the family aspect of it. Like we still we will hang out on Zoom because we have on Thursdays we have like game time. If people want to, like we'll cut off work early and then we'll hang out and just catch up because being remote, like that is one of the few. We have 2 meetings a week. We have our Monday sync up and then Thursday game hangout time, and that's it. We don't do a lot of meetings. Everything else is sort of in between. So those are times to where you could actually just chat with somebody, because being in the office, you can just have random conversations and just have sort of those time in between things, and it's much harder being remote to connect that way. So,
well, especially over 4 continents, like your company works.
Yeah,
that's
4 p.m. on the West Coast time. It's like the Australians are just waking up, so it's perfect.
All right. Yeah, we have the same issue too since the pandemic. Wow. Beforehand, we had been in one company, and now we all have every day stand up, every day at the same time. Just to mention, and since the pandemic, it goes overboard to talking about movies and the latest games, and we need to come like the community. It's one community meeting right now. We need to figure out how to maybe separate it or something, but it's so fun. But it's it takes so long. Like people want to connect, having this kitchen talk. Like how do you have it if you don't have a kitchen you share with, I have a kitchen, you know what I mean, in the company.
Yeah, so we found. Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, I'm just being cognizant of the time. We've got about 10 minutes left.
Sorry.
No, that was not an indictment, Connie. You were brought in here for your fantastic insight. Okay. What recommendations do you have for other companies? Because the solution for not that there's as much research on solutions to burnout as there is on causes, because there isn't, and some of the research that exists is kind of contradictory in its approach. But the consistent themes is that solutions have to involve both the individuals and the larger systems, the organization, the managers. And if you take one of those out, then we're not going to get solutions. So it sounds like for both of you, giving autonomy back and consideration back to the people who are on your teams is an important aspect of that. What recommendations do you have for other companies and how to do that?
That's a good one. I think having some sort of structure, because people I need a structure. Some people need more structure than less structure. But having knowing that we are together making this game over a number of whatever years, and having sort of an idea of how that is going to happen, and then leaving sort of the day-to-day individual micromanaging stuff to the individuals has been our approach. And I make sure that we're communicating. I mean, especially remotely, we just have to communicate a lot more often. It's because if somebody misses a conversation, if you're in an office, if Connie and I were talking, someone can overhear and they're like, oh, I get what they're talking about. But if you're on a Slack, if you're on a Zoom together or whatever, people miss out. And, so I do spend a lot of time just hey, we had an audio meeting. Here's what we covered. Just post it and just try to keep people involved as much as possible. So I think having some sort of bigger structure, and then letting people they have different needs. We all have different needs. So letting them structure their own day in a way that could work.
But you mentioned monthly one-on-ones.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, I don't hear a lot of people saying they have monthly one-on-ones with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of impact has that made?
That's been great because we have I did a simple personal development plan for every single person, and we talk through short term, how to get there, longer term stuff outside of this project. Is there thing you want to do, start a company? So we kind of just do that month to month and update it, and it's been really good as a way to connect with the folks on the team. So.
So not only as an interpersonal, relationship building thing within the context of the office, but also encouraging their outside and internal and external growth as a person.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's always been like, I would love to see this person grow by the end of the project in whatever way they feel like that they want to get to.
I want this person to grow.
Yeah.
Not I want to make more money off of them.
No, I mean that's always nice, but that's not how you make money.
That is super interesting. How do you bring the people to open up? Like you talk about
I share my goals, and here's a sample, and if I'll ask the other people that have ones, like, can I share this with this particular person? And sometimes they're like, I don't know. Usually the first one is like, I don't know, and we start talking, and they do know. They just need to sit and talk through it with somebody, and we figure it out. And then sometimes it changes. Yeah.
You structure it, you scaffold this, you give an example, you coach them through this. It also sounds like you're, and coming back to employee autonomy, you're creating an environment where people can actually be honest and give feedback.
Hopefully, yes. So far, so good.
As far as you know.
As far as I know.
Yeah. That is also interesting. I usually said it like once a day to everybody, like, if you have issues, let me know. Be honest. Like we try to, and some gave real feedback all the time, and it was really awesome, but some still hold back. Like it's also a personality thing.
It's a personality thing, but also make sure they have enough other people to talk to on the team, not just me, right? Like there is some of that too.
So there's that community and inclusion aspect, that nobody should be isolated.
Yeah. I mean, we're currently 8 women, 7 men on the team, so it's a nice balance. Which, by the way, that's a whole nother topic, but like that sort of balance has changed the sort of the feeling of the team more so than when I had mostly men on a team. It's a whole different dynamic.
Yeah. The last company I worked for was in mental health was predominantly male, and coming in to take this, where right now at the leadership level, I'm the only director who's a guy. I mean, it's 75% women led, and it's a very different vibe, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We had that too, like 50-50 woman man. It was so awesome. Yeah, that's true.
So Connie, what recommendations do you have for other companies who want to take more individualized considerations for their team members?
I mentioned all the things I tried out and which worked well on most of the people. Like for most of all, I feel like the time freedom, like that they can go when they don't feel well, that they don't have the pressure of sitting there for 8 hours. That is such an artificial old concept in my eyes, especially in the creative industry. I remember the other, like, how can you said it before, like being creative for 8 hours, who can do that?
And like, you will be creative on this schedule, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the one most important thing. Don't force your people to sit there for 8 hours. Encourage them to go how they feel. But I don't have to say like get the work done. We have to talk about that. That is a bad sentence. But yeah, that is the most important thing. Like fluid time and freedom of when to come, when to go. And nowadays it's even stranger with the working from home. We still are in the process of figuring out if we even need an office anymore.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we have several smaller companies who don't have here in Berlin, who don't have a studio anymore. So I can't imagine, but
yeah, it works for us. The only thing that I wish we had was I was planning on getting the whole team together a couple times a year in one place just to have FaceTime, but obviously we can't do that right now. So it's been a bummer. Oh.
Yeah. Well, so we are at the point of wrapping up, but I want to make sure that people know where to find you both. So like where on the socials, companies, etc., where can people find you?
Connie?
So www .yo-my.com. Well, okay, that is bad. Can you? So just Google Sea of Solitude and then you will. And I'm just on Twitter anymore. Like I'm not on Facebook for 4 or 5 years now. I'm Instagram. I look in between at Instagram, but I don't have this account or I don't use my account. So Twitter, Cornelia Gebert, one thing. There I am, always, nonstop. You can find me there.
And I'm on Twitter. I changed my name to my Twitter handle. So there you go, Econaut.
Oh, that's fantastic. And we just had both of those put up in the Twitch chat, so people can find you both on Twitter. But thank you both for being here. This is an ongoing conversation that we need to be having industry wide, and I'm really thrilled to have people who have such people oriented views here to have this conversation. So thank you both so much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon of TIGS Day 2, the Summit on Mental Health. I'm Eve Crevichet, the Executive Director of Take This and the host for today and the moderator for this panel. Before we get started, I just want to give a shout out to our sponsors for TIGS 2021. Our gold sponsor is Ubisoft, and our silver sponsors are Telltale Games, Devolver Digital, Hyper Hippo, Iron Galaxy Studios, Razer, and Tripwire Interactive. And we really appreciate the support of all those folks and companies. And now let's dive into this conversation, which is really framed in the context of our larger conversation in the industry right now around harassment and abuse and gender-based harm. And so we're talking about how we move beyond this culture of political protection and failing up in games. And I have a fantastic group of women. And I want to call out Tammy, who helped me put this panel together and really helped me conceptualize it. And so Tammy, would you like to start by introducing yourself, giving your brief background in the industry?
Sure. I'm Tammy McDonald. I am the CEO of Axis Game Factory. We DBA is Heavy Water and have been around since 1996, roughly. So we've done everything in the games industry, from full game development, triple SKUs, first 3D animated series on Nickelodeon. We've done full development here, have had teams over in India as large as 300-400 people. And I am also a strategic advisor for Griffin Gaming Partners. And we kind of rock it, helping gamers and indies and anybody in the video game space to, to realize their dreams and get funded. So that is what I do, and that's what I love doing. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Tammy. And Elizabeth?
So I'm Elizabeth Olson, and I'm in my 31st year in the game industry. Started out as the founding editor-in-chief of Game Informer, but now, after working through many companies over the years, I have my own consultancy helping predominantly indies with marketing, PR, business development, and pretty much anything else they need. But I'm also the director of marketing communications at the new Telltale.
Cool. And Cindy?
Hi, I'm Cindy Corson-Airy. I'm the VP at Plastic Wax, and we're an animation for games company, a studio that is in Sydney, Australia, and I work in Los Angeles. We work across the industry in a lot of award-winning cinematics and trailers. So we have the opportunity of working with a lot of the big publishers and a lot of the developers. So I get to get into everybody's culture. It's kind of fun. And we get to introduce their games. I do come from media, television, and entertainment starting 30 some years ago. So I've been able to see the evolution of all those industries merging into each other. So it's really exciting right now.
Cool. And Holly?
Hi, I'm Holly Newman. I have been working in the games business since the late 1980s, working for the first North American publisher of the Nintendo Entertainment System, Acclaim Entertainment, and have worked in games my whole career on really great things. I'm a consultant today, and I work with the company Oddworld Inhabitants, largely on operational business development and marketing related issues, and a small publisher called Accelerate Games that's by the founder of Acclaim Entertainment. And we're about to release a game called Toy Soldiers.
Cool. Thank you. And before we dive into the meat of this conversation, I just want to give attendees a heads up. We are going to be talking about some heavy topics. If you need to step away. If you need to take care of yourself emotionally because we're talking about harassment and abuse, please do that. Please take care of yourself. Please prioritize that. You don't have to be at every second. So with that in mind, I want to just frame this conversation a little bit by talking about what we mean by failing up. And so who wants to jump in and define that a little bit and put some context around it?
I'll give you my 2 cents. So failing up and falling up kind of, go back and forth, but we kind of see it as people in the industry that make offenses, harassment in any way, shape, or form. And, personally, the way I've experienced it has been more, on a sexual harassment level. But they just keep moving forward in the games industry. Not only do they move forward, but they go up. They become the CEOs, the SVPs, and they continue to move forward without any repercussion, without having to acknowledge or deal with their offenses in the past. And there's a blind eye turned, whether it's, a friendly that hires them or somebody who just doesn't look, whatever it might be. But that's generally what I refer to as falling or failing up, where, they've failed offensively, they've hurt people, whether internally or externally. And that's something that I think that we need to call out as well, because a lot of people think about it happening just within the context of a company, but we cross over all the time. We're crossing over as indies and working with publishers and outsourcing, whatever it might be. The little guys might get stepped on, and then somebody, might not be a fit because it's been acknowledged that, this person has created problems, but yet they just continue to move forward. So that's my definition, and that's how I see it. Does anybody else have anything they want to add to that?
I would say that, it doesn't just happen with individuals. I think companies, I think we as an industry in the past have rewarded companies that work people harder and make these games, it becomes about the profit. And I think you're rewarded for working around the clock and crunching and bringing things in under budget and whatever that is, at all costs, and without thinking about what it does to the culture it sets up in the studio, and the message that it sends, that it's more important to sit and work yourself to death and not talk about your mental health needs or have a balanced life.
That's pretty systemic.
Indeed.
Yeah. And actually, this next question works both at a company and an individual level. One of the ways in which I see this protection or this falling up happen is the comment, "Oh, I know him. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
But sometimes he's just blind or just this apologizing, this normalizing of behavior of like, oh, yeah, they crunch.
He could never do that.
Games.
Yeah, they're like, oh, he would never have done that. No, that's not him. And then, things happen and it comes out and it's like, oh my God. But yet there's no fixing it on the side that protected them, right? They just didn't want to believe it in the first place. I actually had a situation like this happen to me at one point where somebody did something very egregious, very offensive. And when it was called out and brought to attention, it was like nobody would believe it. And then when he was called into the room, he literally said, yeah, no, I did do that. And it was like, oh, wow. And then nothing ever came up as far as I know. It was, but it had, just to be clear, what had happened in a different company. And again, the failing up situation, because what had happened, I don't think anybody had heard about it. This is before people could provide receipts like we do now. But it was, their time had passed as well, so I acknowledge that wholeheartedly. And there was no ill intent on my part. It just happened to have come out. And
right.
And I didn't want to be, I didn't want to be called a liar because I wasn't. It actually happened. So, I was just speaking my truth, and that's kind of what happened. So, yeah.
Yeah. Now, the dynamic around people not believing that something happens or not being comfortable naming it or not being comfortable accepting the fact that it might be true, where is that culture rooted? Is it rooted in fear? Is it rooted in power structures? Like, where do you see that taking shape?
I think it's rooted in both of those things, but it's also just rooted in discomfort. So we end up in a situation and we're just uncomfortable, and so we just don't say it, or we don't talk to anybody about it, or when we talk to them, we receive discomfort back just because the person on the other side might not be trained to receive this kind of information and may not know, well, what do I do with this? How do I help?
Mm. Mm. Yeah, we
I think that it also is some of the people that surround them have their own guilt. So they might not have done something quite as egregious with Tammy is describing, but they've done something themselves. So it's like, oh, well, I don't want to say anything because I've done something myself.
Mm-hmm.
So it just it creates a bigger and bigger cycle of it.
Well, and it's acknowledging it in general. Like if you know that's there, then there are things that you as a leader, right, as whether it's the CEO or a boss or whatever it can be, like you might, there's something you need to do now because it's true.
Yeah.
So.
I also think that it stems from, and there's certain things I wouldn't change about the industry. Like, I am friends with the majority of my colleagues and I love that. Mm-hmm. However, when that happens, for example, there was something that happened just before the pandemic where someone that was very visible was accused of something that I happened to be friends with, and it didn't sit right. Turns out it was not a true thing, but I was physically sick to my stomach to think that this person could have possibly done this thing for when it didn't fit the character that I knew of them. But also, what does that say that I have, friends that I love dearly that might become accused of some of this? And I think we all, want to protect each other. So I think, unfortunately, sometimes that means we also protect people that perhaps don't deserve it or have done something that, there should be some repercussions. But I was surprised at how viscerally sick I was to my stomach at the thought.
Yeah. Oh, it gets into that. I mean, we actually just recently took a girls' trip to wine country. So Elizabeth and Cindy, myself, and a few other ladies, we really kind of put this topic out there and really, put everything on the line. And, it goes both ways, though. It's like you always believe the accuser, period, because you don't ever want somebody to not feel validated. But then you also, people on the other end, and you believe innocent until proven guilty. Like it's this, this imbalance that you just have to kind of sort through. And that's why Elizabeth is speaking to this, like being so physically sick over it, because she knew the character of the person that was in question. And I think the best thing really that came of this that I can speak to is that there was due diligence and a lot of homework done to figure out, what was what, and there was a lot of truth shed. So it was nice to hear that, there was, like, we got to believe both sides at this point. So let's just move forward, looking at both sides completely. So,
I think, and I'd like to reframe it a little bit, because we have the only models we have for responding to this stuff is a very black and white, very you're good or you're bad model, right? When in fact, like, often good people can do bad things. We have all made mistakes. We have probably all caused harm to someone, either purposely or by mistake.
There goes my.
That's okay. That's okay.
I just lost everything for a second.
Oh gosh, that's good. And so the idea that it's hard to hold that idea of, like, sometimes someone can be really a great person and also do something really awful. And that maybe it's not an either or. And, like, we just don't have a lot of systems for dealing with that. So we get stuck in this, is this person now bad? Right. And that's not a comfortable place to be.
No. And one of the things that, we had touched upon is, as a whole, our industry doesn't have a system, a standards or third party group or anything like that. Depending on how these things are handled, It varies so greatly depending on the company, depending on the situation, depending on the size of the company. There aren't a lot of resources. I think if there was some standardization as to how these things were handled so that it could be fully investigated, so that you knew what to expect, you knew that there was a process to go through, and you had comfort that it would be investigated, that you wouldn't either just be canceled if you were accused of something, or that you would at least be believed and listened to, and people would investigate if in fact you were the victim of something. And that's something our industry doesn't do well at this point. And from the biggest companies in the space to the smallest indies, it's just not something we do well, and it's very arbitrary. And I think that also leads to a lot of problems and a lot of misinterpretation.
Yeah. I wonder if you could imagine a situation where people's needs were addressed properly, where people felt like, outside of any existing legal framework or adjudication framework or investigative framework, like, what would you want where people felt like it came out of a situation, everybody feeling like there was opportunity for change and for repair? Like, what would that be?
So we talked about this briefly a bit before the call. Our industry puts money in for other processes and policies and groups that help us create standards. I think if there was an industry-wide repository of resources and potentially processes, and then if both parties could, things were investigated, and then the counseling was available for both sides, because there's definitely, what happens in the fallout on the side of the victim, certainly. And then there's the fallout on the side of the aggressor or the perpetrator. Often they may not have thought they did something wrong, or it was whatever the circumstances around it. But I also think it would be easier to know that if someone was accused of something and found guilty of doing something, rather than just writing them off, they were getting the help they needed to be able to be a productive person in our industry. Right. And it wouldn't be such okay, this person is canceled, they're evil, we can never work with them again.
Yeah.
And then I think if you knew that people were getting the proper treatment and the proper help to work through all of that, then there wouldn't be this, right now there's this whisper network of, oh, is this a good company to work with? Oh, is this person safe to work with? And the only way that you find that out is through this, underground whisper network. And I think we would all feel a lot better and have a healthier industry if we knew that both sides were getting the help that they needed in these instances.
Well, and TIGS might be a great place for that to happen.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually, This is doing some work with Feminist Frequency, actually, on this very topic. We're developing some infrastructure. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I mean, just kind of a neutral, fair, and balanced place, I think, moreover.
Yeah, I think that most companies and most people in them, they really want to do the right thing.
Absolutely.
It's not like there's really a culture of people going, oh, let's be, let's hurt people. I think that people get caught up that this is an industry where people are working a lot of hours. There's a lot of passion. There's a lot of creativity, and inside of all that, emotions can get in there, and things can go south, and people can get worked up quickly. Yeah, but I mean, having a framework to get everybody back in line on it and make sure that everybody is making great games and having a good time, I think that would help the entire industry.
Right. Just focus on making content.
Yeah. Because also, if this is a better industry for more people making more diverse games, we are reaching a larger audience. Like, we are doing a better job.
Right. Well, an interesting point, we had a pre-call before this, and an interesting point that Holly made was, how innovative our space is, and, how, we had a rating system. How many years ago did that, begin? Like, we have done so many firsts in our industry as a whole, and, have taken leaps and bounds. And this is something that we can really get behind, and we can lead the way in, and we can impact other industries across the board. But we just need to have the, the strength and the focus and the intent to do it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, from that perspective, what role does leadership, like visible leadership on this issue, play? Like, how much do we need folks, people at the very pinnacle of their careers and the highest profile positions really leading the way in this work?
Well, I think when you've seen people, I'll use Ted Price as an example. He stepped forward and said some real, positive things that would help build a positive culture within his company. And, just watching the response that he received to that. And I think that it could be, if more companies had that type of, and more of the leaders that believed some of that, I think people that have had successes and that are visible in the industry, if they could be recruited to help this. And we tried this. There was a group that was called 21st Century Leadership for Diversity. And that was part of what we were trying to do, but there was no funding. There was no way to monetize. So there was no way to really maintain all of those resources on our own and really get the word out and make some of it actionable.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it has to be something that the whole industry has to embrace. And again, because unfortunately things aren't free, the money has to come from somewhere. And
oh yes, I know this as someone doing this work in a small nonprofit in the industry. I know that exactly. The resources have to be there. Yeah.
And so maybe it's something that to be in the industry, and we've talked about this being, incentivize companies to be members that put into this pool that help support these resources and the third party maintaining of all of that, and and show as an industry as a whole that it's something we truly care about. Because I think everybody siloed it and said, oh, we're bringing in diversity people, or we're bringing in, harassment training or things like that. And that's valuable. But again, there's no standardization, and it benefits some of the companies, but I don't know that it helps the industry as a whole. As somebody who works, again, largely with indies, that's something that isn't even on their radar because they're so small and they're focused. Yeah. But that doesn't mean bad things don't happen there as well. I mean, we've seen over the last few years, some really egregious sexual harassment happen in that space, as well as suicides.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
and, yeah. And even, I was going to say, even if these larger companies say they're going to affect change and that they're acknowledging all these terrible things that have happened, just because they say they're doing it doesn't mean they're really doing it. I experienced that firsthand at a very large publisher looking to bring women in because they had issues across the board. And I actually entertained a position for a year and a half. And when I got up there, it was more than clear they did not want women in the door. And my time was beyond minimized. And it was insulting, to be honest with you. But it was clear to me that change was a long way away for that company, and it wasn't a company I wanted to have anything to do with. So, it happens even at the higher up companies, where you think they have everything together, all the money in the world to fix the problems, and yet, the core of the problem sits at the top. So it's my 2 cents.
I think it's even a quarter, Tammy. So what I was going to say is that, of course, it's important for people at the top of an organization to, be involved in, I want to say help the charge, but I think leading the charge also has to come from the bottom up, in that I think it's time to listen. And that certainly CEOs can hire consultants and diversity experts and hear what they have to say. But the most important thing is they have to listen to the generation of people coming into the industry and understand what is the workplace they want. And there are, moral, motivational, and quite frankly, fiscal reasons for companies to do that. Just because it's so competitive, we're competing with every tech company for the best engineers. So we need, our companies, big and small, need to create the best workplaces, or we just won't be competitive. So, I want to say everyone should do it for an altruistic reason, but I think they should also be motivated by commercial reasons. And to just to that point, or a little more on the how we started rating games. Because our industry, the innovative thing they did was decide to create an excellent system of self-regulation before a government agency stepped in and regulated it. And we are at that point on these issues in our industry. Case in point, government getting involved with a large company like Activision and saying, if you're not going to change, I will change you. So I think for these reasons, it's the time probably when CEOs of all sizes are very open to a conversation, and it just needs to come from both directions.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Holly.
Great. Yeah. I have a question in the chat. We've heard people talk about those who cause harm getting help that they need, right? We were talking about, Elizabeth, you brought that up in particular, but how do we keep that help itself from being viewed as punitive and instead being about assistance, about growth and change and restoration? How do we, in the panel earlier today, we were talking about repair and the challenge of shame, and how there's like productive shame, which is useful as a cue, and the shame that that gets overblown and that turns into
cancel culture and all that.
Blacklisting, and stuff like that. So I want to think about that a lot, and I want to hear your perspectives.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know that I have the answers to that, because I think that once something like that becomes known, then that person is going to be labeled with that. It's hard, but I mean, personally, from my perspective, I always support people that are open to getting help and to correct behaviors. I mean, not like we kind of touched upon, not everybody walks into a situation like this even knowing that they're overstepping or that they may misstepped or hurt other people, and that's fair. And I think that it really does need to be something that we can all maybe get self-corrected on, and maybe there's a way to have people participate without it being known. But it's really hard across the board. I mean, I think the fact that if anybody gets help, I just think it's a great thing. I mean, we, again, our girls group, being recently together, we all experienced some extreme negativity that impacted our lives from a single person in 4 or 5 different companies. And it had the same note, the same flavor, the same negative connotations, where we're all impacted by this person. And I know for a fact this person has never acknowledged it, has been confronted, and just lies right through it. And so, that's like when you have an opportunity to apologize, to come clean, to get help, to do any number of things, and you just choose not to, and you just stay mired in that denial. That's, to me, that just has a much more negative connotation than somebody that's actually getting help and trying to right a wrong.
Yeah.
So I think it also depends on the severity of what happened. There are some things that people just need to be fired for.
Well,
because there's
or never rehired for, right?
Or never rehired. Like there's some things where that just has to happen. But there are others where I think it would be helpful for people to learn that the big win isn't necessarily canceling everyone.
Right.
Sometimes the big win is that you converted someone, you taught them, and I could say I take ownership, having run my own dev studio for 20 years, of people working way too much and way too hard. And I can look at that now and say, oh, what I could do differently if I had other conversations with my publishers.
Right.
But you have to own that. And I endeavor to do different now, like that differently now, so that's up to an individual person to make that choice for themselves, but also for other people to say, well, I don't, people don't necessarily have to forgive what what has been done either, but you can acknowledge that it is a win. If you talk to somebody and they changed what they're doing, that's a huge win, because you have a better person in the world now.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying, Holly, because being indies ourselves, we always think, well, we're employing these people. We got the project, and we may have had to, have taken a little bit less money or agree to a tighter timeline, or all the things that we give up to keep people employed. because that's what we think that is the ultimate goal. Like, we got to keep the team together, and we're doing great things together, and this is going to be great, and it's going to lead to other great things, and you just see the momentum going, but you just don't see the impact that it's going to take on a personal toll on people's lives. And sometimes saying no is really saying yes. So
I think it would really be helpful if when we talk about somebody who's converted, so somebody that acknowledges that they had this kind of behavior that impacted other people negatively, and how they're making changes at a leadership position and takes that ownership themselves and comes forward, and having more people and the rest of the community applauding that and saying, hey, acknowledge it, come back into the community and make changes that are positive for everybody. I think that will be something that helps the industry. I think, like you were saying, Eve, the shame factor has become so overwhelming that it keeps people from converting that into a positive.
Well, and I think that, again, because we don't have a procedure or any kind of standardization with how these things are dealt with in terms of, obviously the different, depends on what they've done, but if at least there's a way that it's investigated and handled that has a process. When I think back to some of the most shameful of some of the events that I've heard in recent days, it's because stuff was buried, it wasn't handled, which then boiled up and festered to a point to where somebody felt they had to come forward, and then it became a major story. Right. And then there was he said, she said, and it makes it much bigger, much more shameful, and uglier than if it was dealt with directly, and both sides investigated it and things handled in a way. And if we think about it, I remember when there were, whether it was addiction to certain things, our industry now has things in place for people who suffer from those sort of things, and they're not canceled out of the industry, and everyone is thrilled when they're able to come back and be a productive part of the industry. And I think, again, if we could handle things in such a way that they didn't become these big news story festering he said, she said confession things, and everybody was able to get help and had resources, and it was viewed as a positive for people to be able to come back and do what they love, because the majority of us are in this because we love what we do. So
one thing that I've been talking about for a long time in this position is vulnerability, and modeling vulnerability in certain ways, in very specific ways, as a leader and as a boss, and modeling it across the industry as a value, right? And I think vulnerability is a tough one to get down, because it requires you to take a risk, a personal risk, a very emotional personal risk. But when you demonstrate vulnerability, you demonstrate that you make mistakes and you have successes, and you are a multifaceted, like there's a nuance to people when you express that out loud. And on some level, I think that that's a value that we could aspire to among industry leadership as a way of amplifying this kind of change. Does that feel like the right word, or are there other values that you might?
We can all be vulnerable in so many different ways. I know that personally, I showed up last year and I did Tigs to talk about Matt's suicide, and that opened doors for me in different ways. And people saw our struggle and what we went through, and that just kind of made it a bit more relatable, and just got to hear what had happened, and why it happened, and maybe we'll never know, but regardless, I think being vulnerable is important across the board, with owning our mistakes, and showing people that we're human, and whatever persona that we've developed, that we all have room to grow and to change and to learn. I hope that I continue to do that until I'm as old as my grandmother, who just turned 103. So.
Oh my goodness. Hey, we all aspire.
Yeah, graham cracker.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think also creating a community where everybody feels safe to be vulnerable.
Totally. Well, that's really true, honestly, Cindy, where people can let their guard down and know that people aren't going to be misconstruing what they said and talking, and maybe plotting or whatever it might be, but just being safe in this space. And maybe it just takes people sharing and everybody kind of letting their guard down systematically, so that everybody's on an even playing field. But I think at the end of the day, nobody's better than anybody. And, we all, wake up and go to sleep, hopefully the same way or generally the same way, but
we all put our underwear on in the morning.
Exactly. Like one leg at a time or two legs
I think what's really interesting about games as opposed to other industries, and you all have been in this industry longer than I have, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but what I see is an industry that's really just now starting to mature, and it's maturing alongside the people who have been in it since early on, right? It's still young, and so it's like we're still thinking it's the big party and the let's all play games together kind of situation, when actually this is a massive industry with a massive impact on the world, and a really what turns out to have become a really harmful set of assumptions about how it operates and how it should and can operate.
That's a good point. And in fact, Holly was talking about this before, but when she and I had a call yesterday. But what's really interesting is that if you look at where we were, 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, like what we saw and what we experienced 20 years ago, like, that was insane. And now, people today are like, oh God, this industry, it's over the top, and people, they get away with doing all sorts of different things. No, not even close. I mean, some of the behaviors we experienced, in the 90s and into the early 2000s, they were beyond unacceptable and horrific. And, I think just a side note, like Holly and I became friends when I was pregnant with my second son, and he was 21 this summer. So we found each other, and we were really, she's like the first girlfriend I made in the video games industry, and we instantly became best of friends because there was so much knowledge that we shared with each other. We let our guard down, and we just said, okay, you're an expert in publishing, you're an expert in marketing, you're an expert, like she has all these wonderful things. And, I knew how to run a game studio. So we shared information and we came together. But the stuff that we experienced, like had I not had my ride or die with me, I don't know that I would have stayed in this industry, to be honest with you. And what people are experiencing today, I don't want to minimize anything at all. And please don't take it that way. But I'm just saying that, we've joked about writing like a copybook table about like, can you believe this happened? And, and all of these experiences that, we've either lived through or have, heard about in one way, shape, or the other. But I do think that, coming together as women, as we have, has been very empowering for all of us. For me specifically, I'm speaking for myself, but I know, my girlfriends too feel the same way, that we just feel so blessed and lucky that there are so many great women coming into this industry now. The playing field is coming down. We're not seeing so much, like before when I was hiring, I would look to hire women constantly. And, I remember when my studio was 150 people, I think I had 7 or 8 women, maybe, and it was so hard to get women to show up. And, and maybe, you'd bring people on just because you wanted more women on, but it was, you want them as programmers, you want them as designers, you want them, to be artists, you want them in all these in important roles, because, it's not always one-sided. I grew up, playing video games. My dad and I used to, play as a kid, and that was a huge, important part of my life. And I loved my own television, and I played with my dad, and my dad used to sit me down and compete against his friends. And it was just, it meant so much to me. And I just know that, I care about games and I care about this industry, and I just want to see more, women involved and our voices heard. And, and that's my 2 cents. So I'll let the girls talk.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say to Tammy's point, I think we should celebrate the fact that we have come further. I think that it sometimes gets framed like, oh wow, look at where the games industry's gone. We're going down this path, and I think it's more like it's great because there are more women that are part of the workplace in the games industry, and therefore this has become more important and more in front of people. And we have actually made a lot of strides. To Tammy's point, when I compare to just experiences and what I would have to navigate through, 15, 20 years ago compared to now, it's a completely different landscape. So I think we should approach it like, hey, we've come further already. We've made these accomplishments. Now let's go to the next step. Now let's really make this go to a place where everybody feels safe and everybody feels like they can just do their best work in the best environment.
Right. Exactly. I mean, the demoralization that I saw when I first walked in was just repulsive. And my voice, so just from my own perspective, and I know Holly's similar to me in personality, but if I see something that's wrong, I speak up instantly. And being a business owner, I always know that my fate is in my own hands. And if I have an issue, I speak up. And I've always been that way. I always joke that I was my dad's son because that was just the way I was raised, being the fourth daughter, and it's just the personality I've had has always just been a very outspoken person. And Matt let me be the face of our company. And if I ever saw something that didn't sit right, or if anybody stepped over bounds, I would speak up for myself, and I always would. And if I had anybody in my company that felt, that something wasn't right or there was a bad situation, I would remedy it as best I could immediately. But having resources, having real resources that we can turn to, whether you're an indie, whether you're a small company of 4 or 5 people, whatever it might be, that's what we're missing. And I think that, if we can all lean into that and figure out a way to provide these resources that we're talking about, to get to a place where whoever we're working with, whether it's a publisher or an outsourcing company, whatever it might be, and we just want to, make sure that none of that noise gets in the way and we can just show up and do the best work we can do. I think that's really what's most important.
Yeah, go on.
I think for years we've certainly talked about, we are not good as an industry about talking about what we do well and some of the great innovations and things that we have done. It's about the games and the profit and things like that. And when we've been accused of things where, we can defend ourselves, but we don't proactively think about how, as an industry, we can make ourselves safer and healthier and promote ourselves across the board. That's when we all seem to go back into our silos. And I think that only in the last couple of years, when we've had a couple of these very painful and high profile cases, such as Activision or Ubisoft, are people starting to really understand that if they don't find a way to build something healthier, that the cost will be much greater, both in terms of money, but beyond that. What it means for the industry, what it means for us as a field. And so I think, certainly I'm currently in the process of helping build a new company. Granted, it's largely of industry veterans, but it is a conversation we have weekly about, what we can do as we're growing to avoid some of those missteps. But there isn't a place yet that we're having those conversations industry wide. I see it happen in little pockets, but I don't. Yeah, well, exactly.
Over here.
But again, we need to find a way for resources such as yours for these conversations to be able to happen more broadly and have impact, as I said, at the AAAs and all the way down to the smallest indie, and have it be meaningful, because I think so many of them, it becomes lip service. And there certainly are companies that are embracing that and promoting your organization and things as they should be.
Yeah, I think there's been a sea change for Take This and for the conversations we're trying to have in terms of access over the last 6 to 10 months. And that's very exciting to me. It feels like these, and that's why I'm trying to convene these kinds of conversations, is because I see that there's an opportunity for this really to be heard, and to be heard at a systemic level in a way that I had never imagined was possible when I've been at Take This and in the industry for about 3.5 years. My husband's been in the industry for 15 or more years. And so, I've seen his experience and what it's like. And, I couldn't have imagined this set of conversations being had anywhere in the industry. Even 5 years ago. So I do think there's opportunity. I think that one of the things is that we lack a lot of the language and like frameworks for how to move forward. There's these amazing frameworks around reparative and restore and transformative justice that think about accountability rather than punishment or investigation, that think about repair rather than punishment, right? And those are really new concepts for most people. They're really new frameworks for how to address it. But I don't see other ways that are constructive. Like we need to introduce like a whole new set of vocabulary and perspectives in order to do that work, and that takes some time. It's hard work, right? And it's kind of messy. So I mean, I think there's an opportunity here, but yeah, we got to jump on it. And actually, that brings up there's a question in the chat here in Zoom that I wanted to bring up. That is, how do we square? And I think Holly, you've touched on this, especially that how do we square a lot of this people-centered work that we have to do and cultural change with a profit-driven business model, with capitalism? Like, how do we make that connection clear, and how do we treat people as people first in this work?
I mean, first of all, it is good business to have a less turnover, to have people want to come to your business, to have people want their friends to come work at your business. So some of that, maybe gratefully, I think will just happen organically because of, like I said, the highly competitive nature right now of recruiting, amazing talent, is that you need to be better. And interestingly, I think that people that are in the people management business in, whatever they are, whether it's the diversity person, the human resources, the recruiters, really, they can have such a big role in how we can change the way management looks at the workplace, because in order for them to get the best people, they need the best workplace.
Right.
And I think we're in this great time where every CEO wants to listen to this conversation and figure out how to do better.
Yeah.
Finally. Yeah.
That's good.
Well, and at the risk of whatever, it takes people like you, Eve, to bring issues like these to the forefront and people to the table to talk about it, and to keep doing that and knocking on those doors and growing out what you're trying to do as a resource. Because I do think there is a moment for something as important as the ESA and the ESRB in terms of what you're trying to do. And I hope that all of us can help support you in getting to that place.
Right. And here we are all talking about it today. So
right.
I think that speaks volumes that we have a safe space to openly talk, and we have friends that are listening and watching. And, I think it's phenomenal.
Yeah. And call out to Tiggs and to Mark Chandler, who, this was his brainchild, this space, and this yearly event, for insisting that this was a conversation that needed to be here. Also, it's I think I guess we have about 6 or 7 minutes left before we need to transition to the next panel. And so I want to give everybody an opportunity to kind of, what causes you consternation and what causes you hope? Just a little summary as we move forward in this work.
From my perspective, at the end of the day, people are people. So we are flawed, and we will make mistakes. So I know that's going to happen. And I And there are a lot of secrets that are buried, that we don't know about or we're going to hear about. But my hope is that, we just learn to be able to handle this better. We're not so reactive like we've been, where we can't, like the cancel culture again. I think that, again, we're all flawed and we're all redeemable at the end of the day, or at least most of us are, I hope. And, and taking the time to hear people and listening, like, what did you really mean when you said this? Did you really mean to, because some people, it's all about context. Like maybe somebody just texted something quickly, just trying to get to the end of a point, and somebody just took it the wrong way and ran with it. That happens. Or, it's all about just resetting and giving somebody an opportunity to say, hey, I didn't, that's not what I was saying. And I'm sorry you took it that way, but, let's move on. And, this is about work or whatever it might have been about, but just, giving each other an opportunity to be heard. And I do think that we're getting there, and it's all about baby steps and sometimes big steps. But I think that, if we all want to move forward, we're going to get there together. And I think that the game space has just been a dynamic and amazing place to be. I'm proud to say that I am, I'm in the game space and this is what I do for a living. And I love what I do. And I love my clients. I love the people that work for me, with me. And, I'm all about just moving the ball forward all the time. And I have 3 boys and they all want to be in this space in one way, shape, or the other. And I embrace it. And I that's what matters to me, is that the more people that I can connect to this industry, and I do it constantly. If I'm at my doctor's office the other day and he's telling me about how his son wants to get in a space, and in a matter of minutes, I have an internship lined up for him. And, because I've been talking to my doctor and engaged in seeing the games that his son has been making all these years, I'm like, I've got an idea. And then I can connect those dots for them. And, that's what really drives me, is just making dreams happen and making this a great space and making great content. And I think that as a community, we can get there together, and we just kind of need to realize we're all people at the end of the day. We're all flawed. Nobody's perfect. So that's my 2 cents.
Who else wants to jump in?
I think that for me, what's hard is there are some resources and some great organizations like yours. I'm not sure that, we're a big industry and everybody gets busy working, and I'm not sure that knowing that all of that is there, has reached everyone yet. I deal with a lot of new people coming in because I do some mentoring, and they have no idea the resources that are available, either through the IGDA, through the Take This, through some of these other organizations. And so it's frustrating to not see some of the bigger companies and stuff and other people help share that message and rally behind these great initiatives that are happening. So my hope is that we'll start to see more of that, as some of us, like for me, again, I love this industry. I've been in it a long time. I'm very proud of what I do. And for me, my thing that I hope when I leave is that I've left the industry a healthier, friendlier place than when I first encountered it 30-some years ago. And
it's amazing.
Yeah, and so I would hope that we're able to push some of these initiatives and resources a bit more to the fore, so that people know that they are available.
Awesome. Thank you.
For me, I'd like to see less sensationalizing and concentrating on the shame.
Yeah.
And more about, okay, this is the culture that was going on. Let's start to change it. Let's integrate some of these resources like this so that our people get educated, and really concentrate on that more, because it seems to me that people just gravitate to these really icky stories, and it's all about the story and the narrative. And sometimes there can be some attention seeking behavior that seeps in there that takes away from the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to see the rest of the community just kind of rally together and be like, let's celebrate what's good and push what's good so that everybody wants to be that behavior. Like when you have more and more CEOs that will just stop things in their tracks and say, hey guys, that's not cool, that's not our culture here, just stop talking that way. Like if they even pass by and hear it, then it will be less cool.
Yeah. They don't pay attention to it.
Like make it better to be the other way.
Right?
Yep.
Good point.
Because right now I feel like because of all this, you're having these little pods of people who are like, oh, well, we can quietly be bad over here. We'll just let everybody know because that we're all going to be bad over here instead of just really addressing this out in the open and making everybody feel good about it. We were saying in our phone call before, like, it's less about like, hey, somebody said, hey, ladies, when they caught on a call, doesn't mean they're a horrible person.
Right.
Means like next time say, hey, everyone.
But
hey,
yeah,
y'all.
but that
hey, y'all. Like, there's people used to that.
But there's the assumption that everybody's up to speed and knows the rules. It's like the rules change every single day. And you can't fault somebody for not knowing, but you can help to shed information and say, hey, thank you for saying hi. Just FYI, just be inclusive. Say everyone. Just that's our this group's preference. Might not be the next group's preference, but it's this group's preference.
But
it is a moving ball right now, and it's so hard. And that's the thing that I worry about the most for men right now in general, because there's been such an overcorrection, to be honest with you, that it just seems so punitive. And I just worry for this is the most creative and amazing industry to be involved in. And if people can't just go in and just be everything that they bring to the table, I just worry there'll be so much backlash that people are just we're going to lose a lot of great people. And I don't want that to happen.
We need to create spaces where people can ask dumb questions and feel like they're going to make a mistake and make that okay. And sometimes those spaces have to be off to the side, but we can create those.
Exactly. Like, let's have an aside. Let's not make this a public let's whip this person down and call them out in front of everybody. If there's just a degree of miscommunication, like ladies versus everyone, or some other word that came up that just didn't, or phrase that just didn't sit well with a person. It was just, because 99.9% of the time there is no ill intent, in my personal opinion and experience. Like, people they just don't go out of their way to be jerks, like I don't.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Not my intent.
Okay, so we need to finish up real soon, but Holly, do you have any final words?
I will just leave it on like a word of hope. I am where I am and had the ability to have a great career on the wings of women like Gloria Steinem. And we're here, really a group of women being able to have this conversation, to me, shows just how much hope there is in things being different. It's such a great industry with so much to offer in the future. So I think it's a really exciting time, and we'll get through the hard parts because there's a lot of smart and devoted people focused on these issues.
Awesome. Thank you everyone so much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Putting this together.
Thanks,
that was
ladies.
the best way to end.
Great. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the last panel of TIGS 2021. Before we get started and I hand this off to the wonderful folks here with me on screen, I want to thank our sponsors once again for making this such a successful event. Our gold sponsor is Ubisoft, and our silver sponsors are Telltale Games, Devolver Digital, Hyper Hippo, Iron Galaxy Studios, Razer, and Tripwire Entertainment. So thank you so much to those folks. And let me pass along the baton to this wonderful group of streamers to talk about ethics and boundaries. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Do we say stuff now? We say words?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Anxiety, also known as Marie Shanley. I'm a Take This ambassador and here to moderate this lovely panel of absolutely incredible human beings. On some side of the screen for you, I'm not sure because I'm right left dyslexic. I have Brian, I have Eugenia, and I have Kelly. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's just do a quick, let's give everybody some time to introduce yourselves. Brian, can you go first?
Dang it, I hate going first. Hi, I'm Brian. I'm Urban Bohemian. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch and other places on the internet. As that, I do games and food and TTRPGs. Actually, you're the only person I have not yet played a TTRPG with, so Anxiety, do you want a game sometime?
Yeah, like yesterday, please.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, fine. I'm fine. This is fine. This is cool. It's not like my dream come true or anything. It's totally fine. Eugenio, you're next.
Hi, everybody. I'm Eugenio. I am on the internet as DM Jazzy Hands. I use he, him pronouns. I originally actually came from a performing background in musical theater, and that was sort of my career, my trajectory, my life, and then gestures broadly. So as the theater industry shut down, I moved more solidly into gaming in the last couple of years. I was dabbling a bit before that, but moved over here a little bit more in the past few years. And now I'm a regular streamer, TTRPG and video game streamer, podcaster, and narrative and mechanics designer for a couple of different tabletop role-playing games.
Totally, not a big deal. Not at all. Cool. Just awesome. We'll freaking
Also,
cool
I better be
stuff.
at that table, I gotta say, you two.
Oh, yeah, I figured it was just, yeah.
Yeah.
Great. That's
yeah, no, it's not just the two of them. It's yeah, okay. Anyway.
Great.
Kelly, please introduce yourself and please do not omit your canine companion.
Yes.
I mean, he's the one people really come to see when they see my channel anyway.
I mean, same feels over here. He's just not here right now.
So hi, I'm Kelly. I'm mostly known as the opera geek on the internet for the very obvious reason that I am a geek who also happens to be a professional opera singer when there's not a pandemic. Eugenio and I kind of on the same page there. I am a variety streamer. I started streaming D&D and tabletop just, I don't know, for something to do, and it just kept going. And yeah, now I also do the video games. There's a lot of ums. I always forget how to introduce myself. Words, what are words? And I'm currently doing a few games, but not that many, and also fine. I just won't be at your table. And this is Scotty.
Bella, you are.
Wait,
Hi, Scotty.
I thought you and Scotty were coming to the table. Was that not clear? Was that not clear? Okay. Also, cool, just little geek out moment. And probably I was about to say like my last one, but that's a lie. But my little geek out moment is that I was at the first TIGS over in Toronto in 2019, and to get to moderate the panel today is a huge honor. So thank you everybody for bearing with me. I hope I don't mispronounce anybody's name, because that is like my biggest fear in the world. Okay, so two out of three of you mentioned COVID as a reason for kind of being here. And reading the recent news on Twitch, it seems like that's the reason a lot of new viewers are on Twitch as well. We're seeing there's a huge uptick in how many partners from last year. I don't have the exact numbers, so I don't want to misquote anything. There's a huge uptick in affiliates. So there's a lot of people streaming, but there's also a lot of people watching, and people watching are coming for different reasons. During 2020, Dr. Kelly Dunlap, myself, and Jocelyn Spencer did amazing, really cool research. And I say amazing not to toot my own horn, but like the research was cool. So what we found out is, and it's going to be published sometime next year, so keep an eye out on that. But what we found out is that there was a heightened need for streamers to kind of serve as that stopgap for people who were experiencing, all of the lovely mental health effects of COVID, wanting to feel less alone, wanting to be entertained, wanting to feel like they're part of a community. And so all of that ultimately landed back on streamers. So I wanted to know kind of if all of you could share, one by one, your experiences with that, if you felt like COVID changed the way that you had to perform, especially, of course, for Eugenio and Kelly. I'd love to hear the specifics of that. But this time, I'm going to start with Kelly. And she's muted. Classic. It's not a Zoom call about a muting.
Kelly. Yeah.
No, I muted because I was typing. I'm sorry. I was trying to be polite. Also, my dog chews really loud, and you can hear it in the microphone. He does. Geez. What was the question? Hi,
COVID,
by the way,
COVID.
I have ADHD.
Oh, so do I. We're good. I totally will work on that forever. COVID, how did it affect how you interact with your viewers and streaming and all that good stuff? So it's pretty broad. Go wherever, but talk about your experience specifically.
Okay. Well, it's a little interesting because I think I kind of came at it a little roundabout than some other people. When I started streaming, the first stream I ever did, which thank God is lost to the ether, was from my PS4, like playing God of War and just screaming at it. And I thought I was just having my friends watch me, and there were other people watching me, and I was like, oh, okay, fine. And I think really COVID allowed me, at least for a while, to put a little more time into it, a little more effort into layouts and making sure the camera looked good, and having guests come on, like having Doug Cockle come on to watch me play Witcher and torment me while I play Witcher. And doing things like the parasocial relationships panel that Brian was on, which was great.
Super cool.
And it also gives me a way to think that I'm still actually a performer. which
How has your
is-
relationship? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Also ADHD. But how, as your relationship, do you feel like with your like having created a community in the COVID space? How do you feel like that's been for you?
It's been pretty interesting, mostly because I'm not. This is going to sound very strange, and I don't want to see facial expressions on Eugenio or Brian, but I'm literally until the last few years, I'm not used to having more than just a few friends, and I'm not used to having people like me. It's I grew up all through school very much the outcast kid, very much bullied. So it's been a bit of a mental adjustment to suddenly be like, oh, these people are watching me just because I'm odd and doing things. Okay. And I'm really proud of the community that I've built. It's not as big maybe as some other communities, but my hedgehogs are really great. And I try to foster a little bit more positive community, especially in the face of some of the things that have been going on. But it's also a community where we're not afraid to, tell people when they're not being great to each other. And it's been interesting to see other people find their voice on Twitch and see it evolve, especially like the two lovely people, the other panelists, the co-DMs of Rivals of Waterdeep now. Like, it's been great. COVID has felt very isolating as a performer, and it can get really dark at times. So sometimes it's nice just to turn on the stream and be like, hey, my day sucks and I feel kind of crappy. How about y'all? Let's go kick flowers in Animal Crossing or something. I don't know. But
Don't kick the flowers. Don't do it. Don't stomp on my flowers.
I haven't been there in months. They probably voted me off the island like Lord of the Flies. But yeah, no, that's pretty much it. Honestly.
That sounds really, really lovely. Now, what we're looking for here, no, I'm kidding. So what I was going to trail off to say was that we are kind of I'm also wondering about the boundaries and the dynamics with, people coming into our communities and expecting us to be able to give. I mean, we're all experiencing COVID, but there are definitely instances where we have to establish those boundaries with communities where they're like, I need you to entertain me. I'm going to give you $5 for that. And you're like, okay, but that does not purchase me. That purchases, you're just helping me. So thank you for that. So, but I would love to hear, I would love, Eugenio, how was your experience then?
Yeah, I mean, similar to Kelly, there are positives. The big negative, of course, is that the industry that I spent my life training to be a part of sort of fell apart for a couple of years. But as Kelly said, that did give us a chance to sort of explore other things. And I, as I say that, I want to be very clear that what was not helpful was people saying you should learn to pivot, right? That's not.
Oh yeah, wasn't that great? Wasn't that great?
That's not helpful.
Mhm.
But having a chance to spend some time and explore other things and get to be like I said, to really dive into streaming and gaming and game design was great. And as Kelly also said, I feel like I'm repeating, but I'm going to get to your specific question. Building a community, particularly at the beginning when we were all isolated, and for those of us who are used to being out there a little bit more and are sort of used to regular social interactions and things like that, we're a little more extroverted even. It was great at first to have an outlet where it was exciting. It was fun. It was a thing that I could do for fun and for a little bit of money. And there were people there who I got to interact with and who seemed to take heart in having me to interact with as well, and the other people in the community. So there was so much great about my first sort of big dive into the industry, despite the and I don't want to undersell how terrible, obviously, the pandemic has been. But then as it went on, folks started needing more. Streamers, we needed more. Viewers felt like they needed more. And as you sort of mentioned, Marie, like there have been times where there's been an expectation of more from the streamers because the viewers felt like they needed it, because they were paying, subscribing, tipping, whatever, and feeling as if that entitled them to something. And so things did get a little tougher, and it did become more incumbent upon us as streamers to be clear about our boundaries, and to set those up and to know what they needed to be for us to stay healthy, And so I will say that I have been very fortunate, and the community that I've cultivated sort of is all very on the same page about what we need and what is reasonable for us to expect of not just me as one of the streamers that they hang out with, but as across the board, all the folks that they interact with on Twitch. And that is to say, at least for my community, we are cozy is a word that gets tossed around a lot in our sort of corner of Twitch, but just to mean, low key, even if the game we're playing is high energy, it's a low key space. We can chat. We are there with each other. We hope that we are, comfortable and able to bring things up. But we also, I will say my group does a pretty good job of recognizing or hearing if I need to say to them, that's a little bit much. I want you to be okay. But I am not the person that is going to be your therapist, is really the big thing that I think we're going to dig a little deeper on, right?
Oh yeah.
But is that we are there and we are a source of entertainment first and foremost. And I know a lot of folks feel like we are more to that than them, and that in some ways is very touching and in some ways is very frightening. But it's been about having that dialogue with the community, with my community, with the folks that are in my chat, with my moderators who are invaluable. And I know these two will say the same, and so will you, I'm sure, that the moderators have been invaluable to us, particularly as we discover what we need these boundaries to be, how we want to set these boundaries exactly. And I'll also say, it's been a really great expansive learning experience for a lot of us. One of the other things that is really, really, really high up on our list of rules, on our list of priorities in my chat is mutual respect for each other and whatever we are going through and whatever that is, right? And so, we've cultivated a space where things like respectful language in terms of, slurs, very casual slurs about neurodivergent people or trans people or queer people or whatever it is. Things like pronouns are important. I have to push back a little bit actually to what I heard in the previous panel, and to say that those of us who are a part of marginalized identities, one of the things we've learned through this pandemic and finding these communities where we have that respect is that I'm very sorry if you feel offended and uncomfortable when I correct you, and perhaps it's not the most polite and the sweetest correction, but I feel very uncomfortable when my identity is not considered or respected. And those of us who are part of these communities, it should not be incumbent upon us, right, to continue to take on those microaggressions, those macroaggressions, those slurs. The intent is not at all what I'm talking about here. I'm not interested in your intent, to be totally honest. And one of the things that I'm really proud of my community for, and that has been a learning and building experience for us, is that there are folks there who really had a lot to learn. And they would sit back and hear our corrections as corrections because we wanted them to do better, because we wanted them to stick around. And I that may not be the norm around Twitch and around the internet, but I'm very proud of the work that we've done in my community and in a lot of the communities that I'm a part of in making that clear, that we can ask for and what we need. We can tell you when you've done something wrong, and you have to understand that whatever feelings you may be hurt from that, we are the one who is being isolated and othered, right? I just wanted to say that as part of this whole setting boundaries within our communities conversation.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Brian, if I'm not mistaken, you did stream before COVID a little bit, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your experience is going to be totally different too.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. They were like, wow, y'all. I don't know.
All right.
I greatly admire and respect both Eugenio and Kelly. It's been interesting since streaming before. It was like a whole lot changed, not immediately, but within a few months of us realizing, okay, this is real and we're going to have to change everything. a lot of people did turn to they turned to their normal sources of entertainment, but Twitch, and we talked about parasocial relationships, Twitch is a lot different in that we're people and we are entertainers, but we're not like you think of maybe a bigger, grander stage of entertainment. And there may be people who have parasocial relationships with celebrities, but with us, we're here and reacting in real time, and you hear about our normal daily foibles and problems and issues, and you say something in chat, and I can immediately say, hi, or I remember you because you were there before. You develop a bit more of you develop a more of a connection, I'll say, as opposed to a relationship with somebody who's streaming. And you know, I feel like I said this even before the pandemic. There was one stream where we were talking about this, and I had to tell everybody in chat, like, I'm friendly, but we're not friends. And there was one person who mentioned that, like they came to me months later, and they were like, I really kind of needed you to say that, just because it's harsh, but it's true. And we're a very, cozy is absolutely what we are. We are a very cozy, comfortable, friendly community. Um, I try to be good about establishing my boundaries. I remind people in chat that they are welcome to establish their boundaries, even with each other and within the community. And it's definitely, though, there are people who have not stopped using Twitch like they did before the pandemic. It's like, okay, it's my entertainment, it's my background noise, but there are definitely people who were just looking for those channels to watch that weren't, they weren't people shouting and screaming. They were just, somebody playing a cool game and being chill and fun. And, maybe that made for the nice brain chemicals for them. And as Eugenio said, we remind people that we can be here and listen sometimes when you're going through it, but, we're not your therapist. A streamer is not anyone's therapist. Even if they are a therapist, they're not your therapist. So it's definitely, it's been an interesting line to walk since for the past year and a half. Like, this is it. This couch is like my studio, my office, and where I relax. And it's like, okay. But I still enjoy it. Like Kelly and Eugenio, this is a bit of performing for me because it's not my day job. But I really feel like everything got a whole lot different once people were following rules and protecting themselves and staying inside, because you really were missing some kind of connection and some kind of interaction. And online communities have always had that, but now you have online communities where you can see somebody react with you in real time, and that's made it very different.
That's a really, really good point. And I cannot stress enough, please go find the panel on parasocial relationships. A lot was said on that panel that we can't even touch because it was so well said. So please go find that. I think it was it bears going there to learn a little bit more. And then, I mean, you're here for now. But so a theme I'm hearing from everybody is that the conversation around mental health has changed. And we're going to put a big old pin in that whole streamers are not your therapists, because that's important. We will get back to that. But the conversation around mental health in general has changed. I've personally felt like just the whole world is kind of more ready to talk about it. I've seen a lot more tweets that mention hey, I'm burnt out, so I'm taking a week off. These are conversations that I still don't think they're mainstream, but I do think that they're coming through at least the Twitch zeitgeist. And I want to know how you all feel about that. Eugenio, can we start with you?
Yeah.
And you can disagree. You could totally
No, I don't disagree. No, I'm trying to figure out how to expand on it because yes. Yeah, I do think so. I think, well, first I want to say, how great is that? Let's just take a moment and say, how great is it that we feel like that we are in a place where not only are we able to talk about it, but that is leading to folks getting diagnoses, to folks sort of understanding, to folks on, even if it's as simple as I understand now that it is okay to not be okay. That is a term, a phrase, a meme, whatever that is tossed around, but it's true. And I don't think that would have been a meme. I mean, memes wouldn't have been 15 years ago, but had they been things, that wouldn't have been one, right? So let's start there and just say, it's great. It is great. And I think that it has empowered a lot of us as we have these conversations, both with each other and with professionals and professional adjacent folks, that we are all learning ways that we understand what true, real self-care is, right? Taking care of ourselves and what that may look like for others. So again, as a streamer, I'm able to go in and sort of say, hey, you know what I'm not is your therapist, but you know what I can do? And I try and do this whenever I think about it in my channels, is say, do folks have stuff they want to celebrate? Do you have good news for the channel? And it's not because I want to be toxically positive, because that is absolutely a thing as well. And it's not because I want to ignore that things can and often are quite bad, and that I know there are folks in my channel who are struggling. But also I know that they come because they want to be able to release that at least a little bit for at least a little while. And so knowing that and having had those conversations and sort of knowing at least a basic vocabulary around that allows us to find things like share your good news, allows us to have rules like let's watch out for ableist language, for anti-neurodivergent language, because that can be, at this time when we are all sort of sitting with this weight on us, that can just make it that much worse. And I think the little things like that we found are not panaceas. They're not going to solve the problems of the world. They're not going to solve the pandemic. They're not going to, whatever it is, but they're going to make things a little bit easy for you. And that is all part of this mental health conversation. And it's, I don't know, it all sort of rolls together, right? One begets more of the other, begets more of the other. The more we have these little rules and have this space that feels safe in terms of language, the more we feel like we can talk about it, right? And we do have those conversations in my chat too, particularly when I play a lot of really story-heavy RPGs. So we talk about the racism that is written into this games sometimes when we all feel up to it. Right. And that's a very clear thing that I set that boundary originally at the start. And there are days where I say, hey, y'all, today's not that day. Today's not that day. Let's not. I mean, I know we're going to avoid those quests. We're going to do other things. Today's not that day. But sometimes it is that day. Sometimes it's that day to talk about relationships. We love our romances in my games, right? So maybe sometimes there are things that we feel we are ready and able as a group to talk about in terms of taking care of yourself in the context of a relationship. And sometimes we're not. But as you said, it's more in the zeitgeist. It exists more in the atmosphere. It is talked about more. And so we know better how to have those conversations without very quickly sort of either falling into some, very dark place that is not healthy for anyone, or even also to just sort of make those missteps to end up causing harm where help was intended. Because as I said, the intent may have been help, but if the impact was harm, that's a problem. But we know so much more now. Even the Joe Schmoes, the non-mental health professionals, we know more. We don't know everything, and hopefully most of us don't claim to. But we know enough that we can take care of ourselves, which means we take care of those who hang out with us.
I love that, because if you're starting the conversation, you're automatically going to go kind of both ways. That's what I feel like the healthiest mental health discourse in communities is not, all right, everybody complain about your day, but it's also not, everybody talk about all the awesome things that are going on. And don't you dare tell me you're having a bad time. Not right now. Like, there's that balance that we're constantly striking. And you're striking it also with a ton of people watching you at the same time. Like, how do they feel? Like, maybe you are in a space to talk about race today, but maybe people in your community are feeling a little bit more vulnerable. Maybe, and having those temperature checks and really getting to know the people who are part of your community and seeing them come back because of the conversations you're having and because of how delicately we try to keep everything in the balance. All of that's so crucial. Thank you, Hania. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And I've talked so much and I want to let them talk, but you made me think of something, which is that that's a lot for us.
Yeah.
I'm talking about this like it is an easy thing because, I've attended some mental health panels. I'm capable of, no, it's hard.
It's hard. It's tired.
It's hard. And it's a weird, I have to say, if I really think about it, it's a very strange thing to ask an entertainer to take on.
Right?
It's very strange.
Yeah.
And the fact that some of us do shouldn't mean that you should expect it. And the fact that some of us do you know, please don't forget that, and we won't let you, but please don't forget that it's not difficult for us, and we want to be helpful where we can. And a lot of folks are good at that. They're able to hear, oh, this is beyond me. This is not something I can handle. I appreciate that you're struggling, but you know, now is not the time and place. But even just that can be hard.
Yeah.
You know, these two can expound upon that more if they like, but I just wanted to say that I didn't want to make it seem like it was an easy thing that we'd all just learn to do.
No, you know what? It's one of those things where I think I took that for granted. I was like, yeah, obviously it's hard, but like, that is something I think that bears saying. Cause like, you don't go up to Jennifer Aniston and go like, I had a really bad day today. You'd come up to Jennifer Aniston and be like, I'm so excited to watch your movies. I love doing Friends, whatever the heck, you know? And so it's a very, very different dynamic, and it's a lot of weight. So thank you for pointing that out. Brian and Kelly, I think I'm gonna let you duel to the death to figure out who's next. No? All right,
You're
Kelly, do you
fine.
want to go? Okay.
See?
Unmuted first. Brian
Dang it,
unmuted
dang it,
first.
dang it.
No, Brian unmuted first. That means he automatically volunteers.
Okay, fair. While Eugenio was speaking, it actually, I'm glad he kind of added that on to the end, because I also realized, like, if, you know, as difficult as it is, think about how all of that, you know, almost reverse that funnel and turn it back around to the person who's on this end of the screen. And the fact is that we, you know, it's why we establish boundaries for what we are sometimes not able to handle that day or want to talk about that day, because as much as we love everyone else to just have, you know, I mean, my Discord has a place where if you want to scream into the void, you can scream into the void. Not necessarily while somebody is live and trying to entertain you on the internet. And a lot of that is hard for us as streamers to be able to manage while we're also trying to, I mean, we do this because we have fun doing it. So we're trying to have fun ourselves. We're trying to pay attention to a game. We're trying to engage with chat. It can be a lot if that's, you know, if everybody's really like down in it. Sometimes it's like there are better places to have that conversation. And I thoroughly take this as a resource and give it to people and say, here's, you know, here are resources for you if you need something that is more than just hanging out in a friendly chat. So yeah, I was very happy to hear him talk about that, because it's like from this side, it's really a lot. And you know, we talk about people coming in and the phrase trauma dumping, which I'm not like, I feel like we're starting to over and misuse the word trauma, but that kind of thing where somebody comes into a chat and they are really going through a rough time, and they come in and they want to talk about like they're going through the worst of the worst, and you aren't really, you know, you're not capable to handle that or speak to that, and that's a lot for not only us but everybody watching. So yeah, having those moments when this is not the place for this is so important. And I don't know, like, he said so many good things. He's good at that.
He's really good. Yeah.
So I'm gonna throw it to Kelly and make her talk now.
Kelly, I'm sorry. I wasn't actually going to make you battle to the death. I would have stopped before, you know, anything bad happened. I promise.
I would have just held up the dog. He can't hurt the dog.
That's true. That's true. There you go. There you go.
You're good for something, bud. Anyway.
Kelly and I are both tall, so we have a long reach. So that's not really an obstacle.
It's true. I mean, he's only 9 inches tall. It's not that hard to, you know, just take him and put him somewhere else. So it's going to sound like a very weird place I'm going to start with this, because it's going to address the whole it being more open now to talk about it. And I've told this before. I don't know if y'all have heard it. If you did, I'm sorry. But back when I was first diagnosed with ADHD, first off, they didn't even call it ADHD. They also didn't think girls could have it. So my parents had to fight. And finally, you know, I got skipped a grade. I got put on medication. And I just always had that thing. And people with ADHD will understand what I mean, where you should be able to do it yourself, right? You shouldn't need help, right? So when I was 13, my parents agreed that since it's my body, I can make this choice, but they're going to watch and make sure I'm okay to go off medication. So for over 20 years, I was unmedicated for anything. And of course, ADHD comes with a lot of fun comorbidities. But when my husband got diagnosed with MS, every coping mechanism I had failed. They were gone. I couldn't rely on any of the plot armor I'd given myself anymore, you know, because it's like, hey, you rolled the natural one and fell into the lava and you got nothing left now at this point. So when I started streaming and when I started getting a following at all, you know, I was like, oh, well, I still have to be that person. I still have to be the product. And as one of my favorite authors says, you know, sin is when you start treating people like things, including yourself.
Oh,
and so when I came on the scene, I was this super positive, hey, all caps lock, look, I'm always happy, look, I can make you laugh. And then I had like a really bad day one day, and I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I don't know how I'm going to stream. And my husband sitting behind me, he was like, well, what do you mean? He says, I don't know if I can get up the energy to be the opera geek. And he was like, so just be you instead. And I was like, people don't want to see that. I've spent my entire life, much of the time in school, and even, I'm sure Eugenio can speak to this on the musical theater end, even in conservatory and even in the opera world, it's kind of like, don't let anybody know about any of your problems because that makes you a liability. Okay. It makes you somebody we don't want to hire, or that opera company is going to look at you differently if you are open about the fact that, hey, I have rather severe ADHD and I am diagnosed clinically depressed. It's okay. Still going to show up to rehearsal. Still going to be a good colleague. But Justin looking at me and saying, just be yourself, was kind of a turning point, because I was like, okay, well, I guess I can give it a shot. And once I started doing that on stream, the next step was him saying, you know, I really think it's time you went back to the doctor and started taking care of yourself. You know, and it's funny how the openness about mental health for me didn't start with the public acceptance of mental health. It started with my husband saying it's okay. You know, and I think it's important for people to understand that. One of the things I tell people a lot, because we've had people come in and say, you know, if we're playing certain games or whatever, they'll start talking. And I've stopped games before and said, you know, I need you to stop because you don't know what other people in the chat have experienced in their lives. That's the reason that lines and veils exist in tabletop games. And I've had circumstances where those have been crossed and it wasn't stopped, and I've just walked away from the camera, gotten up and walked away. It's very important to respect that. Unfortunately, a lot of the actual proper language around many mental health things has been co-opted by people using it to make fun of us instead. And so I've had people mock the fact that I put open trigger warnings in my chat. If I'm playing Hellblade, you bet your butt I'm putting a trigger warning in that chat, along with the links that the game company actually, to their credit, provided in the game to mental health resources. You know, and it really is, it's nice that we're more open about it. But once you're more open about it, people kind of seem to think, oh, well, if they have these kind of issues too, then I can just go to them. They'll be able to fix it. And first off, as someone who routinely thinks I am broken, you actually don't need to be fixed. You know, there's no power tool that's going to fix you. There's no single magic pill that's going to fix you. So what you have to do is say, well, if I'm gonna be like this, then we're gonna make it work for us. You know, if you can't make your own neurotransmitters, store-bought is fine. There is a sticker of that someone made with little cat-shaped pills, like little kitten-shaped pills, and it is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, it's nice. But back to and I'm sure everybody can guess who the favorite author is. If you can't, just go read my Twitter sometime. But back to the, sin is when you treat people as things, including yourself. And I think that's something that people saw a lot in the pandemic, because selfishness was on full display. And you saw how people thought of other human beings as things. And I think that's a point where you have to put your foot down if you have any kind of platform, and not be afraid to say, no, it's not okay to treat me like that. It's not okay to treat my friend like that because they're different than you. It's not okay. So some things about being more open with the talk I think are great. Some things have opened up some pretty dark cans of worms. How would you even have a can of worms? It's just very weird. No, okay. Brian. But yeah, I'm sorry, I talked too long, but yeah.
That's not a thing. So that's good. You're good. But
I'll give the dog a milk bone. That'll make up for it.
Thank you for self-disclosing. And I normally don't do this when I moderate, but my experience is very, very similar to yours. It's actually kind of eerie to me how similar. And what happened actually, so I've been, my whole thing, I think whoever knows me is I'm a mental health talk show host, talk about mental health all the time. And even I set out to be like, I'm going to be real. If I'm depressed, I'm going to talk about depression. And then I was like, wait, but I don't want to bum people out. What do I do about that? And so all the boundary setting was happening. But the other thing that happened in 2020 was I literally broke down sobbing on stream because I was like, I still feel like I'm wearing a mask in front of you all. I was like, I talk about this all the time, and I still feel like I'm here to be like, but it's okay, right? Like, you got depression, but it's okay, right? Like, and there was a huge breakdown in 2020 of like, I can't pull that off anymore. I don't know why I was pulling it off. It was a huge self-discovery, but I don't think it's also like a purposeful thing. Like, I don't think we mask always knowing we're masking. I think it's just like it's such a coping. It just turns on and you're like, I'm me. And then you're like, that none of that was me. The 20 minutes.
I'm the me that this person wants to see at this moment.
Yes. Yeah. Unfortunately. But so thank you for self-disclosing. And I hope it's okay that I inserted my little experience in there as well.
You are on this panel.
What
you're on this panel. I mean,
I am.
Talk.
Yes. So I don't know if we have enough time, but we're gonna unpin that streamers are not mental health advocates. We're gonna remove that one. And that's how we're gonna try to wrap it up with that. So good luck to all of us. But yeah, that's what the research said is please do not treat me like I am your therapist. Please, Twitch, make sure that resources are available to people so that they know where to go. Take This is amazing. Games Hotline, amazing. To Write Love on Our Arms has a therapist finder. Take This has a therapist, like amazing resources. But the four of us know about them because like this is our sphere. I'd say like I probably wouldn't be wrong in guessing like 95% of streamers have no idea that those exist, or the amount of messages that I get at least once a week of somebody being like, oh God, somebody came in, I didn't know what to tell them. Where do I go? Where to go? So, and the fact is what we uncovered in the research is that Twitch hides, there's a great Twitch Cares resource that has a bunch of links on it. And there's 5 clicks before you can find it. Like if you just, I don't even know, actually, I don't know if you type into Google Twitch Cares, if it comes up immediately. But like off of Twitch, it's 5 clicks. I can't even tell you where right now I would go to get to those 5 clicks. So that's how obscure it is. But yeah, so the point is streamers become de facto become de facto mental health first aiders without necessarily having the first aid training. And so discuss. everyone take a moment and then, take your
Yeah,
time.
no, I mean, if not, I mean, I even when we were just talking about when we were getting together to talk about doing this, I had not even realized that there were streamers out there who I don't know if they intentionally or kind of ended up sliding into not well, I guess posing as, because I actually do want to be very harsh in the language, posing as therapists. Because, it can be one thing if you're like, oh, yeah, people come in and you think you're that advice guy. You think you're the next door neighbor on home improvement. Like, oh, yeah, I just people can talk to me and this. And then thank you for that long. Yes, everybody sip.
Everybody sip. That is a sip moment. Thank you.
There's a big difference in like having a lot of years on this planet and a lot of life experience, and then having everyone come in your chat and say, "Oh yeah, well, let's talk," and setting up things that are akin to therapy sessions live on stream with no safeguards, no boundaries, no rules, and no training. And I was just like, it was a mind blown moment. You sent me links, and I'm just reading like, how is this okay? So that to me is like that's huge, and it's why we kind of repeat that, like, we're not your therapists. If watching us is something that helps, that is a like, having a nice person talking in the background helps, great, that's fantastic. But there are always going to be limits where, I haven't had to say for a while, but I have had to say, like, I can't help you. I can't take that on. And then, of course, all of our mods have the ability to say, here's where you can find resources that will. And yeah, I just learned about that Twitch Cares thing, and I am blown over.
And like you know about mental health stuff like that. And all I'm asking even is just like October 10th, Twitch, super simple. October 10th, I want you to tweet out, we have a Twitch Cares page. It already exists. That's all I want you to do. That's all I don't know how many millions of followers. That's it. Just the difference that would, can you imagine? So I know that's a really tough ask because I'm going to just sip some tea. Anyway, would you like to continue?
Couldn't remember which direction I'd muted in. Yeah, I mean, it's all of that. This is a hard thing to say, and I'm gonna say it because I think it's probably, you all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's a thing that a lot of us don't like to say, but is true. Whatever else we are, those of us who are streamers on Twitch are entertainers.
Yeah.
And yes, we foster communities, and yes, we have interactions with people in those communities. And yes, sometimes, particularly when parts of those communities are in the same physical location and can meet in person, yes, friendships can blossom from that. But we are entertainers. And it's not upon us, nor should it be, nor should you want it to be your therapist. And where that seems super obvious, but where it gets hard is that I tend to think my particular taste in Twitch streamers are those who are empathetic, who are understanding and sensitive and aware of all of the things that we have talked about today, and who want to make the space better. And I think that's the kind of streamer that we all are. And that makes it tough because we have empathy, because we see you all out there, because we want you to feel better, because we want to help you. And it can very quickly leave our control. It can very quickly spiral. The truth is, it can be a heady thing to feel like you helped somebody. But that's not what we do. And it shouldn't be what we do. And this isn't the platform for it. There are 1,000,001 reasons that even if I were the most qualified mental health professional in the world, that this is not the place to do that sort of work, in my opinion. And certainly not those of us who are not the most highly trained mental health professionals in the world, right? And that is tough. That's tough for our audiences to understand because we want to be there for them. It's tough sometimes for us to remember because we want to make this space better. But that's not what will happen. Here's the point I'll get to and then pass it to Kelly. That's not what's going to happen. We will help to a point, and then we're going to stop helping. Something is going to happen because we are not prepared, we are not trained, we are not ready for that thing that will inevitably happen. It might take a year, it might take 5 years, it might take 5 streams. But it's something's going to happen that we are not prepared for, that you as a streamer are not prepared for, and you're going to handle it poorly, and folks are going to get hurt. And that's not what we're here for. You know, those of us who are here to make this space better need to understand that we can do that without overstepping our place. And I don't mean to say that a streamer's place is as an entertainer. No, of course not. I don't think anyone thought that's what I'm saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, because what a vile and reductive way to think of a person, right? But at the same time, making a space where I feel comfortable and where you feel comfortable exchanging thoughts and ideas about our political beliefs, or about our needs as a marginalized person, or about mental health, is not the same as trying to be someone's therapist. And that is a thing that we all have to remember, streamers and audiences alike sometimes.
Thank you so much, Eugenio. That's amazing, amazing points. And I do also want to remind everybody, takethis.org/mental health dash. Is that a dash? Mental
dash health dash resources.
There it is.
I was like, I know what this symbol is. I've seen it in my world and I know what it is, but I cannot tell you now what it means. But yeah, okay. So start with takethis.org and go from there. It's a very good UI. You'll be able to find your way around in the resources that you need. Kelly, this way.
So I like listening to a lot of true crime. I listen to a lot of true crime. Nobody trusts me to solve cold cases. You don't expect a true crime enthusiast to suddenly, I probably shouldn't point out the Zodiac because that did just happen, but you're not going to expect that from somebody that just listens to podcasts. So why would you expect therapy from someone that doesn't have training in that? And it's dangerous. It is flat out dangerous. I said it in the chat. Savior complex is real. You can really fall in love with the idea of being the hero that swoops in to save the day and save someone from themselves. Mm-hmm. You're not. You can tie the blanket around, you can run around in your underpants, but you're not an actual superhero. You're just causing harm if you don't give resources to the correct places. And I'm also going to address something that one of my moderators, French Talk, just said. They said, don't use your friends as therapists. I am 100% guilty. I am guilty with both of these amazing people on stream right now of unloading and then being like, oh my God, I haven't even asked them how their day was yet. And you have to be a little more self-aware than I tend to be sometimes when it comes to realizing that we are now part of this huge interconnected community. And you push one domino of, hey, I'm going to tell this person this therapy will work for them, and I'm going to tell them how to work on their mental health. You've just pushed one domino. And then they're going to go tell someone else, that's how you fix it. And there goes another one. And eventually, it all falls down. And whether or not you even know that you've done it, you bear some of the burden of that because you should have just admitted, I don't do this for a living. I'm happy to listen to you and direct you to the proper resources. You know, it's very hard to say no. Sometimes it's very hard to set that line and say, I do not have the mental capacity at the moment to deal with this issue that you have, nor do I have the proper training to assist you. I am happy to help you find. You know, I mean, I don't know. I guess that's really it. You know,
Yeah.
That's
don't.
pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And by the way, totally run around in your underpants wearing a blanket around. If you don't,
Yeah, that's
then
pretty
you're just
cool.
missing out. Honestly.
Yeah, yeah. Especially like we're in our houses, like COVID, you're in our house a lot. Why not? You know, why
Wear
not?
shoes, not socks, so you don't slip, but wear shoes and do it.
Or barefoot's okay.
Barefoot's good too, but shoes better
Barefoot
arch
can
support,
work.
you know, because you're inside. So
It's true.
You know,
it's
you
true.
have to think of the little don't run in your onesie. I learned that the hard way.
Oh, that is how you break something. Yeah. Wait, some onesies have those little grippies on the bottom, though.
My
yeah, I like the
teaching
grippy
onesie does
feet.
not.
Yeah, it's like the reverse of a bathtub. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't. My onesie doesn't have that one.
I'm
Learned that
sorry.
the hard way.
Thank you. Thank you
Oh dear.
so much. Brian, Eugenio, Kelly, please find these lovely people on Twitter, which will lead you over to their Twitches, Urban Bohemian, DM Jazzy Hands, and the Opera Geek. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Over to you, Eve. Pause awkwardly.
Hello.
Hey.
Yay. Thank you all. That was a fantastic conversation. And all of you are such wise and folks with clarity and fantastic analysis of where we are in the world. And so I really appreciate that your voices and your truth telling, and thank you. So I am going to ask one of the hosts to unpin those folks so we can continue the conversation with just a closing, some closing comments. So thank you again, all of you. Bye. So thank you everyone who's here at the end of this wonderful conversation. It's been a really fantastic 2 days full of conversation. And I would say that the themes that really arose for me and for those of us who've been around is that this is a people-centered conversation, that when we talk about mental health, when we talk about the underlying conditions that contribute to mental well-being, we're really focused on treating people, as recognizing that they are the foundation of the companies that we run, and that they are the foundation of the decisions we make about the choices we make in our games, the choices we make about the places that we work, and the choices we make about the community that we foster here. And that if we come from that perspective, and if we bring a lot of wisdom that's been brought to the table to bear, then we have a future that promotes mental well-being in games. And Mark, thank you. I see you've joined us, and I'm going to bring you into this. If you want to spotlight Mark as well. So Mark is the founder of TIGS and has been working behind the scenes to make this a reality. And I want to thank you, Mark, for the opportunity that you've given me to curate this and to bring it to life. And I want to thank and I want to also thank the folks who you've brought in behind the scenes, especially Taria Porcat-Conturi, who's on the back end here, making sure everything's working and has been supporting that process for a while. Mark, is there anything you want to say at the end here before we sign off and call it a day?
Not really. I feel that this, our third one, we went down more of a clinical road, but that was fine. There was a lot of questions that were posed, and we did get some answers. The other ones we're just going to have to keep working on.
Yeah.
So that's what I think we really need to do is, Eve, me, whatever, start putting all those questions together somewhere, and in turn we can start passing that out, to the community. Anyways, yeah. So that's it. Everybody else, thank you to all our speakers and panelists. Thank you for take this. Eve, Dr. B, was it Rachel. Thank you to all our sponsors, definitely.
Yeah.
I can't remember them.
I'll read them out. I can
Yeah.
do it. I've done it a few hundred times now. So our gold sponsor was Ubisoft, and our silver sponsors are Telltale Games, Devolver Digital, Hyper Hippo, Iron Galaxy Studios, Razer, and Tripwire Interactive.
God, I hope we didn't miss one. So yeah, that's what I saw here this time is maybe an opportunity to take a look at broadening our scope at the same time as narrowing it. And that would be splitting TIGs into like two. And I'm still putting this together right now, but that kind of makes sense. So anyways, yeah, we have our advisory board. I'll be talking to Eve about this, as well as all our other people, as well as our advisory board. But yeah, I kind of see that because, which goes back to what I had just said beforehand in regards to lots of questions, going to work on the answers. So yeah, that's it. I thank you everybody again for showing up, and thank you to all our sponsors, and thank you to Eve and Dr. B and Rachel, and thank you to Tardia, who is just absolutely awesome. And also thank you to Crystal and Jen, who ended up running the back end of this and getting it working. When I, banged my head on the ground trying to figure this out for like 2 days straight. So big thank you for Crystal and Jen, because they started working on this on Saturday, or I guess it was Saturday night. So big shout out to them. Eve, do you know what their company name is?
Not off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay, I know it's Crystal's last name something. I'll
Well,
look it up though.
We'll do a bunch of thank yous on the website and in posts and
yeah. The intros, the outros, yeah.
Yeah, but we want to thank everyone for being a part of this and for taking time to consider all of the kind of challenging pieces of what we're trying to do in games, how we're trying to change the culture, how we're trying to set new standards for the conversation, and there's a lot of people doing a lot of good work behind the scenes, and it takes time to change this conversation. It takes effort to bring the right people into the room in the right way. And we're all working on that. We're all working hard on that piece. And so it's a great opportunity at TIGS to really bring those folks together and start to try to work through the messiness.
Yeah, one of the things that I asked Tardia to do over the past month and a half, when she had some spare time, was to start make a master list of all the different organizations out there for different countries or areas in regards to something like the ESA or something like Yuki in the UK. I'd like to be able to find all those different companies and talk to those people that are running their organizations and get them into the whole TIG's family. And that's something that we'll, end up doing probably, over the next 6 months or something like that. And, fingers crossed that, we have live next year. That would be awesome. There's a lot of people that I want to hug. So anyways, that's it. Eve?
Same. Well, thank you, Mark, for making this come to fruition. And thank you everyone for being with us over the last 2 days. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Awesome. Thank you.